das jeder sehen? Ja? There. No, there. Sorry. In the middle. Yes. Nee, du musst Ansage machen. Du bist Chef. Achso, ich bin dann natürlich auch. Da musst du rüber gucken. Ja, wir haben keine Ansage. Wenn nichts kommt. Sind wir live? Ich glaube schon. Hallo, hallo? Ja. Live.
Ja, guten Morgen alle miteinander. Und ja, wir freuen uns erstmal, dass ihr hier so erstmal noch halbwegs zahlreich erschienen seid. Und da können wir euch schon mal beglückwünschen, denn alle, die jetzt hier heute Vormittag mit uns sind, haben schon mal soweit gewonnen. Denn wir wollen heute miteinander ein paar wirklich coole und interessante Themen beleuchten, die auf eure Berufsausbildung abzielen. Aber wir wissen ja, dass ihr aus verschiedensten Sektoren kommt und diese Themen sind nicht nur auf die Berufsausbildung anwendbar, sondern auch auf jegliche andere Sektoren, dem Studium und viele weitere Möglichkeiten. Und aus diesem Grund beleuchten wir Themen wie zum Beispiel die Möglichkeiten, die euch ein Auslandspraktikum mit Erasmus Plus bietet, sowie wie wir in unserem Verständnis in all den Jahren der Arbeit mit Erasmus Plus in Europa europäische Werte und sogar bis hin zu einem European Lifestyle kennengelernt haben und wollen da mal in den kleinen Diskurs mit euch gehen. Dazu haben wir spannende nationale sowie internationale Gäste geladen und alle diese sind in ihrem Themenbereich Expertinnen und können uns aus ihrer Sicht da nochmal wirklich in den Details beraten. Und dann habe ich halt nämlich die große Ehre, euch unsere heutigen Gäste vorzustellen, sowie unser Team. Das ist zum einen Svenja Naumann und Lukas Weiß. Ich bin Martin Schmidt und wir drei sind ehrenamtliche Euro Apprentices. Das heißt, wir waren bereits während unserer Berufsausbildung mit Erasmus Plus im Ausland und nutzen jetzt unsere eigenen Erfahrungen, die wir machen durften, um noch mehr Auszubildende in Deutschland sowie europaweit ins Ausland zu bringen, durch diese Möglichkeit der Erasmus Plus Förderung während ihrer Ausbildung. Das heißt, wir wollen noch mehr Azubis diese Möglichkeit eröffnen, sich weiterbilden zu können und daran zu wachsen. Wir dürfen begrüßen als Gast Frau Theresa Meyerhöfer. Sie ist Mitarbeitende der Nationalen Agentur beim Bundesinstitut für Berufsbildung und Referentin für Auslandsaufenthalte und Themen der Berufsausbildung. Und sie wird mit uns eingehen auf die theoretischen Organisationsaspekte. Das heißt, ihr könnt auch Fragen stellen, wie einfach es denn wirklich ist, so einen Auslandsaufenthalt auf die Beine zu stellen. Denn wir hatten halt verschiedene Ansätze und können dann beleuchten, auf welche Wege ihr diese Chancen nutzen könnt. Und der Organisationsaufwand ist halt gar nicht so groß, wie man sich das vielleicht manchmal vorstellen kann. Und das allein ist schon so ein bisschen so der Breaker für euch, das nutzen zu können. Dann darf ich begrüßen Frau Lina Schabib. Sie ist internationale Firmenberaterin und Mitbegründerin der Beratung Spiemann Consulting, arbeitet in Dubai, Deutschland und sowieso auf der weltweiten Bühne und berät in Bildungsfragen sowie für Weiterbildungsmöglichkeiten und jegliche Firmenkooperationen. Und mit ihr werden wir einmal durch ihre internationalen Erfahrungen eingehen können, was alle dieser Werdegang für euch, für eure berufliche Karriere für Vorteile bringen kann und was im europäischen Berufsbildungsmarkt und auch Arbeitsmarkt aktuell und in modernen Zeiten für Forderungen entstehen und wie wir an diesen Erasmus-Plus-Inhalten und den Praktika dabei lernen können. Dann haben wir noch Elias Barth geladen. Er ist Gründer der Modemarke Manili, welche sich mit europäischem Statement in die Straßen von Europa begeben möchte und auch schon tut. Und wir wollen mit ihm einmal eingehen auf seine Sichtweise eines European Lifestyles und sozusagen, wie wir in Europa als Gemeinschaft und unter welchem Spirit wir uns verstehen können. Und vorweg möchte ich mit euch nochmal drauf eingehen, wer hat denn überhaupt im Publikum schon mal ein Praktikum oder eine Erfahrung mit Erasmus Plus gemacht? Dazu scannt ihr einfach diesen QR-Code und könnt auf Slido dazu abstimmen. Da wären wir mal gespannt, was sich so für Prozentzahlen unter euch ergeben.
Und gerne an der Stelle auch nochmal der Hinweis an die Leute zu Hause, dass ihr von zu Hause aus genauso an der Umfrage mit teilnehmen dürft.
Okay, es ergibt sich eine Tendenz. Ich glaube, damit könnte man jetzt schon arbeiten, denn wir haben, es werden noch ein paar mehr, sagen wir 30% aus dem Publikum haben schon eine Erfahrung mit, 36% haben schon eine Erfahrung mit Erasmus Plus gemacht. Das ist schon wirklich ein guter Schnitt. Wir wollen, dass es so weit kommt, dass in der Berufsausbildung möglichst mindestens die Azubis davon wissen und diese Chance für sich einmal überdenken können. Denn Erasmus Plus ist nicht nur in der akademischen Bildung ein weit verbreitetes Thema, sondern wir können das in jeglichen Bildungschancen und Formen für uns nutzen. Und besonders in der Berufsausbildung soll das Ganze noch verbreitet werden. Und wir Euro Apprentices können mit unseren Erfahrungen dann halt dieses Programm noch weitertragen, sodass diese Berufsausbildung in Europa noch ein Stück weit internationalisiert wird und wir als europäische Gemeinschaft davon profitieren können. Und diese Initiative nennt sich genau Euro Apprentices. Das heißt, wir kommen zurück aus unserem Praktikum und haben halt auf diesem Weg ja einiges an nicht nur technischer Weiterbildung, sondern einfach auch an sozialen Enthusiasmus und der einfachen Umgangsformen allein schon und was es heißt, mit neuen Menschen zusammenzuarbeiten, gelernt, sind daran gewachsen und haben Europa als gemeinschaftliches Verständnis kennengelernt. Und aus dieser Motivation heraus engagieren wir uns auf verschiedensten Wegen, um ja auch euch die Möglichkeit zu bieten, diese Chance zu nutzen. Weil in Europa haben wir nun mal solche guten Chancen und so ein gutes Programm, das es doch zu nutzen gibt. Und es wäre schade, wenn es halt nicht von den Schülerinnen und Schülern genutzt wird, einfach allein durch den Fakt, dass es noch Ängste zu überwinden gibt. Da können wir informieren, wir können euch Tipps geben, die Organisationsform. Es ist ein einfacher Antrag und schon könnt ihr, wie wir, diese Erfahrung machen, Europa kennenlernen und auch vor allem in eurer beruflichen Karriere daran wachsen. Und alle diejenigen, die jetzt in der Prozentzahl schon mal einen Erasmus Plus Aufenthalt gemacht haben, in diesem Sinne möchte ich euch einmal fragen, unter welchen wenigen Worten ihr euren Aufenthalt beschreiben würdet. Wie habt ihr Europa kennengelernt? Wie habt ihr die Umgangsform kennengelernt? was ist euch wirklich im Gedächtnis geblieben? Welche Werte? In ein paar einfachen Worten. Und dann würde ich auch mal jemanden von euch bitten, der Lust hat, uns mal diese 2 bis 3 Worte zuzutragen, wenn jemand möchte.
Wer war denn schon mal?
Wie habt ihr Erasmus Plus erlebt?
Wer von euch war denn schon mal im Ausland? Fragen wir mal so. Würdest du ganz kurz 2 Worte sagen? Ja? Sehr cool.
Hallo, ja, also ich war mehrere Male auf Erasmus, ich habe das total ausgenutzt ich habe auch ein Praktikum damit gemacht, das war im journalistischen Bereich und schon ein Sprung ins kalte Wasser, aber sehr lehrreich und sehr cool und ja, auf jeden Fall zu nutzen.
Und hast du studiert oder Ausbildung gemacht?
Also ich habe studiert und das war dann einfach ein freiwilliges Praktikum im Sommer und also lohnt sich auch finanziell total, ich glaube, das darf man auch sagen. Und es war in Deutschland übrigens, in München, ja. War eine coole Zeit.
Cool, vielen Dank.
Hier haben wir noch jemanden, der schon mit Erasmus Plus im Ausland war. Magst du kurz sagen, wo du warst und was du mitgenommen hast?
Ja, gerne. Also ich war in England, habe dort ein Erasmus-Praktikum gemacht und vor allem habe ich mitgenommen, einfach viel selbstbewusster zu sein, offener zu sein und war eine sehr schöne Erfahrung.
Vielen Dank.
Haben wir sonst noch jemanden, der Erfahrungen teilen möchte? Nein. Okay. Vielen Dank an die, die mitgemacht haben.
Ja, danke an euch und bei Slido können wir jetzt hier schon mal auf die ganzen schönen kleinen Keywords eingehen. Culture, vielfältig, Toleranz, Solidarität und vor allem auch bereichernd. Und das sind eben solche Aspekte, die man auch mit Bezug auf seine Berufsausbildung, auf seine Ausbildung im Studium anwenden kann. Und ich meine, für uns war es eine Wahnsinnserfahrung und die wollen wir in diesem Sinne halt auch weitertragen. Und was uns in all den Jahren immer wieder, also womit wir arbeiten, ist zum Beispiel dieser Leitspruch. Und der bleibt mir im Gedächtnis. It's a joint effort. Und bedeutet für uns was ganz Vielfältiges. Es sind viele Institutionen, die da zusammenarbeiten, es sind viele Nationen, viele Werte, die mitunter aufeinandertreffen, aber in Europa eine funktionierende Mischung ergeben, die einfach auf genau diesen Werten, die wir eben bei Slido gesehen haben, aufbaut. Und genau da knüpft nämlich auch unser guter Elias an. Und mit ihm möchte ich einmal sprechen, in was für einem Werdegang er Europa kennengelernt hat und mit welchem Verständnis er nun versucht, dieses auf die Straßen zu bringen. Und Elias spiegelt mit seiner Modemarke Manili einen ganz besonderen Spirit wider. Und dieser baut auf gesellschaftlichen Werten auf, der für uns im Praktikum sowie im Verständnis des Reisens und Arbeitens mit vielfältigsten Menschen genauso im Gedächtnis geblieben ist. Und Elias wird uns einmal von seinem Werdegang erzählen und wie er daraus generieren möchte, dass wir alle in Europa enger zusammenrücken können.
Genau, also ich bin Elias und ich lebe und arbeite in Brüssel. Aktuell machen wir Manili, eine EU-Modemarke für alle, die den European Lifestyle leben. Bedeutet ins Ausland gehen, Erasmus machen, reisen, was auch immer. Auf jeden Fall sich eben aus der Bubble rausbewegen und ja, europäische Freunde finden, was weiß ich. Und kurze Sache in eigener Sache. Morgen droppen wir eine Election Collection für die EU-Wahlen. Die hat ein italienischer Designer gestaltet und wir heißen Manili, könnt ihr mal googeln, wenn ihr Spaß dran habt. Genau. Und aktuell bin ich in Brüssel seit einem Jahr. Ich werde da vermutlich auch noch ein bisschen bleiben. Und jetzt, glaube ich, können wir ein bisschen über den European Lifestyle, über die Werte reden, ja, die man in Erasmus lernt oder kennenlernt. Und das machen wir jetzt.
Da geht es für mich los mit der Frage, Elias, welche Schwierigkeiten hattest du vielleicht bei dieser Überlegung, ins Ausland zu gehen?
Also am Anfang war es recht leicht. Ich bin einfach losgefahren nach Brüssel und ich habe auch davor noch mal einen Erasmus gemacht. Die Schwierigkeiten kamen dann erst später, muss ich sagen, nach ja, so 2 Monaten. War ich selber etwas überrascht davon, aber Kontakte zu knüpfen war sehr schwierig. Ich bin eigentlich ein sehr offener Mensch, der viel mit Leuten redet. Aber das Witzige war, in der EU-Bubble in Brüssel da sind wahnsinnig viele, die gehen nach 4 Monaten wieder, weil die machen halt dann ein Praktikum, machen Erasmus, was auch immer. Und dann gehen sie. Und dann hatte ich irgendwann 20 Freunde vielleicht, die ich halt kannte. Und dann nach ein paar Monaten, schwupps, alle wieder weg. Und dann stand ich da ziemlich allein. Und ja, das war echt, also das war dann doof. Aber ja, sonst andere größere Probleme gab es schon auch, aber jetzt nichts Weltbewegendes mehr.
Wie hast du denn diese Probleme überwinden können? Was war so da das, was dir im Gedächtnis geblieben ist, was dich weitergebracht hat?
Ich habe am Anfang in einer International WG gewohnt in Brüssel mit lauter so Leuten, die eben in Brüssel sind und dann wieder gehen. Dann habe ich gesagt, nee, ich mache es jetzt anders und bin in eine Brüsseler WG gezogen, also mit lauter Belgiern. Und die haben mich dann integriert, super nett und ich konnte, ja, immer wenn die Feiern haben, dann kommen ja deren Freunde auch. Und somit hat sich jetzt so dieser Freundeskreis, den ich aufbauen konnte, ja, verstetigt. Die gehen nicht alle nach ein paar Monaten wieder, sondern es bleibt. Genau, aber weil es hier jetzt vor allem um Erasmus geht, ich möchte schon dazu sagen, ich habe auch einen Erasmus gemacht und da war das schon anders, weil da ist man ja selber dann auch einer, der nach 4 Monaten wieder geht und dann ist man ja eingebunden in ein Netzwerk, also da war das Kontakte knüpfen nicht so schwierig, da war das nicht so.
Du kamst ja schon mit vielfältigen Werten nach Brüssel. Hast du dort Bestätigung gefunden oder gab es auch ja, vielleicht Situationen, die dich negativ ein bisschen schockiert haben? Gab es da nur positive Sachen? Hast du dein Verständnis so weiterleben können? Bist du auf Probleme gestoßen?
Also EU-Werte oder was?
Ja, vor allem auch, ob du deine Sicht auf die europäischen Werte, auf so einen European Lifestyle einfach problemlos leben konntest oder ob du vielleicht auf irgendwelche Stereotypen gestoßen bist.
Also ich war davor immer groß überzeugter Europäer, bin ich auch bis heute, sogar überzeugter als vorher. Aber ich war schon, als ich ankam, nach einer Weile war ich schon enttäuscht. Und da war ich echt überrascht von, weil es ist ja die Brüsseler EU-Bubble. Und wie das kommt, dass ich davon enttäuscht war, war ich schon überrascht, weil Klischeebildung ist wahnsinnig einfach. In Deutschland zum Beispiel, wenn ich da jetzt irgendeinen Deppen treffe, den ich nicht mag oder der ist ein Arschloch, dann, ja okay, sehe ich nie wieder, passt schon. Aber dann in Brüssel, in dieser Bubble, man weiß immer, wo diese Person herkommt. Und wenn ich jetzt da einen Deppen treffe, ja, dann ist der aus Tschechien oder aus Spanien. Und dann ist diese Klischeebildung wahnsinnig leicht, dass man das dann eben auf die Nation überträgt. Und auch, ich war überrascht, weil also das ganze europäische System ist ja darauf aufgebaut, dass die verschiedenen Nationen ihre Meinung zu Gesetzen geben und was weiß ich. Das heißt, ganz viele Unternehmen, ganz viele Organisationen sind auch national organisiert. Also ich war überrascht, wie sehr es doch national getrennt ist. So, aber, das klingt jetzt ja alles sehr negativ, ich bin trotzdem, also ich war enttäuscht, aber bin jetzt noch überzeugter als vorher und vielleicht sogar weniger blauäugig als vorher. Also ich sehe es jetzt nicht mehr nur so, hey, Europa, toll, 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 sondern man lernt halt die Probleme kennen, okay, und wie gehen wir damit um, wie machen wir es besser und deswegen bin ich sehr glücklich, dass das so gelaufen ist am Ende.
Du bist nun sozusagen ausgewandert aus Deutschland, lebst jetzt in Brüssel. Für uns, die uns engagieren für Auslandspraktika, das sind viel kürzere Aufenthalte, du lebst jetzt dort. Ja. Für dich ist das quasi ein viel größerer Step. Wie hast du dich darauf vorbereitet?
Also jetzt für dass ich ins Ausland dauerhaft gegangen bin, tatsächlich recht wenig. Ich hatte weder einen Job, ich habe keine Bürokratie ausgefüllt, nichts. Ich habe einfach mein Zeug in mein Auto gepackt und bin losgefahren. Hat Schwierigkeiten mit sich gebracht. Hätte ich es mal vorher geplant, wäre es leichter gewesen. Beim Erasmus habe ich es anders gemacht. Da war alles vorher geplant, aber war auch kein großes Ding. Ich meine, da wird man ja an die Hand genommen und mit der Organisation, mit der man geht. Und da muss man vielleicht 5, 6 Formulare ausfüllen. Ist ein bisschen nervig, aber jetzt kein Thema. Das kriegt man dann schon hin. Wenn man es nicht schafft, dann fragt man halt irgendwie einen Freund oder so. Dann wird das.
Du hast zwar einen viel größeren Step gemacht als PraktikantInnen, die mit Erasmus Plus ins Ausland gehen. Du hast aber trotzdem bestimmt was auch von Werten mitbekommen und konntest an verschiedensten Situationen wachsen. Was ist dir im Gedächtnis geblieben? Wie konntest du dich im Ausland weiterentwickeln?
Also der größte Weiterentwicklungseffekt, den hatte ich, also jetzt wird es ein bisschen persönlich, ich hoffe, das ist okay. Ich glaube, das kennen auch viele. Mir ging es immer so, dass ich schwierig alleine sein konnte. Und ich brauchte jeden Abend irgendwie Action, immer Freunde da, dass viel passiert. Und ich weiß wirklich nicht warum, aber das ist weggegangen, dadurch, dass ich ins Ausland gegangen bin. Irgendwie hat sich dann mein Mindset geändert und ich fand es sehr toll, weil wir reden ja immer drüber, ja, man muss an seinem Problem arbeiten und immer riesen Action, mag auch stimmen für viele verschiedene Dinge, aber das hat sich einfach in Luft aufgelöst, dadurch, dass ich nach Brüssel gegangen bin, automatisch. Und das war sehr cool und wenn ich jetzt abends alleine bin, überhaupt kein Thema. Also natürlich Auf und Abs gibt's, aber generell ist sehr viel besser geworden.
Was würdest du Menschen mit auf den Weg geben als Tipp, die über Erasmus Plus nachdenken?
Ich glaube, viele Leute haben Sorge, ins Ausland zu gehen, gerade wegen der Sprache. Und ja, man kennt keinen, keine Ahnung. Aber da hilft nur ins kalte Wasser springen, machen. Und ging mir früher auch so, als ich ins Ausland das erste Mal gegangen bin, habe ganz schön gezittert damals. Und also einfach machen und der Rest erledigt sich von selber mit Bürokratie und das regelt sich dann schon. Und das Einzige, macht es nicht so wie ich, sucht euch eine Wohnung vorher, wenn ihr ins Ausland geht. Weil, ja, es macht es sehr viel leichter.
Das ist auch genau das richtige Stichwort für mich, einfach machen. Ich bin selbst beruflich in dem Feld unterwegs, dass ich rausgehe, jedem Azubi erzähle, Auslandsaufenthalte sind möglich und auch darauf hinweise, welche Möglichkeiten es denn über Erasmus Plus ebenfalls gibt. Also wir heute sind in der Berufsbildung aktiv und wollen euch zeigen, was in der Berufsbildung möglich ist. Es gibt aber auch weitere Bereiche und die Europäische Kommission möchte damit natürlich erreichen, dass Menschen aus Europa zusammenkommen, genauso wie Elias es beschrieben hat. Man kommt zusammen, man lebt miteinander, man tauscht sich aus und das beflügelt dann das gemeinschaftliche Gefühl, dass wir alle auch Europa leben. Ich möchte jetzt einmal mit Svenja und Lukas sprechen, wie denn genau das Auslandspraktikum in der Berufsbildung gelaufen ist und wie dann so die Schritte waren, damit ihr auch etwas davon mitnehmen könnt, für euren Schritt, für euer Praktikum vielleicht davon inspiriert werdet, auf jeden Fall nochmal tiefere Einblicke bekommt. Deshalb einmal an euch die Frage, Lukas und Svenja, bitte stellt euch einmal vor und erklärt uns, was ihr macht und wie vor allen Dingen euer Praktikum war, wo ihr wart und wie lange. Ich gebe mal das Wort an Svenja.
Ja, danke Theresa. Ich bin Svenja, bin Erzieherin, habe meine Ausbildung im vergangenen Juli abgeschlossen und war im Rahmen der Ausbildung im 3. Jahr der Ausbildung 5 Wochen in Paris und dann nochmal für das letzte Jahr, also das Anerkennungsjahr für das gesamte Jahr nochmal dort in Paris. Ja, genau.
Und ich bin Lukas. Ich studiere aktuell Ingenieurpädagogik und ich war mit Erasmus Plus während meiner beruflichen Weiterbildung. Ich habe zuerst eine Ausbildung gemacht und bin dann auf die Fachoberschule, habe da mein Abi nachgeholt zum Studieren eben jetzt. Bin auf der Fachoberschule 3 Wochen auf einen Business-English-Kurs nach Galway, das ist in Irland, an der Westküste, direkt am Atlantik gefahren. Und es war die beste Entscheidung meines Lebens.
Vielen Dank, das zeigt schon mal sehr die Vielfalt, die Erasmus abdecken kann, vor allen Dingen in der Berufsbildung, weil auch die Berufsbildung sehr vielfältig ist mit den verschiedenen Ausbildungsberufen. Wie seid ihr denn auf die Möglichkeit aufmerksam geworden und wie genau lief dann dieser Prozess der Planung ab? Wir hatten es schon teilweise gehört, es sind ja verschiedene Aspekte, die mit zu betrachten sind. Lukas.
Also bei mir wurde das in der Schule angeboten. Ich habe Erasmus Plus vorher nicht gekannt und dann ist in der 12. Klasse so ein Flyer ausgehängt, die Lehrer haben das vorgestellt. Es ist die Möglichkeit, da über Erasmus Plus einen Business-Englisch-Kurs in Galway zu machen. Das war das erste Mal, dass das in der Schule angeboten ist. Als ich das mitgekriegt habe, habe ich sofort Eigeninitiative ergriffen, Motivationsschreiben verfasst, an den zuständigen Lehrer gesendet und bin dann durch das Auswahlverfahren durchgelaufen. Es war nicht kompliziert, also ich habe das Motivationsschreiben verfasst und bin dann ausgewählt worden, eingeladen zu einem kurzen Kennenlerngespräch, weil wir waren 20 Schüler von unserer Schule und ja, dann ist es eigentlich losgegangen. Das ist von der Schule organisiert worden, also ich habe mich dann nicht kümmern müssen um die Teilnahme an der Business School, ich habe mich auch nicht um die Wohnung und den Flug kümmern müssen, das hat alles die Schule übernommen.
Genau, bei mir war es auch so, dass ich von der Schule darauf aufmerksam geworden bin, also dieses Kurzzeitpraktika, die 5 Wochen, von denen ich vorhin gesprochen habe, die wurden schon längere Zeit angeboten in der Schule, da waren schon einige unterwegs mit Erasmus+. Und nachdem es mir in diesen 5 Wochen eben so gut gefallen hat in Paris, bin ich auf meinen Schulleiter zugegangen, habe gefragt, hey, wie schaut es denn aus? Ich würde total gern das Anerkennungsjahr auch in Paris machen. Können wir das irgendwie möglich machen? Ich weiß, dass es geht bis hin zu einem Jahr mit Erasmus+ und das bieten auch andere Fachakademien schon an und habe dann eben so ein bisschen die Eigeninitiative ergriffen und ja, jetzt bietet das die Schule tatsächlich an, also ab jetzt können die SchülerInnen auch im Anerkennungsjahr oder auch im Jahr nach der Ausbildung noch ins Ausland gehen. Das heißt also, ich habe ein bisschen Eigeninitiative ergriffen, habe mir dann eine Wohnung gesucht und vorher noch einen Europass-Lebenslauf geschrieben, weil das halt ein Lebenslauf ist, mit dem man europaweit auf jeden Fall was anfangen kann, also der auch gültig ist, der anerkannt wird und die Empfehlung kam ganz klar von der Schule, hey, schreib doch bitte noch einen Europass-Lebenslauf, um dich kurz nochmal vorzustellen.
Das ist auch ein sehr gutes Schlagwort. Der Europass ist tatsächlich toll, weil er die Möglichkeit bietet, dass man in allen Sprachen dieses Tool nutzen kann und einen Lebenslauf schreiben kann, das Anschreiben damit erstellen kann. Und da es ein europäisches Tool ist, die Daten, die dort gespeichert sind, auch sicher sind, nicht wie es möglicherweise bei anderen Anbietern ist. Genau.
Genau, jetzt wollte ich noch mal ganz kurz fragen, Theresa, weil bei uns war es jetzt ja so, dass uns die Schule darauf aufmerksam gemacht hat, dass es Erasmus+ gibt, aber was mache ich denn jetzt, wenn es die Schule noch gar nicht anbietet? An wen kann ich mich denn dann wenden? Welche Möglichkeiten gibt es da?
Wenn die eigene Berufsschule keine Erasmus-Förderung anbieten kann, dann ist auf jeden Fall ein guter Schritt, mal die andere Seite anzufragen. Bei der beruflichen Bildung hat man ja auch den Ausbildungsbetrieb oder die Kammer als Ansprechpartner, ob es dort die Möglichkeit gibt. Ansonsten gibt es auch Möglichkeiten auf der Webseite Mein Auslandspraktikum, dass man dort eine Förderung bekommt und auch weitere Informationen zum Bereich der beruflichen Bildung. Es gibt aber auch Fördermöglichkeiten, die nicht im berufsbildenden Bereich sind. Das heißt, auch die allgemeinbildende Schule könnte einen Auslandsaufenthalt ermöglichen. Es gibt auch die Möglichkeit, die sehr weit verbreitet bekannt ist, natürlich im Studium. Das heißt, hier wäre dann die Universität die Anlaufstelle. Und es gibt den Jugend- und Sportbereich. Hier gibt es auch die Anlaufstelle, das sind die Eurodesk-Beratungsstellen, die auch europaweit organisiert sind und in Deutschland unter dem Wort raus von zu Hause zu finden sind. Genau, es gibt viele Stellen, die unterstützen können und auch immer querverweisen, weil gerade aus dem europäischen Aspekt ja der Wunsch besteht, dass Jugendliche in Europa unterwegs sind, sei es im Bildungsbereich oder auch als 18-Jährige, dass man mithilfe des Interrail-Tickets Europa entdecken kann. Aber wir sind ja heute beim Thema Auslandsaufenthalt und Auslandspraktika. Deshalb nochmal die Frage an euch, wie lief das denn so bei euch ab? Ihr wart im Ausland, in Irland und Paris. Wie hat euer Leben dort ausgesehen, eure Tage, so im beruflichen, im Freizeitbereich?
Also ich war ja da in einer Gruppe mit 20 Schülern aus unserer Schule. Wir haben immer eine Betreuungslehrkraft dabei gehabt. Das heißt, wir waren 3 Wochen dort. Jede Woche war eine andere Lehrkraft dabei. Wir waren in Studentenwohnheimen untergebracht, immer in 5er-Gruppen. Eigentlich war geplant, dass wir in Gastfamilien kommen, aber das war dann, weil es ja eben kurz nach Corona war, nicht möglich, weil die Gastfamilien die Kapazitäten nicht gehabt haben und die Zimmer für Homeoffice benötigt haben. Und das war aber gar nicht schlecht in den Studentenwohnheimen, weil wir als Gruppe, wir waren zwar schon alle von derselben Schule, aber meine Schule hat, ich glaube, 1500 Schüler und die ich damals besucht habe. Und wir kannten uns vorher fast nicht. Also ich kannte 2 Mitschüler und wir sind dadurch zu einer festen Gruppe zusammengewachsen. Und wie hat mein Alltag da ausgeschaut? Also ich war ja eben auf der Business School. Vormittags war da immer Unterricht und nachmittags war dann teilweise Unterricht. Teilweise haben wir mir auch Zeit für Hausaufgaben, das waren so Übungen, einfach um besser in den Stoff reinzukommen. Zudem hat die Schule auch noch verschiedene Ausflüge, Workshops angeboten. Unter anderem habe ich da mal an so einer Galway-Kanaltour teilgenommen. Und es ist eine gute Überleitung zur Freizeit. In der Freizeit haben wir ganz viele Aktivitäten unternommen. Wenn ihr mit Erasmus oder auch generell ins Ausland geht, probiert was aus, geht's raus. In der Zeit war dann in Galway das Galway Arts Festival. Da waren Künstler aus der ganzen Welt und haben da eine Kunstwerke ausgestellt und das war wirklich spannend. Ich habe mit Kunst vorher nicht voll am Hut gehabt, aber war wirklich interessant, was da alles gibt. Zum anderen sind wir auch, weil es ja direkt am Atlantik war, Windsurfen gegangen, Kanufahren. Wir sind in die Stadt, haben die Pubs getestet und ja, wir haben auch Ausflüge unternommen, vor allem am Wochenende. Wir haben die Aran Islands, das ist so eine Inselkette vor Irland und wir haben auch das irische Hinterland einmal kennengelernt. Ja.
Und bei dir, Svenja?
Ja, bei mir war es ziemlich ähnlich. Also ich habe natürlich auch die Freizeit genutzt und Paris erkundet, das Land erkundet. Habe zum Beispiel auch das Interrail-Ticket, was du vorhin angesprochen hast. Ich habe mir auch ein Interrail-Ticket geholt und habe das genutzt, um Frankreich kennenzulernen, nicht nur Paris. Gerade in dem Jahr, wo ich so viel Zeit hatte, konnte ich natürlich die Wochenenden dann auch nutzen, um mal an die Côte d'Azur zu fahren oder eben die Westküste mir anzuschauen. Ich war in Lyon, Straßburg, im Norden in Etretat und habe das einfach gut ausgenutzt, das Interrail-Ticket. Und ja, ansonsten war mein Alltag so aufgebaut, dass ich vormittags tatsächlich Zeit hatte, mir Paris anzuschauen, in Museen zu gehen, was super ist, wenn man unter der Woche vormittags in Museen gehen kann, weil dann muss man nicht lang anstehen und nichts, weil natürlich alle anderen arbeiten sind. Für mich ging mein Arbeitstag dann tatsächlich erst um 12:30 Uhr los und ja, dann habe ich im Endeffekt den restlichen Tag gearbeitet. Und ansonsten könnte ich vielleicht noch kurz erzählen, ich war in Paris beim Arbeiten und habe dann aber bin in München immer noch zur Schule gegangen, weil ich im Anerkennungsjahr immer noch ein paar Schultage abzuleisten hatte. Es gab zwar auch die Möglichkeit, die online zu machen, ich wollte es aber für mich nicht online machen, weil das ganz viel Praktisches ist, was man da auch macht und bin entsprechend einmal im Monat zwischen Deutschland und Frankreich hin und her gependelt. Was natürlich zum einen total anspruchsvoll ist, aber zum anderen, darauf kommen wir auch gleich nochmal zu sprechen, habe ich dadurch die europäischen Werte total schätzen gelernt, wie eben diesen europäischen Wert der Freiheit, wie schön es eigentlich ist, dass wir uns innerhalb von Europa abends in den Zug setzen können und morgens in einem anderen Land aufwachen. Das war für mich einfach total praktisch.
Das freut mich richtig zu hören von euren Abenteuern und möchte jetzt nochmal als Fazit von euch wissen, was habt ihr aus dieser Zeit mitgenommen? Hat es euch nochmal anders geprägt? Ihr seid Bürger und Bürgerinnen von Europa. Hat dieses Praktikum hier beigetragen?
Also bei mir ist es so, ich sehe die EU nun mehr als eine Gemeinschaft. Die Leute vor Ort, die waren alle sehr aufgeschlossen und hilfsbereit. Jederzeit hast du zu denen hingehen können, hast irgendwas fragen können. Da war keiner, der dir irgendwie weggeschickt hat. Unter anderem ist auch in der EU das Reisen. Du hast keine Grenzkontrollen, du hast die gleiche Währung. Das ist alles sehr einfach, sehr unbürokratisch. Ich habe auch zudem noch gelernt, das Arbeiten im Ausland, das ist durchaus denkbar. Ich war früher nie voll unterwegs im Ausland, habe auch kaum Urlaub gemacht im Ausland und ich habe durch den Erasmus-Plus-Aufenthalt einfach gesehen, auch Firmen, wir haben 2 Firmenbesuche gehabt während der Zeit in Irland bei 2 Tech- oder IT- und Softwarefirmen und sie sind sehr interessiert, vor allem auch an deutschen oder generell international technisch visierten Mitarbeitern. Die Deutschen sind sehr angesehen, dass die sehr gute schulische Bildung haben. Also bei uns war das so, zwei Schüler von uns, die sich im IT- und Softwarebereich ein bisschen auskennt haben und mit den Mitarbeitern da geredet haben, die hätten sogar direkt ein Bewerbungsgespräch Einladung gekriegt. Und ja, nur zum Hintergrund, Irland ist sehr bekannt für gute Arbeitskräfte und niedrige Steuern, deswegen sind da auch ganz viele Tech-Riesen, also Apple, Twitter, Amazon, die haben da ihre Standorte und sind immer auf der Suche nach gutem Personal. Ja.
Ja, genau. Also ich würde da jetzt einfach anknüpfen. Für mich war Europa vorher eigentlich nur ein Begriff und wie ich jetzt schon gesagt habe, der europäische Wert Freiheit, was eigentlich hinter dem Begriff Europa steht, ist mir total bewusst geworden. Und ich habe auch, ähnlich wie du, Lukas, Europa als Arbeitsort kennengelernt. Mir ist bewusst geworden, dass ich als Erzieherin die Möglichkeit habe, eigentlich in jedem Land der Welt zu arbeiten. Also natürlich weltweit und europaweit. Es gibt überall auf der Welt deutsche Kindergärten, in denen ich arbeiten kann. Und durch Erasmus Plus hatte ich die Möglichkeit, das mal auszuprobieren. Wie ist es denn eigentlich, in einem bilingualen Umfeld zu arbeiten? Wie funktioniert das denn? Und ja, ansonsten ist mir noch bewusst geworden, mir ganz persönlich, wie wichtig mir eigentlich Heimat und Familie ist. Ich war davor immer viel unterwegs, mir war es eigentlich, ich dachte immer, Heimweh gibt es nicht, aber mir ist dann ziemlich schnell bewusst geworden, dass 5 Wochen dann doch recht lang sein können. Und ja, das war eigentlich schön zu sehen, auch die Heimat schätzen zu lernen und die Familie auch um sich herum zu haben. Das ist mir bewusst geworden, als ich dann tatsächlich weg war. Was überhaupt nicht negativ ist, das klingt jetzt vielleicht negativ, aber ja, es ist eigentlich total schön zu wissen, dass es uns hier zu Hause eigentlich auch gut geht.
Das ist ein Aspekt, den wir auch immer wieder hören, aber der ebenfalls gewinnbringend ist für einen persönlich, dass man in der Welt nochmal erkennt, wie schön es zu Hause sein kann. Vielen Dank für eure Erfahrung über das Praktikum, was es euch gebracht hat und wie es bei euch gelaufen ist. Und wir wollen im nächsten Schritt nochmal hören, wie genau der Auslandsaufenthalt auch im beruflichen Aspekt helfen kann. Und hier übergebe ich an dich, Martin.
Ja, vielen Dank an euch alle. Und wir wollen jetzt einmal von unserem internationalsten Gast, können wir sagen, aus eigener Erfahrung hören, welche Vorteile, welche soziales Empowerment dahinter stecken kann und welche Vorteile ihr dadurch generieren kann. Was denn der moderne Arbeitsmarkt, der Labor Market, über den wir sprechen und halt auch die moderne Berufsausbildung momentan für für Forderungen stellt und an welche wir uns adaptieren müssen. Das heißt, wir können Lina jetzt einmal fragen und wir bleiben uns auch treu der deutschsprachigen Übertragung, denn wir werden mit Lina jetzt ein englisches Interview führen, haben aber im Vorfeld schon mal mit ihr telefonieren können und ihr die Fragen schon mal stellen können. Das heißt, wir werden jetzt einmal noch die deutschen Übersetzungen in den kommenden Folien euch präsentieren. Und Lina arbeitet seit 18 Jahren mittlerweile im Bildungssektor und konnte international auf vielfältigsten Rollen ihrer beruflichen Karriere Erfahrungen sammeln. Sie hat angefangen als Lehrerin und in diesem Bildungssektor versucht sie nunmehr die Jugendliche, dieses Empowerment und die berufliche Bildung auch in einer Berufsprofession zu kombinieren mit dem direkten Einstieg in eine Karriere im Beruf und Einstellungsmöglichkeiten generell. Und dahingehend hat sie mit einem Firmenpartner zusammen Spielmann Consulting geschaffen. Also sie ist Mitbegründerin dieser Firmenberatung und durch diese internationalen Erfahrungen ist sie nun halt in der Lage, besonders vielfältig auf die Bedürfnisse von Ministerien, von Firmen, von Schulen und auch individuellen Personen reagieren zu können. Und in diesem Sinne kann sie uns auch Bericht geben, auf welche Kriterien es heutzutage in der Berufsbildung ankommt. Und da würde ich direkt halt mit der ersten Frage an Lina beginnen und wir spielen euch noch ihre deutschen Antworten dazu ein. Lina, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And my first question for you will be from an international experience working abroad. What are the future trends for the labor market and the needs that the youth, like you all, needs to be adapt to and which they need to plan in their professional careers?
Yeah, thank you for having me again. And as much as we think that when I speak to employers or to the companies, we expect them to tell us about their technical skills and their needs, but in reality, they keep telling us we're not worried about technical skills because we know that it will keep changing, the future is unpredictable. However, they say that we want young people who are able to work in any environment, to work with people with different cultures, and to be just, agile and adaptable. So hence, the more the young people accumulate over their career experiences locally and internationally, and being more active, not just in their studies, but also in other activities that create your personality, this is what the employers keep telling us. This is what we want. We want people who can adjust and learn with us. Technical skills, we're happy to teach them when they're needed. Yeah.
My next question will be, Lina, you shared that your company is established on two people, your partner and yourself, and you have like different backgrounds totally altogether. And those different backgrounds now help you to have a really diverse field of view and help so many different clients with the best possible advice. So can you tell me from your perspective how you learned so much from your international education and how you can now use all that that experience you gathered from abroad, and just tell us a bit of that story, what really makes us an international and really experience-based company.
Yes. So Spielmann is made of two people, Shabib and Baumann, and my partner is German, and he was active part of the Student European Union, so he's been traveling a lot around Europe and eventually internationally, and this is where we met in the Middle East. And I'm from Lebanon, and I was also living in different places. I studied abroad, worked abroad, and initially we made fun of each other, but then we realized that we can be good partners and bring something different because of the diversity of our backgrounds. So we established the company and we decided to solve problems internationally. Usually when we work with consultants, we have consultants who come and say, oh, this is how we do it back home. This is how we do it in Germany. This is how, And I think this was usually a trap because any client wants to feel heard and understood culturally, right? Like we want to learn from other countries, but how can we then make a solution fit in a certain culture with certain people? So this is how both our experiences, and because we speak different languages, we were able to connect with the more international clients. So we worked in the Middle East, we worked in South America, in Central Asia, and of course in Europe. And also the people who work with us now are our friends who we met from our international studies abroad. And so here we are. So it is an opportunity to create a network of friends who can eventually, you can do business, like not just to think that, oh, I will live only in one place all my life. Business can be very broad and it will take you places.
So this is exactly where I want to link to now, because more on a personal side, you're originally coming from Lebanon. You worked in so many different places all over the world, maybe Dubai or Berlin. Can you just tell me how it really changed the behavior of your personal experience? Like, how was it to settle down and start all over new again in each country, each place, and make new friends, maybe needing to fix some new problems in every country and stuff.
Yeah.
So what is your advice for the youth wanting to travel and wanting to start Erasmus internships and a professional career abroad with the help of those internships?
Yeah, so I remember my first exchange program I ever did was in Norway. I met Norwegian students on campus and I was very curious. So, okay, what if I go to Norway, what would happen? So I spoke to my professor. We did not have a setup. This was not part of the arrangement. Yeah, they were coming here, but then it's like, can we go also and learn from you? So I was a teacher and I did my practice training in Norway for 3 months. It was really interesting because I never lived that north and with the snow in -15. But it was really an eye-opening because then I also had to learn the language. I mixed with schools, with teachers, with students. But it took a lot of effort to bring it together. And every time I move to a new place or a new country later, like for work, I have to set up my visa, I have to get permission to travel, I have to set up my bank account. And like, it becomes, a routine that I started having more muscles for, but it's not easy. So it was always my own initiative. And when I see all of the initiatives you're doing here as part of the Euro Apprentice and part of the wider European identity and initiatives, I'm very, very impressed and I'm very happy because, I mean, for you, you have an opportunity that's, making it so easy to have this mobility, which is the original way of teaching and learning. People used to travel to meet the masters. And now you are also given the opportunity. You have the backing of a whole system, a whole network, a whole funding. So I really hope you take advantage and you make use of these great opportunities because you will create the best memories. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lina. Und was wir jetzt gerade in den letzten Sätzen wirklich festhalten sollten, das europäische Ausbildungssystem bietet uns so vielfältige Chancen und wir haben es gerade von Lina gehört, die internationale Erfahrungen schon ihr eigen nennen kann seit so vielen Jahren. Erasmus Plus bietet uns halt wirklich dieses sichere Backing, eine finanzielle Grundlage, auf der wir halt wirklich diese Bildungschancen für uns nutzen können. Und dieser Zugang zu diesen Förderungsmöglichkeiten und diesen Organisationsmöglichkeiten ist für unsere Berufskarriere, unsere Bildungsmöglichkeiten eine wahnsinnige Chance in Europa, die wir als Europäer für uns nutzen sollten. Und dafür stehen wir halt mit unseren persönlichen Erfahrungen und wollen diese an euch sozusagen motivierend weitergeben, dass ihr ähnliche Erfahrungen machen könnt und in eurem beruflichen Werdegang daran wachsen könnt. Danke, Lina.
Danke.
Ja, danke an der Stelle auch nochmal meinerseits an Martin und Lina für die internationalen Einblicke. Wir haben jetzt ganz viel gehört, oder ihr habt jetzt ganz viel gehört über uns. Wir hatten Martin, der uns die Initiative Euro Apprentices vorgestellt hat und Europa als vielfältige Gemeinschaft kennengelernt hat, die EU als die EU sieht als Hüterin unserer gemeinschaftlichen Werte. Wir hatten Elias, der einfach losgefahren ist, nach Brüssel ausgewandert ist, dort Manili-Brand aufbaut. Wir haben von seinen Erfahrungen gehört. Theresa hat uns nochmal Beratungsnetzwerke vorgestellt, die euch helfen können, mit Erasmus Plus ins Ausland zu gehen. Lukas und ich haben euch nochmal kurz erzählt, wie es bei uns denn war, als wir im Ausland waren. Und Lina hat uns nochmal aufgezeigt, wie schön es ist, dass wir mit Erasmus Plus eben, wie Martin schon gesagt hat, dieses Gesamtpackage eigentlich haben, um international das nutzen zu können und Erfahrungen international sammeln zu können. Und jetzt wollen wir gern von euch noch hören, also eure Fragen hören. Habt ihr Anliegen an uns? Habt ihr noch irgendwelche Anliegen, die ihr loswerden wollt? Habt ihr noch Fragen an uns? Ja, und wollten euch auch noch mal bitten, dass ihr vielleicht noch mal kurz auf Slido auch reinschreibt, was ihr aus der Diskussionsrunde heute mitnehmt. Das ist einfach nur ein kurzes Feedback auch an uns. Das bleibt auch anonym, das geht nicht wieder, das wird nicht in die Welt getragen, das ist tatsächlich einfach für uns in eigener Sache. Und ansonsten, ja, gehört euch das Wort.
Nutzt die Gelegenheit, wir haben hier einige Experten in der Runde sitzen, die euch jetzt beraten könnten, wenn ihr denn vorhabt, solch eine Karrierechance zu nutzen mit Erasmus+. Und ansonsten freuen wir uns natürlich über jegliches Feedback. Ansonsten wäre das unsere Runde gewesen und wir bedanken uns für eure Aufmerksamkeit und hoffen natürlich, dass ihr was für euch selber mitnehmen konntet und genießt den Rest des European Youth Events und vergesst Erasmus Plus auf keinen Fall. Spread the word und viel Spaß noch.
Danke für eure Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank. Wir sind auch ein bisschen hier, falls lieber Fragen im Einzelgespräch gestellt werden wollen. Dann kommt gerne auf uns zu. Im blauen T-Shirt sind die Euro-Apprentices zu sehen.
Das ist ein sehr guter Hinweis. Wir sind natürlich auch den Rest des Tages noch hier in den Hallen unterwegs. Also, whatever comes to your mind, just speak to us. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us at this session. Voters and experts, grassroots think tanks as spaces for youth engagement. Also, warm welcome to those watching the live stream. We're going to explore a different side of youth participation that we didn't see as much in the last days. We talked a lot about how young people could be motivated to vote, how they can make a bigger impact in the political system. But we are really trying to explore together with you the way that also young people can act as experts and contribute their specific knowledge on the most pressing policy problems that concern them. My name is Etienne Hörer. I'm president of Polis 180, and I'll be presenting this workshop together with my colleague Lena Wittenfeld.
Yeah, hi, I'm Lena Wittenfeld, and I'm the co-head of the program Gender and International Politics, one of the programs that are part of Polis 180, and I'm looking forward to have this workshop with you.
Right, so the idea of this is to make this as interactive as possible, so we would like to start with a question to you in the audience. Who among you has already heard the principle grassroots, or has been in contact with the idea of grassroots engagement? Please raise your hands. Okay, there's kind of 2-3 people. Our first question to you would be, how do you actually understand grassroots? What is grassroots for you? And we also have a microphone for you so that you can maybe share your perspective. So please raise your hand again so that you're visible. Yeah, over there, Luisa.
Is this on? Oh, yeah.
It is on.
Yeah, so I think grassroots is like sort of a bottom-up approach, so that the start of action comes from the bottom and does inspire action into the higher up levels, kind of.
Thank you. It's a bottom-up approach. It starts from the bottom. We also have one person over there. Can you maybe raise your hand again? Maybe they're timid now, but we can also give the floor to you over there.
Influencing decision-making through the process of talking with policymakers and actually engaging with them physically. I know grassroots from another point of view, but maybe it has the same, I don't know, starting. I have no idea.
Yeah, but this is also very grassroots, actually, that you bring your ideas and what you connect to the concept. So very welcome, and thanks for your perspectives. I now hand over to Lena to walk us a bit through the day.
Yes, so what's our plan today? So first of all, we want to give you an introduction into what is actually a grassroots think tank. So to kind of give our idea and where we also come from. And then we show you a bit of our work to give you a few examples, how it could look like. So how do we do grassroots? And then it's about you, and it's also about the European Union, of course. And then we kind of have a bit of a conclusion, a bit of how to go from here, and then it's a wrap. So that's what we will do. And first of all, the concept has 2 parts. So we have the grassroots parts, but we also have the think tank concept in there. And like generally, a think tank is understood in various forms. So there isn't just one form of a think tank. It can have like different organizational forms, and every think tank is a bit different in the way it's organized. However, there are a few things that are generally there in every think tank. Sorry. And a think tank can be independent, so it can stand on its own, but it can also be connected to other organizations or to universities, even to the government or to corporations. And so a think tank generally wants to do output and conduct research on different topics, so it can be social topics, environmental topics, political, economic topics. And here it depends also a bit where it is located. So if it's not independent, it might also be influenced by the organization it is attached to. And the objectives, so what does a think tank generally aims at? A think tank wants to influence the public opinion and the policy decision making. So it wants to give input from the think tank's point of view and kind of offer new perspectives or perspectives related to the think tank's idea. It wants to offer knowledge and expertise, so it wants to give kind of data, for example, or policy briefs. And it also wants to provide a platform for exchanging knowledge and different knowledges. So if we think about this classical think tank concept, we can ask, okay, what goes wrong from a youth perspective? So if we take a look at think tanks, what could be problems? And first of all, the question is, where are the young people in think tanks? So there is a lack of diversity, there is a lack of inclusivity. So there also goes transparency, so a lack of transparency. Young people cannot take a look into think tanks because they are not present. And then it's also the question, are they really independent? If they are connected to other organizations or the government and so on, are they independent, or are they kind of biased by political positions, for example? Also, there's a lack of priority on pressing issues from a young perspective. So, for example, social, political, environmental issues are not viewed from a youth perspective, but from the perspective of the think tank that lacks the youth input. And then the communication gap kind of exists because there might be some output, but the output might also be super technocratic or unclear, or it just comes out of the think tank without knowing where it comes from. So it's also related to the problem of transparency. So, then we thought, like, okay, what happens if we put in grassroots? So there are tensions that are going to occur. So if we have this concept of think tanks that is like really general, but also has a specific tag on it, and then we put in grassroots, we have like fundamental tensions happening. So we have this power critical grassroots idea. So questioning, okay, who has the power? What are the hierarchies? How do the hierarchies reproduce power? And then we have think tanks that have a bit more of a, we could say, classical idea of power. So they reproduce power hierarchies. They often have hierarchies in the think tanks and very clear-cut positions. So here's the first tension, and then we have, we already have heard bottom-up, so we have this grassroots idea of working bottom-up and kind of give a broad group of people the possibility to influence and then give the ideas upwards. And on the other hand, we have this think tank idea, the think tank that stands on top and kind of passes down the ideas that it has, so more of this top-down approach. And then lastly, grassroots is a very inclusive idea, so everybody should be included. There should be possibilities also and make room for everybody to be included. We will hear about this in a bit. And on the other hand, we have this exclusive character of think tanks, and this clashes with the grassroots idea.
Right, so one might ask if we throw those two concepts together, which are a bit like fire and water, so to speak. If you have grassroots on the one hand and a think tank and think tank work on the other, how could that look like, and then what happens then? It's kind of an experiment that we did there, but for us it means, firstly, inclusive practice of knowledge production, so that we don't have like those experts in their back rooms and then nobody really knows what they're doing, but really spaces where knowledge is produced in a way where people can participate also on equal footing, and where things are transparent, where you don't have to know all the experts in the room to find out what's happening, but we can just stop by and join and chime in. And the most important aspect, or one of the most important aspects for our work, is actually this idea of having self-organized spaces for youth, where it's not about someone creating a space where you can participate in a space which is made for youth participation by old people, but where young people really shape the way that they want to work and shape the topics that they want to work on. This is really the best way to make an impact and not to keep people engaged, to give them a voice. It's about self-empowerment in a sense, but it's also about collective empowerment in the sense that we're doing this together, people are doing this together, and it's not about the individual expert that stands out, but really about this collective impact and this impact as a young generation. Of course, ideas of equality and inclusion are also very dear to our hearts, simply because this is one of the biggest problems in politics we have today, and our approach is really meant to try to at least change this at the grassroots and at the level we are at. So a few words about how this actually looks in our work at Polis 180, a grassroots think tank and foreign and European affairs. So our vision really is to be the most innovative center of ideas and talent by and for young experts, and to give them, as an inclusive platform, the opportunity to significantly influence foreign and European policy decisions. So really, young experts influencing big policy issues that young people care about. And the mission we created for ourselves is to really break with established patterns of foreign policy which are exclusive, and to develop new ideas really at the grassroots without some of the constraints that sometimes paralyze the landscape that we work in. And we also try to be a bridge between different societal groups, because at least from our experience, young people, they're super engaged, they have innovative ideas, they have a lot of energy, but a lot of the time they feel very disconnected from politics. And the way that we create spaces where they can bring their own ideas, where they can discuss and rethink and envision ideas for European policy, it's really how we see our impact and how we try to really shape European policy for the better. Maybe a few words on the background, how we got there, because it's maybe not very obvious how this works in foreign policy. So our initial diagnosis, or the diagnosis back when Polis was created, is that young people, in the first place, they think very differently about many topics in foreign European policy. For instance, with our partners at Kerber Foundation, we learned that young people actually are a lot more worried about geopolitics, and especially Russia, in the current context than older generations. Young people want more engagement from Germany in the international realm, whereas other generations actually want less. And young people care a lot more about issues related to human rights and climate change and many other issues that link actually their day-to-day lives with the big foreign policy questions we're looking at. So this is the first step. This is why it's also so problematic that young people are so underrepresented in the institutions. I mean, we heard it yesterday, there are so few young MEPs, there are so few young diplomats, there are also so few young think tankers that actually shape policy and are part of those spaces. And this is connected to our third sort of argument, which is that if young people had the choice and if young people were the people calling the shots, so to speak, they would make very different policy decisions. When we were founded in 2015, this is also very related to Brexit, where we saw very clearly young people voted to remain, young people voted to remain in overwhelming majorities, but because they were not as represented in those discourses, and because many actually didn't feel that they could have an impact, and many didn't care to go vote, the decision was made as it was made. So this is really why we feel, or why we felt back then, we needed a space where those three obstacles could be overcome. And we would like to now share a few examples from our work, because I mean, what we did now was a bit abstract, was a bit theoretical also, to understand really how grassroots and think tanks clash, but how they can also be connected. And I'd now like to hand over to Lena to present a few examples from our work.
Yeah, thank you. So in Polis 180 we have different programs, and I'm representing the Gender and International Politics program, so I brought an example from there. So we have this project on feminist foreign policies. and we call it an ongoing journey through global policies. And this project came to life because in our program, like 2 years ago, we started to talk a lot about feminist foreign policy, and everybody was super concerned of where it's going, but also very hopeful because Germany wanted to have a feminist foreign policy. And we were also included into the process of how Germany got this feminist foreign policy. And so this project kind of started from our interests, so from the bottom. And here we have papers and blog posts, but we also do a lot of events. And in these events, we try to focus on questions we have and then discuss them with experts. So for example, we talked with a Swedish academic about the F word. So feminist is kind of a trigger, so to say, for some people, and how can we deal with that? How can we kind of also answer to critique concerning the F word? And then we had also an event about a feminist foreign policy for the European Union. Could that even work? Is that even possible? And this we did in a super special format. So we do have this format that is called Polles kocht, Polles cooks, and our idea is to bring together experts and young people in a room that is super laid back, so it's not this panel situation where the expert's sitting up on a stage and you have to listen and then ask questions, but from the beginning to get together and talk to each other in an informal way. And that's what we're doing. So we are cooking together. So we're doing the groceries and then everybody's coming in and we are preparing the food together. And while we're preparing, we already talk about the topic and also exchange ideas. And then we come together, as you can see, in a kind of a big circle, sitting together, eating, and then we also have a discussion. And this is super nice because it's really, everybody feels more confident to ask questions also when we come together at the table because everybody knows each other. And then we are often putting out a blog post about what was discussed and also where to go from here.
Right. Let me just have a brief statement that's not entirely related, because this is a very special workshop, not only because of the topic and because of you as the audience, but there's actually a piano coming on the stage in a few minutes. So if they're coming, the technicians, don't be irritated. Things are continuing as normal, but that might have a bit of an impact, but it won't take long. So back to our work. The third aspect that we'd like to share with you is really our international network, because of course, speaking of international affairs, of European affairs, it's also important to have partners and allies abroad to really connect diverse perspectives, not only from one single country and from one single region within Europe, but we really a proud member of the Open Think Tank Network with our partners Voraus in Switzerland, Agora in the UK, and Ponto in Austria, which are all grassroots think tanks like ourselves who share this vision of bringing young people into foreign affairs to develop really constructive ideas on the future of all of this. And it's great fun working with them, especially because it is also such a diverse network, and our formats and approaches complement each other very, very nicely. So if one of you is from one of those countries, also feel free to reach out to our friends, because they do great work, and it's always good to reach out. Okay, so our next part is actually one where we'd like to hear from you and to make it a bit interactive, because this is a workshop and this is about grassroots. So what's more obvious than really bring you into the discussion? And the way we're going to do this is that we're going to hand out a few papers and a few pens. Please bring the pens back afterwards, after the end of the session. We're going to hand out a few papers and have you discuss a few questions in small groups, and then sort of try to collect all of your ideas and responses to really also get your perspective on those issues, because it's a great space to do that, and we're really looking forward to hear what you come up with. So the first question that we would like you to answer and to think about is whether you would say that the idea of grassroots, whether it's explicit or implicit, is actually present in your engagement, in your political engagement maybe, and also what grassroots means for your work in that regard, but in the broadest sense. If you're a volunteer in an association, for instance, what would it mean there? What does it mean there? So we thought you could get together in groups of like 4 people because that's a good size, and we're going to give you like 12 minutes and then try to collect a few of your answers. So we're now going to hand out the papers and yeah, give it to you. Danke. wir können so 2, 3 Gruppen anhören, oder? Dafür haben wir Zeit. Und dann moderiere ich das ab, dann moderiere ich dich an mit dieser Europafolie, oder? Also wir sind jetzt sicher, dass das deine ist. Sind wir? Ja, wenn nicht, kann ich ergänzen. Okay, haben wir eine Person, die das Mikro rumnimmt? Oder kannst du das machen? Luisa hat es da liegen. Right. So I saw that many people had a very active discussion. We'd now like to make a quick round with a few voices and perspectives on what grassroots means to you and your commitment. Does anyone want to go first? Lena has a microphone, so you can be heard in the room here. I know that many of you wrote a lot, so. Can I maybe ask the group from Meet EU, Lars? You want to say something?
What? Yeah. Meet you also. Okay. Hi. Yes, I'm a part of Meet You alongside Lars and Nina. And so what we wrote down is that while we do not, as Meet You, really consider ourselves as grassroots, we can be considered because we actually do engage ourselves for democracy. And so while this term didn't really come up before, it's true that the definition does come alongside what we do, because we organize like weekly events with decision makers to empower democracy and discussion, right? And on a personal level, I would say that I'm not really politically engaged, but if I were to be, I should be more on a local level, because that's, at the end of the day, is how you impact people directly, right? It's how you get into discussion and to the issues and how you actually solve matters. So I think I should.
Right. I think that's a very interesting perspective, also considering that not everything that is grassroots actually has the label grassroots, but if you think of it, it plays a role in a lot of initiatives, especially by youth. Any other group that would like to share their thoughts? Over there.
Hello, thank you. So before now, we didn't know much about grassroots, actually. Didn't have any idea. But after seeing the presentation and hearing something, we think that the first environment where we see it is in the university life. Personally, we study political sciences, but I think also in many other faculties, you can talk about it. So then what does grassroots mean in our work? I would say still in the university environment, when you debate with colleagues about issues, nowadays issues, or with professors also, but also talking about the power of the media and the social media. And I think that's really grassroots, because everyone has access to them and to the issues around the world instantly. Thank you.
Thank you, very interesting. I think we have time for this one, for one final group to present their thoughts. Maybe one of the groups here in front, maybe over there, yeah, there's one hand. Thank you.
So we were thinking that grassroots are organizations that fill a political void. For example, we were like thinking about Fridays for Future, which has been a large movement to push for climate action. And some of us have been involved in organizations or newly founded parties that actually fill a void in the political spectrum. So there is a lack of young leftist voices in European politics, and I would say we all are against performative politics, which tell us how to think about Europe or how to think about European values. That's why we are founding or why we belong to grassroots organizations, to give a new perspective on the political landscape and issues, basically. That's it.
That's also a very interesting addition. It sort of fills a void, and I think this is also one of the crucial aspects of grassroots, that if you feel that there's something missing, or if there's a topic that you care about a lot, and there's no initiative on that yet, you can just go there, you can build something very, very easily, a bit like a startup in a sense, and just do it. I think that's a very great addition to the debate. So, if no one else has any pressing thoughts to share on that, there's someone over there.
I mean, for me, it was also pretty similar because I also see Fridays for Future as, like, at least to me, like a grassroots organization that is connected to the youth and to me personally. And I think we kind of saw like a spectrum, because I was also in the European Youth Parliament, and I would say that's like a middle ground between grassroots and think tanks. And EYE, that's more like, I feel like that would be more like top down, so more like a think tank. But it's still connected to the youth, and I think it empowers people to do more like grassroots action. So I think it's not disconnected from grassroots action.
Right, thank you. And I think that's also one point where the idea of solidarity could come in, because there's so many different ways to do grassroots, and there's so many different ways to be engaged as a young person, and each organization has sort of their own approach to do it. But I think if we recognize each other's commitments, there's a lot of space to learn from each other and to support each other as well, even if organizations are very different. Some are more structured maybe, some are less grassroots than others, but there's a lot of value to different approaches. And with that, I'd like to hand back to Lena, who's going to talk a bit about what we are doing regarding the European elections and also the next institutional cycle.
Yeah, as promised, we're also going to talk about the European Union. And we have this project for the elections called Discuss, Rethink, Envision Europe at the Grassroots. And here we want to offer the room for doing exactly that. So discussing, but also rethinking, envisioning, put in our perspective. And yeah, here we have different kind of actions that also came up from our members and the people involved, from our volunteers. So we have this Europa kocht, so I talked about it before, this cooking format, but we also have the Summer of Europe, it's called. So it's kind of the opportunity to put in blog posts, to put in different kinds of written formats or similar to present your ideas, and then we're going to do a publication on that. But we also have different events. So we have the workshop here, for example, and we have different programs doing different events on different topics, and then also a Euromat, so you can check who to vote for, who fits best to your interests and perspectives. And lastly, we do an election program check, so from a youth perspective. So we're going to take a look at all the different party election programs, and then we're going to evaluate them and kind of take in the expertise we have. So we're doing it also from our foundation upwards, so everybody can put in their perspective, their interest, but also their expertise. So we're using the expertise in our think tank and gonna put that together. But you also see that there's still like more possibilities to come, so it really depends also on what everybody wants to do and what everybody wants to get engaged with. So to have this as an example, we want to take a second round in the groups also, so that you can not just think about it a bit more, now a bit more directly on the European Union. So how can grassroots ideas make European policy making more inclusive? So what could be done? Why grassroots? And how could these ideas be put into practice? So you can also be creative, think about, I don't know, formats, things to do. So what would be possible? And yeah, we would hand out a few more cards if you need it and give you a few more minutes, like maybe also 10 minutes, and then gonna get back together and also do a wrap up. All right. So I saw that other groups discussed quite a bit, so I would be super interested to hear a bit about what your ideas are and maybe also your ideas about practices or things to do in practice. So is there someone who wants to give a bit of an insight into the group discussion you had so everybody can take part in it? Yeah, thank you very much.
So we had this idea of an organization that is dedicated to EU citizens' assemblies and that basically works out concepts of how or which policies can be broken down into informations that are accessible to most citizens or all citizens, and then these concepts can be translated and adapted by several countries of the EU, and that would ensure the participation of a lot of groups that don't really feel like they're part of the EU yet, or they feel like these policies are way far away from their living reality.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. That's a super interesting idea to kind of create a space also for making engagement possible at the first place. Is there another group who wants to add an idea or thought? It can also be something completely else. So, I mean, grassroots is diverse, so. Thank you.
So, it's interesting to hear my voice via microphone. First time feeling it. Okay, so our idea was answering the first question. We think that we put a question, put a question like what makes, what means to be more inclusive. And for us, more inclusive is involving as many voices and views as possible. And the grassroots, as an organizations, like mainly containing, the youth, make the perspectives of the youth heard within the, for example, I don't know, EU policy making, I would say. And answering the second questions, how can those ideas be put into perspective? Well, by, let's say, creating events like the one we are at today, and speaking about grassroots, speaking about possibilities of influencing, of making your voice heard. And also there is a difference between hearing the voices and implementing them in the policymakers' strategies. That's what we also came up with. There's a difference between sharing ideas in the grassroots or at events like this, and between actually implementing them within some EU policies. For that, we need a strong communication and some institutions maybe between grassroots and EU institutions. So that was our idea.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, this gap between grassroots and then bringing it up. So we have the bottom, but how to bring it up, super interesting. Yeah, thank you very much. And also this, we're not alone, so we are maybe more heard when we're together. Yeah, thank you very much. Is there another group that would like to add? Yeah, thank you.
I mean, most of what we said was already said, but the only, I think, a detail we talked about is how what we mean by inclusive is not only young people, but also especially marginalized communities that are not represented at all in politics, especially regarding social issues or climate injustice. And I think grassroots is a great way to make those voices heard. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for sharing that as well. All right. Are there any other thoughts or maybe also questions that came up while you discussed in the groups? No? All right. Okay. Then we come to the last part, the wrapping up part. What do we do about it now?
Okay, so we did quite the journey together today, didn't we? We started with this idea of what is a think tank, but what maybe is also an issue with traditional models of think tanking. We saw that a lot of them are very exclusive, a lot of them are also very related to certain power structures in society, related to gender, related to all other kinds of discriminations and marginalizations. And we also saw what maybe happens if you throw in grassroots and if you throw in this idea of self-organized spaces. And even just the format that we chose, and that we are very thankful that you went through with us, this format where people could really come together and speak their mind and think, what does grassroots mean for me? How can we include this in European policy making? I think that's been a very interesting experience, and really also lots of food for thought for our own work. But this is not the end. We've also seen that grassroots think tanks and grassroots organizations in general are also spaces for personal growth, because even just giving young people the opportunity to really go there, to organize something, to make their voices heard, even just to take the stage like we're doing it now, and so many other people are doing it as we're speaking at this event. It's very powerful, because it really shows young people like ourselves that they can have an impact, and that they can be listened to in those discourses that are often very exclusive, and where their voices, their priorities often don't really play the biggest role. And another aspect that we would really also like to highlight, because it's very important to our own work, is that grassroots organizations and maybe also grassroots think tanks like ours and our partners can and should play a role for societal cohesion, because we live in an era where polarization is really big and gets bigger. If you think of the discourse on social media, it's sometimes very discouraging, because sides don't really talk to each other, and there's lots of voices. I think we also heard that in one of the discussion round. There's lots of voices and perspectives that are just drowned out in all the noise, and that aren't really listened to. And we believe that the antidote to this is really to create more self-organized spaces where those people can make their own voices heard, where they can listen to each other, and really also create solutions that are more inclusive and more reflective of what all kinds of different groups in society and all kinds of different walks of life also think and see as their priorities. Because as you also saw in the beginning, sometimes established think tanks are not the best actors at really catching young people's priorities, catching, for instance, the importance of the climate urgency, catching social inequalities, discrimination. So I think it's really important to add to that and really try to make the landscape more inclusive at our level, which is sometimes a challenge, sometimes very difficult to actually be listened to, because decision makers are not very used to that kind of organizational model. Decision makers are very used to hyper-professionalized think tanks, which they already know, which have 10 studies per year, which have all the experts with all the PhDs and all of that. But to really create this sort of transmission belt between what happens in society, what happens with young people, for instance, but what happens with all kinds of social groups and society groups, and to bring this into decision makers' minds, I think this is one of the core challenges that we have in the current policy environment, and one of the core contributions as well that grassroots organizations and also grassroots think tanks can make. You want to add anything on that, Lena? Yes. So we also have a few questions to wrap up with you together, because, as we said, it's not about us on the stage, but really about the room and about what each one of you brings to this space, because we heard so many interesting perspectives, and we'll be excited to hear more about this. So the next question we would like to ask, because this is such a European space, and I mean, even just us coming together from all kinds of different countries, I know of at least 5 different nationalities present in the audience, and there's probably a lot more. So our next question would be, to what extent can transnational grassroots activism also contribute to a more inclusive EU, and maybe also to making the EU institutions more inclusive? We heard something, for instance, about citizens' assemblies, but there could be all kinds of different ways. And I think it would be very interesting to take the final minutes of this workshop to really hear from you how we can together make an impact on those aspects and areas, because this is just the best space and an occasion to discuss this issue at a European Youth event. So are there any ideas and perspectives on that? I'd be very interested to hear that. And there's also going to be a microphone, so you wouldn't have to shout. Apparently there's an issue with the microphone. Can you try it again?
No? Okay, great. Hi, so it's me again. I think that it's extremely important, just because I live in France, and we have a very I think Western Europe idea of how Europe works, and there's always this kind of I think disparities. I think disparities is the best word, describing how you perceive and expect different things from the European Union, coming from the West or from the East. Also from the north, from the south, of course. And I think, for example, the Commission launched a citizens panel initiative recently, on which they talk about a very global aspect. So, for example, there was one recently where I was about energy sufficiency, about how to correctly and efficiently use energy. And so they invited everyone from 150 people from across Europe, just talking about this issue. And it was super interesting to see how each country had their own goals, and how each country, how each member, how each representative of the country actually expected and saw this opportunity or the challenges behind this. So yeah, I think to a more inclusive EU, we need to be transnational and go beyond the language barriers.
Thank you, Eduard, for sharing that. Any other perspectives on this important issue? I see a hand over there.
So I would totally agree. For example, I'm part of Volt, and this transnational approach just gives you access to so many different perspectives and insight into so many different heads, also from different regions of Europe. However, a challenge that I have experienced with that is just simply the organization on how to bring so many people together. We do have a digital platform for that, but even the digital platform is very disorganized. So that's definitely something that needs to be taken into consideration. But other than that, I think transnationality is one of the very important points in today's globalized world, just to have the possibility to consider most, or at least as many perspectives as possible when making policies and thinking about inclusion.
Thank you. Maybe if you can keep the microphone for a bit, because I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Yeah, go on.
Because one thing that we thought about a lot during the preparation is actually how to build those transnational grassroots networks, because grassroots a lot of the time is very locally based. It's mostly about people's own social networks, basically, people they know in the neighborhoods. So how did you, in your organization, manage to make this really a pan-European thing? Because I know that Volt is present in so many countries, and how do you do it?
Yeah, that's true. So mostly, as you said, we are very local. So, for example, I'm part of my local team, but I'm also part of my regional team. So I'm from Germany, for context. And how we kind of connect is mainly via this platform that we have. And there are weekly events regionally, but also, for example, we have involved a youth sub-organization, I would say. It's called Volt Violet. And we also meet regularly online, usually, because, of course, it's really hard to meet in person when you're from all over Europe. So that's the main way we connect, just digitally. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because this is, I think, one of the challenges, to really bring those people together and also bring them together in a meaningful way that they kind of know each other and know that they are part of a common project. And there's so many interesting approaches to tackling this. So thank you for sharing that. I see one over there.
Hi, thanks. This is gonna sound like a hit at Vault, and in a way it is, but I think one of the biggest challenges that we can learn exactly from Vault, and I say this being from a political party in Portugal, but liking Vault Germany and Vault Netherlands very much. However, I can tell the differences when it comes to Vault Portugal, for instance. And that's one of the challenges I wanted to get at, is that you either have this externally imposed hierarchy and kind of a very strict rule set, or you have variability. And with variability comes a lot of good difference and a lot of bad difference that kind of deviates from the common purpose or the common goal that a broader group of people should have. So you risk, I'm not saying this is inevitable, but you risk kind of diluting your message and your aim and straying towards some other different perspectives, goals, etc., thus lowering the probability that your initial goal is achieved. That's one of the challenges. Sorry, Vault representative. I like Vault Germany.
Yeah, thank you also for pointing out that aspect, because and of course, the old model has challenges, and then grassroots organization has lots of challenges as well. And I think the one you alluded to, which is to really create something coherent and something stable, is a challenge, and something that maybe is not as easy to achieve if there's a lot of volatility. But this is also exactly what attracts a lot of, especially young people, because you can't just go there, you can do your thing, so to speak. And at least in my personal environment, that's also what sort of deterred a lot of people from traditional political parties, because at least in Germany, the way it works is that you have to join your local association, you spend a lot of time there, there's lots of old people who call all the shots, and that's sometimes a bit discouraging. So lots of different aspects to be raised about all the models, obviously. I think one aspect that I personally would be very interested in, and that I wonder whether there's someone who could share a perspective on this, is actually the one raised by Edouard, which is about connecting more with different parts of Europe, because, and you probably saw it in our presentation, also on the slide where we were talking about our international network. It's international, but it's not extremely broad. It's all Western, Northern Europe. And we'd be very interested actually in your perspective on ways to connect this also more to Southern Europe, for instance, to Central and Eastern Europe, because I feel this is just so important to have a meaningful discussion about the future of Europe, to include really all the parts of it, and then maybe also the Eastern Partnership countries, because otherwise it's a very narrow perspective that definitely needs some additions. Are there any thoughts on that?
Well, I am from Romania, and as a representative here of my country, I can say that we are always trying to find political solutions to social problems and to cultural problems, as this one. We cannot talk about structurizing people in some categories, trying to find some kind of, I don't know, solution to put them in groups so that they can understand each other. No, we need people to understand those cultures more. We need to connect through how they were born, how they were raised. I cannot know the struggles about a person that lived in Germany, and you cannot know my struggle as a person that's living in Romania. And I personally cannot care a lot about your problems, as I do have my own. And I think that is more important, to connect socially, to connect to another level. We are trying to do everything so superficially that we forget that we are humans in the end. And I think it's more about being acknowledged and having knowledge on this type of information. You are trying to connect with Eastern Europe, but you first have to know the history of Eastern Europe. You have to know the social problems of Eastern Europe. Not only the fact that Eastern Europe has 75% youth, 35% that. We are not percentage, we are not just people that are part of something. We are actually humans that have needs. And I think that's the most important. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on that question?
I mean, this is not necessarily a problem regarding transnational activism, but I think in general in the EU, to get politically active, it's more like people from a more wealthier background, not necessarily, for example, their school. Not all schools have programs that foster political engagement in their students. For example, I mean, my personal example is the European Youth Parliament, and in my school, it's it's encouraged, but I know that most schools that participate in it are good schools, quote unquote, or even to participate, you have to pay a participation fee, or you have to pay the travel fees, and even if not all schools can afford to pay that for their students, and a lot of political action or political engagement for young people is still very exclusionary. For example, the European Youth Parliament session in Portugal, I attended, it was a lot of schools from the north of Portugal and less from the south, and I think that shows already some social differences in which schools get to and which students get to attend to such events, and yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot for both of your answers, because I think what they really pointed out very nicely is that we should always keep in mind this social component, that the background from which people speak matters a lot, and that we should really try to understand each other on that level. I think that's why solidarity is such an important aspect of grassroots, because we really need to try to acknowledge each other and to understand where we come from and why maybe some people have different starting conditions, and how we could try to come together around that instead of, as you said, thinking numbers, thinking percentages. And it's really also about human connection. I think that's very important to keep in mind. Okay, I think we have a bit of room for any other questions or comments on the whole of the workshop, because we also wanted to give you a bit more time to react to all that you heard and all that you also discussed in the groups. So if anyone would like to share anything else, it's very welcome at this point. Yeah, there's someone over there.
Thanks. So I was just wondering, because the events you did, are you Berlin-based, or are you operating in different cities as well? Do you do events just in Berlin, or?
We actually do different kinds of events in different locations. So we have a very active regional group, for instance, in the Rhine region, Bonn. And we're also trying to start up a few new regional chapters. We used to have a very big one in Munich, for instance. And the idea is really to also have local structures, because grassroots is very local. Grassroots is also a lot about meeting in person. So that's something we try to achieve. Otherwise, we also do a lot of online events at the moment, because simply it's become the new normal since COVID. So different ways to be involved. We are active in Brussels from time to time, actually. So it's all very distributed, and grassroots also in that sense, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I would wrap it up at this point. I also share our Instagram and our website if you would like to learn more and maybe also to be involved, because we're always very open to people joining, to people bringing their own ideas and projects. This is what we're all about. So please let us know. We also have a stand upstairs if you would like to learn more. Maybe also have a bit of merch. And yeah, thank you for joining us. It's been a very engaging debate. And I hope you have a nice rest of the eye. Thank you. Okay, so a small service announcement after this. If you still have the pens and the papers, please hand them back, because we were trying to reuse them in the spirit of sustainability. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. We are going to start with a panel in 5 minutes with representatives from the United Nations Development Program, as well as the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and a former MEP, as well as G20 delegates. Please take your to participate in the panel and join the discussion. We are waiting for everyone at the main stage. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. I would like to introduce to you our moderator for this panel today, Hannah Koch. She is the G20 delegate for Germany, and she will be contributing to this discussion today. So, Hannah, please come here. Thanks a lot for being here. And
yeah, welcome everyone to the Cinema Colosseum, to all interested listeners here on site, but also those at home on the screens. It's great that you're all here. Today's event is dedicated to the blue flags of the European Union as well as of the United Nations. Firstly, we would like to extend a warm welcome to the Director of the German Representation Office of the UN Development Programme, UNDP, Ms. Melanie Hauenstein, as well as the G20 and G7 Youth Summit delegate, Ms. Isabel Steidl. Furthermore, we warmly welcome the head of the Berlin office of UNIDO, the UN Industrial Development Organization, Dr. Olaf Deutschbein, and with special thanks, the former member of the European Parliament for the Left Party in Germany, former member of the German Parliament, and now the top candidate of the newly founded BSW for the 2024 European elections, Mr. Fabio De Masi. Please welcome warmly with us our today's panelists. All of you can now come on stage now. Welcome to our podium. Come up here. So it's so great to welcome you all here on a Saturday to discuss current global challenges in the context of an increasingly fragmented world, together on the podium of the European Youth Parliament 2024. Thank you very much for that. The so-called Human Development Report 2023-24 was newly published by the United Nations. It clearly shows radicalization, populism, and nationalism based on an increasing polarization create a standstill that threatens the future of multilateral cooperation and international development. It is not only here in Germany that public funding for international development cooperation is currently declining. However, the world needs the exact opposite to fight current global challenges. Therefore, maybe the first question to you, dear Isabel, since you are representing the younger generation today, which must face the longest time of their lives with the consequences of current global developments. Where do you see the most pressing global challenges these days? What were your experiences and impressions during the Y20 negotiations in that context?
Thank you so much, dear Hannah, and thank you so much for having us here talking about this important topic. For me personally, and I think for many of you that I can see here in the audience, I think the climate crisis, with having 6 of 9 planetary boundaries already exceeded, is the most threatening concern. And as we see that our future is literally on stake, it shows us that it's a really dangerous threat, but it's also an opportunity to rethink the way how we see our societies, how we structure things, how we value our environment, how we value trade, what kind of prices we take and if they are fair. And so I think climate and seeing the consequences of climate change can also make us creative and open for new ideas. And this is what I experienced at the G20 Youth Summit. So just in short, a brief explanation, the G20 Youth Summit is a kind of institutionalized organization according to the G20. There are many institutional stakeholders and youth is one of them. So youth delegates from all the G20 member states came together and we worked out a final communique where we demanded different policies to our state leaders. For us, this year, I think it was crucial to show that we need to be ambitious, that we cannot leave a Paris Agreement just there as like a kind of paper, that we need to take action. And that the frustrating thing is that we already know which actions should be taken. but still we lack in implementing it. And so I think it's on us, as we need to face the consequences for the longest time, to have this ambitious voice and to make our voices being heard. So this is why I'm really thankful to have this opportunity here to speak for us as young people and to be present on the panel, and also for having a forum today like the EYE, so that we can all just come together and exchange ideas how we can all solve it as people with diverse perspectives and by cooperating together. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Do you think the voice of the younger generation is being heard enough in the world's global forums?
Thank you. I think if it would, then I would not sit here today. And also, when I went to COP28 last year, it was really interesting how we tried so much. We put all our efforts we could in to have a real fossil fuel phase out. In the end, we achieved progress, but we still didn't achieve what we wanted to hear. We really did not met our goals that we set. And we know that the leaders of our countries and of our states heard us, but still they didn't act according to our voices. So I think there's a lot of frustration on the youth side, but still I think it's really important that we can always raise our voices there. And it's unfortunately a long way to go, but I'm happy that we have opportunities like today to make little steps by steps, even though I wish they would be bigger.
Thank you. Dear Melanie Hauenstein, as director of the UNDP German Representation Office, you are part of the United Nations Development Programme. Before your new position here in Berlin, you already served for many years in diverse positions within the United Nations, lastly as the head of the UNDP country office in Lebanon. Where do you see the current role of the United Nations to address the current global challenges as described by Isabel? Would it make any difference at all if the United Nations would be to disappear?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us, and thank you for all of you for coming. Let me reflect first on what you said. You know, the blue and the blue is coming together, the EU and the United Nations. And if you are saying, you know, is there still a time for the United Nations? I would argue now is the time that is even more important than ever for institutions like the European Union and for institutions like the United Nations. Because both of these institutions were created in the aftermath of this century's most horrible tragedy after the Second World War, and they have both are a project of peace and prosperity. And if we look at the world today, I think that's what we need. We need to work more together. We need to have more fora like these, but also like our institutions to come together and to talk about how we collectively, and Isabel has said it, how we can work collectively to address the challenges of today. And I think you as the youth are extremely important, and you're extremely important not only as youth delegates, but also I think in going forward as young voters. And this year is an extremely exceptional year, because this year more than half of the global world population is going to the polls. We don't only have the elections of the European Parliament, we have elections in the major democracies across the globe. We just had elections in Turkey, India, and we are moving forward to many, many other countries, including in Africa, where you have, I think, the youngest continent, and I think that's where you can make your voice heard. But let me a bit reflect for 2 seconds on, you have mentioned the Human Development Report. Yeah. And what we are saying in the Human Development Report, and I encourage all of you to read it, is that for the first time since the COVID pandemic, since the start of the war in Ukraine, we have seen an economic recovery across the world. But this economic recovery is uneven. We have all the countries that are part of the OECD that are better off than before the COVID crisis. but we have 90% of the developing countries that are still struggling. And I think this is one of the global challenges that we have if we talk about climate change, where we have a continent like Africa that is bearing the largest brunt of the effects of climate change, but has also the largest challenges in moving forward in terms of development. Yeah? We have countries in the global south that are crippled by a burden of public debt. I just read this morning an article summarizing a bit the findings and the calls of the World Bank and the IMF spring meetings that are taking place now in Washington. And even the World Bank is calling now to do something different about that, because these countries spend more money on paying back debts than on investing in public services, then investing in healthcare, and then investing in education, which is at the key of moving forward development. And all of that is not that, you know, what we call the global south and the north needs to help the south. No, it is that all of us, if we invest in a brighter future for the whole world, that all of us are better off. And that's what we argue in this report. And there we argue for, you know, investing more in global public goods. And I think that's the way forward. And I leave you with one example. In Africa today, 600 million people are without electricity. And if these 600 million people have access to electricity, not only does that make their life more prosperous, and not only does that contribute to development, it is also a business opportunity. It is also companies that can invest and need to invest trillions of dollars to invest in renewable energies. And if they do that through non-fossil fuels and renewable energies, it means also that we reduce the burden on climate change, and then we contribute to carbon gas emissions. And all of that is good value for money and will benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And which role plays UNDP in this context? What is your exact mandate, and how can you contribute to the so-called Sustainable Development Goals?
So we are the biggest development networks within the United Nations. We work with all other partners like with UNIDO and others, but we work on sustainable development across the board. So we work on promoting governance. We work with Parliament. We have huge youth programs. The region I'm just coming from, the Arab region, in Lebanon, UNDP had a youth network of 4,000 people. And it was a youth leadership program where we worked with young leaders to prepare them for being spokespersons and leaders for their own future. We helped them to go to the COP. You mentioned, Isabel, that you were at the COP. We work on climate change reduction. We work on local stabilization programs. We are present from Ukraine to Nigeria, to Sudan, to Somalia, to Myanmar. We have 170 offices across the globe, and we work especially at the grassroots level. But, and that is very important for this discussion, we also work and we are part in all the global fora, like the G20, where we contribute with our reports, what I've mentioned on debt, but we are also an integral part of the COP and have this normative role as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So coming now to you, dear Fabio De Masi. With you, we have a running top candidate of the upcoming European elections on stage. As part of the newly founded German party BSW, you have good chances to be part of the European Parliament again soon. In Germany and beyond, you are regarded as an accomplished expert on macroeconomic and fiscal policy issues. What is your maybe more European perspective on these mentioned global challenges? Which role play public goods?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think if we think about the polarization, which is the topic of this panel today, and the rise of right-wing parties, for example, in Europe, I think there's a strong connection to the kind of economic and social policies that we have enacted in the last years, not only with an eye to developing countries, but also in industrialized countries in Europe itself. And I had been a member of the European Parliament exactly 10 years ago. Actually, I didn't expect to run again a while ago. And 10 years ago, we handled the global financial crisis. And if we look at how we managed that crisis in Europe, I think that we didn't manage it very well. Because even in comparison with the United States, for example, it took them roughly 2 years to regain their pre-crisis economic level. Nevertheless, also in the United States, with Donald Trump and other political actors, we can see there's polarization. But in Europe, it took us 9 years, because our reaction was basically to say we need to cut back public investment, we need to lower wages and pension benefits. And what it did, and that was actually acknowledged by the former president of the central bank, Mario Draghi, a few days ago, was that it actually hurt our economies because there was not enough purchasing power and so on. And I think if we look now at where we stand now, for example, in relation to the environmental challenge, then we pay a heavy price for these kind of misguided policies. Because, to give you one example, we talk a lot, when we talk about the environmental challenges, about taxing carbon emissions. And we also have now in Germany a situation where the government decided to cut back on public investment. But everyone is aware, whoever used a train in Germany, that our train services are very poorly performing right now. So for people, for example, who are then, let's say, confronted with higher CO2 emission taxes and that live in the countryside, but they don't have a good public transport infrastructure, it can lower their available income, while at the same time they have no alternative. So they cannot shift to other means of transport if they live in a more rural area, for example. And that shows that certain policies, like environmental policies, they can only function, or price signals can only function, if there's also a complementary investment into alternatives to, for example, individual transportation. And I think that kind of these problems and social pressures on people, they feed into the rise of certain political actors. And another brief point I want to make, I think there's a very interesting discussion now taking place at the G20 level with the help of an economist called Gabriel Zucman, who studied with Thomas Piketty. I collaborated with him during my time in the European Parliament. And he made an interesting proposal, which was now on the invitation of Brazil, discussed at the G20 summit. And he said we need to talk about an international coordinated taxation of multi-billionaires. And I think that is a proposal worthwhile examining because we have global rising inequalities. And that's not only an issue of social inequality, but it's also an issue of democratic power. Because if you have, in the age of the internet, a few people, think about Elon Musk, controlling our communication infrastructure, our data infrastructure, that poses also threats to societies, because they effectively decide with the algorithms what we read, what we discuss, how we perceive news. And so it's also an issue of protecting democracy. I think to tax like excess wealth, and we can also at the same time enlarge fiscal space for countries to invest in public goods.
Thank you. So now you've mentioned this idea of the taxation. Do you see any potential for more innovation in this regard, especially maybe from the EU as well?
Absolutely, because I think one of the problems of the European Union is that European Union was very determined during the Euro crisis to intervene into labor markets, to ask from certain countries to reform their welfare states, but they're not very effective when it is about to prevent tax dumping of large multinational corporations. And there's always one explanation given, and the one explanation is, yes, we have 27 member states, and there's always one so-called tax haven. I don't like that word, by the way, because it has a quite positive sound, and actually they are like shadow finance jurisdictions. And there's always this one veto player who says, there's nothing we can do. In the European treaties, the European Union doesn't have a competence for the tax rates. That's also important to know. So they don't have a direct competence for the tax rates of multinational corporations. But I think it's a very cheap excuse from our politicians, I'm one of them, to say there's nothing we can do about it. Because, for example, Germany or France, as in many other instances, they have common initiatives that are not shared by all member states. They could say, we lead the pack and we enact certain penalty taxes on financial flows that go to shadow jurisdictions. And to give you one specific example how it works, a lot of you probably have an iPhone today. Those iPhones, the primary market for those iPhones is not Luxembourg or a tax haven. The primary markets are Germany and France. And what Apple does is, if they sell an iPhone in Germany and they don't want the profits to be taxed here, they have a subsidiary, let's say in Ireland, and they send some artificial patent fees there. So the trademark of the iPhone is then held in Ireland. And so Apple Germany sends fees to Apple Ireland so that they can shift the profits that they made selling the iPhone in Germany to Ireland. And it's not rocket science. You can, for example, enact a certain tax on those profits. You could just calculate how many iPhones were sold in Germany, what's the share of the profits in Germany. It's a system called public country-by-country reporting, which has been now decided by the European Union. And based on that, you could say, okay, we don't care where you shift your profits, but based on that formula, you have to pay a certain amount of tax here in Germany. So even if you shift your profits to Ireland, taxes have been already paid here. And that would be a system where by a few member states leading the pack, you could exert pressure on these shadow finance territories. And I think that would provide incentives for them to agree to a better and more equitable tax system.
Thank you for your interesting insight from an EU perspective. Now coming to our last member of the panel, dear Dr. Olaf Deutschbein. With you, we have a second representative of the United Nations on our panel. As head of the Berlin of UNIDO, the UN Industrial Development Organization, you are jointly responsible for global sustainable industrialization, energy transition, and a modern agriculture. In your past, as part of the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation, you also worked closely with EU actors for global development goals. Could you describe these types of collaborations and maybe give a recent example?
Yes, and thank you very much for having me here and discussing with you on Saturday afternoon. But before, I would like to pick up one point Fabio Di Maso just mentioned. I would like to add another tax. I mean, this might be a popular discussion, but from our point of view, a tax on high-speed international finance activities is most urgent, because this is not only necessary, these kind of transactions are harmful. They are harmful for prices of agricultural products, cacao, wheat, whatever, and other raw materials. And a rather conservative calculation had the result of more or less 50 billion euro a year just for this high speed transaction. And 99.99% of all taxpayers in the European Union would not be affected by this tax, but it was raise additional money for achieving the SDG, for climate protection, what we are discussing. And another calculation is, if we would invest this money in the fight against hunger, we really would make a giant step forward to achieve these goals until 2030. So I really would highlight to have this old Tobin tax idea and other ideas more prominent in ongoing discussions. But coming back to your questions, and this is our job, and Isabel mentioned it, Melanie as well, is how can economy contribute? How can economy contribute to decrease polarization, and how can it contribute to achieve the SDGs? And one of our topics we are working, and this has a direct link with the European Union, are trade and our supply chains. 80% of international trade is run by global supply chains, and more or less 500 million people depend directly from supply chains. So if they can bring their kid into the school, if they can put food on the table every evening, that depends how they are paid for the jobs that are included in supply chains, and many of them lead to Europe. And we are one of the largest economic blocs. We are a superpower in economic terms, so we can change something here. And my question to you and the audience would be, imagine a European company gets a pair of jeans from India for around 10 euro. This is not imagine, this is the price a company pays for the raw jeans when they buy it from its suppliers. And they sell it here in Berlin, in Rome, in Paris for 70 euro, for 100, even 150. You know this better than me. Do you think they should care about if this pair of jeans is produced with child labor? And should they care about if the water, the wastewater, pollutes drinking water of the people? I would be interested in your opinion. Who think this is necessary? Please raise your hand. All right. Half of it, I would say. And I think many companies and many politicians in the European Union and the European Parliament, they have the opinion, yes, they should do, because we have a responsibility of global solidarity, and we have a responsibility what our action here in Europe, what our business action contributes to the living conditions of the people who work for us at the beginning. And that's why I'm very grateful that the European Parliament was really pushy in achieving the European supply chain law, which was now, after a long fight and a long controversy in the European Council, now coming to an end. And I think it really will help to change lives. And I think if we talk all the other things, we do not have to forget our own activities as a consumers are really important to contribute to SDGs and to decrease polarization in the world. Thank you.
Thank you all for your insights in your work. As we now roughly outlined current global challenges and already briefly discussed possible solutions, let us now also discuss the underlying findings of the Human Development Report. A worldwide polarization and therefore a more and more fragmentized world. Within many societies of this world, including European societies, today we are witnessing more and more polarization, nationalism, and heated debates. Democracy is in decline worldwide. Maybe you, dear Fabio, as a former and perhaps future representative of the people, how do you feel about the increasing polarization? Where do you see the causes?
Well, I feel bad about increasing polarization, obviously, because I don't think they particularly beneficial for our societies. But I think the causes have a lot to do with the underlying factors I mentioned, economic factors, economic exclusion also. Certainly we have change. We have change in our industries, which leads to creating losers at the workplace. You know, like if you think, for example, the electorate of Donald Trump in the United States, a lot of people in the Rust Belt who lost their jobs. So obviously it's not enough to be shocked by people voting for Donald Trump, but you also have to address what opportunities you create for people who perceive themselves as the so-called losers of globalization. That's one important factor. Another one, I think, has to do also with war and conflict, and we currently observe that in Ukraine. We observe that in Gaza Strip, and my personal conviction is that we need more international cooperation and diplomacy, and that's part of the arms race, also the arms deliveries currently, for example, into Gaza. I have a very critical view of them because I think they're not solving the problem at hand. Those are two factors. Another one also has to do with technological change, because if you look at how the internet is divisive in a lot of contexts, so I mean, if you go on a platform like Twitter, people have very hot takes. They have they have a lot of convictions guided by algorithms and other things. So I also think we need a public communication infrastructure. If you think about TV, for example, a lot of people would agree that not everything is fine with public broadcasters, but it's good that we have a diversity of broadcasters, not only big private media corporations. But in the internet, we totally lack that. So we only have big data corporations which are controlled by very few people, and I think that's a risk to democracy as well, because look, maybe 200 years ago, if somebody didn't like my political opinion, they had to send me to prison to silence me. But today they don't need that anymore, because they have a lot of tools that I'm not anymore seen, or my opinion's not anymore seen on the internet. So I also think that that is a third challenge that we need to think about. And just to give you a very specific example how this new big data power can have an influence on people's lives. So I lived myself in South Africa, which is one of the most unequal societies in the world. And I studied the role of so-called fintech companies. So basically companies that work with data and financial technology. And in East Africa, in Kenya, for example, you have a lot of people who don't have bank accounts because they live and work in the informal economy, they don't have stable jobs, they don't have stable incomes. So banks don't see them as worthy customers because they're very risky, they don't know what's the credit default risk, you know, whether they can repay their loans and so on. People maybe don't have a formal title as like a formal home because they live in informal settlements and squatter camps and so on. And so there was a technology created with the help of a UK aid agency and private companies, which is called M-Pesa. And it allows people to transact with the SMS technology financially. So people used to borrow each other prepaid phone airtime to speak with each other, and if you were running out of your airtime, you could maybe go to your aunt and she had some airtime for you. And companies observed that, and they created a huge payment infrastructure of that. Now everyone would say, oh, that's great, because people who don't have bank accounts, they can now participate in our finance system. Yes and no. Yes, it's a great technology, but it's controlled by two private communication companies, Safaricom and the British Vodafone. And during the COVID crisis, the shareholders of Vodafone expected the same level of dividend payments, which were actually paid for by the poor people in Kenya with every transaction they did. So that's an example where, again, I think it's great to have these technologies, but you also need public offerings of these technologies. Otherwise, you can drain purchasing power from the poorest sectors of societies, and it will be distributed to rich shareholders, which contributes then, for example, to global inequalities. And that's where I think we need more public investment into our digital infrastructure as well.
Thank you. Maybe directed at you, Melanie and/or Olaf. Do you have any other opinions, or where do you see the reasons on increasing polarization?
I always like to react on what Fabio said before, but then I react again. I really want to underline this, and I want to give you another figure. And Melanie said it at the beginning, 600 million people in Africa do not have electricity. So this is not just a number. They don't have a refrigerator for medicine, for anything. They don't have access to internet. They don't have any chance of a normal life, how we understand it. And now the figure comes. 99% of global private investment for renewable energies does not go in these countries. It's only 1%. So the big money is going around these important areas. And that's where we have to fight for. That's where we have to look also in Europe, because the European Green Deal is an important tool, but it only looks at the European countries. And what is missing is a European deal for African countries, for other countries. They are directly in our neighborhood. And if they fail to achieve climate change. If they fail for a fair and just energy transition, we won't achieve any of the Paris Agreement targets, and we will feel the consequences here as well. So it's really necessary to see how we can boost public and private investment for these issues. And I think now coming to your question, I think this will help to stop polarization. It will help because the countries see we're really interested. We are not just coming with the rules and with the morals and say you have to do it and please quick, and in 10 years what took us 200 years and you don't have time anymore. No, they want practical support in helping them to achieve what all we want to have a good climate. Thank you.
No, and I think just building on that, why do people not invest in renewable energy in Africa? It's again a system, a financial system that is flawed. It's a financial system where you have the three biggest rating agencies that most of them don't have offices in Africa, but they rate and they give negative credit ratings on the continent. And there is this whole debate that is going on at the moment. How can we de-risk investments on the African continent for all our benefit? And I think that's the kind of next steps of work that we need to do to overcome the polarization between countries, to also overcome climate challenges. But I think maybe taking a step back, what you said, Fabio, about tech. In our report, what we found is that the three biggest tech companies have a bigger market capitalization than 90% of the developing countries. Okay? So that means exactly what you say, that we have a huge issue in our global financial systems. We have a huge issue in how inequality is rising, but that stems from a huge issue on how unequal profits are distributed amongst those who have already and those who don't have. And I think that is driving what we see in terms of polarization, both within countries, but also across the planet. And our report, we have a very interesting finding. We found what we call a democracy paradox. We asked people across the globe, how do you feel about democracy? 9 out of 10 people say that they are pro-democracy. They want democracies. But half of these people vote today for autocratic leaders. So we need to look into why that is the case, and I think some of these issues we have discussed today, and why the current system of democracy, where all of us agree on the values of democracy, is not working. And I think the inequality and how the financial system works and how climate change is affecting us, how wars are affecting us, is a result of that. And I think the worst thing we can do in that is, and a lot of people are doing that at the moment, is to say we go back into our national bubbles. Because the challenges we have, and you mentioned digitalization, and you mentioned what the internet is doing in terms of influencing opinion, all of these challenges don't stop at borders. All of these challenges are affecting the world. You know, so that is, I think, for us the solution then to say, okay, how can we overcome that? It's a more just world. It's a world that has equal taxation. It's a world where we are also looking at debt burdens for developing and developed countries. But it's also a world where we have fora where we are tackling these challenges together. And I think I'm personally, like what you said, also quite concerned about a growing trend of prioritizing investment in defense over investments in development. And I think the two of them cannot be seen as exclusive. And I think that's the risk where we are facing ourselves today, is that we are saying, you know, the world is getting much more insecure, so we need to invest in defense. But if we are looking at the challenges that we have discussed, most of the challenges that we discussed today that contribute to this instability, they are not only about war and peace, they are about climate change, they are about polarization, and that needs an approach where we invest equally in in defense spending, in development spending. And I think here in Germany, you know, when the defense budget was increased, the government made a commitment to say €1 in defense is €1 in development. But now today we see that this is not honored. And I think that's a real danger. And security cannot be seen only from a hard security point of view, but from a point of view, what we call in the UN, and that's a concept that was put forward a few decades ago, what is human security. And it's security focused on our own security, but it has a multidimensional approach. Climate change, poverty, that all drives instability.
Thank you so much. Now coming back to maybe a youth perspective as well with you, Isabel, what do you think the younger generation can contribute to a less polarized society, maybe back in their home countries? What can they do?
Providing a perspective, especially for home countries, as we already pointed out, many aspects of the intersectionality that are so important to raise in this debate. I think it's important that we deeply understand that we can just achieve climate justice. So we need to connect social policies with climate policies. Because what the report also found, what really raises this kind of split and polarization, is that many people feel that they lost control over their own lives. So even though they go to work each day, they still think they're not in control. And this shows how deeply this inequality is already rooted in our societies. And by implementing a just transition where the single mother, who of course is worried if she doesn't have enough money in the end of the month of rising prices, needs to be ensured that we will benefit if we implement policies connected with climate change and social justice is right. Coming from another perspective, if we see the 1% of the richest people in this world, and we see how much they are polluting, it's actually 2/3 of the world's emissions. So if we make them responsible for their lifestyle and the consequences we all face, then we would have a much more equitable world. And so I think we need to really point out the intersectionality. We need to find multilateral solutions. And I love that at the spring meeting at the World Bank, there was already a meeting called How We Can Tax the Super Rich. So I think we need to really act on that. But in the end, we also need to understand that we have many different perspectives within our own societies. And that we need to make sure that we don't play with fears that are already there and that are very strong because of the situation we are in right now. We need to implement a just transition. And this is where we can spread hope that we can all benefit from the changes we need to do now. And I think this is what we as youth need to address, but what everyone needs to address. And what we need to make sure that we just not talk about it, but that we actually act on it, and we act on it on every level. So that, for example, we have the kind of train infrastructure that is affordable for everyone, but also that we have enough community services, that someone who is having 2 jobs can give some care work to other people who are voluntarily doing it or can do it for a lower price in order to afford their lives. So we need to always think in every layer of political decisions how to make them as just and equitable as possible. And by connecting that as a key with climate policies and the other policies, I think this is a way how we can actually really try to focus and tackle the depolarization that is arising these days.
Thank you very much for all the interesting points you've just raised. At this point, we would like to interrupt the discussion to give our viewers here in the hall the opportunity to ask their own questions. I would suggest that we always ask 2 questions at a time. Please indicate at the beginning of your question whether the question is addressed to a specific person on the panel or to the whole panel. And we are excited for your questions.
I would tell, I think I will forward this question to the whole group here, and I'm thinking about, I'm definitely for investing in African countries. I see it as opportunity, as it was said once, and I have one concern, and I'm thinking about mostly, I'm thinking about the people are mostly investing in places where they can define risk. So for them, so they can define if the investment is profitable. So the question is if there are any European institutions or European companies which are providing the tools or indicators for defining the risk for European investors. That's a crucial question, I think, for now.
Who would like to start?
I had a slight difficulty understanding it acoustically. Sorry for that.
I mean, I wanted to know if there are any European institutions or companies, in private sector, which are specializing itself in defining the risks. So algorithms, for example, if there are any people, groups, which are responsible for defining the risk for European investors, so that the investors are assured so that they can invest their money safely and they will develop the profit from this investment. That's the thing which I'm always thinking about, because people are investing, as I once said, that in the regions where they can easily define the risk. But if we cannot define the risk, the people will not invest their money there. We should put focus on seeing around how and where, and we should assure the people first. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. We will collect a second question to the panel. So who else would like to ask a question? Back there.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask a question about development projects that the EU is trying to fund in North Africa, but these projects are being rejected by local governments as neo-colonialism. So what can the EU do to support these countries in their energy transition and support these projects, while at the same time respecting local governments and their wish for independence?
Who would you like the question to be answered from?
I think whoever on the panel wishes to. I think it goes to the whole panel.
Okay, thank you. So coming back to the first question, do two of you maybe want to give an answer? Olaf, I see.
I can try. This is a challenge, to be honest. And to give you an example, where I'm more familiar with the European institution, I'm coming back to that. In Germany, only 1% of all foreign direct investment goes to Africa. And this is due to what you mentioned, risk and lacking instruments. And we are trying to work on that for a couple of years, and it's difficult. I don't want to blame ministry and whoever who is in charge of helping with guarantees and other instruments. But at the European level, I think this is exactly what is needed, and we have the European Investment Bank. Their main focus is on the European market, but they have a window for activities outside of the European Union. I think exactly they should develop more in the direction to enable private investment in developing countries, and this is what you said is needed to have more risk assurance instruments than others. But perhaps somebody else knows more.
Well, I think there's a big contradiction that if you look into investment into Africa, you actually have some of the highest returns that you can have in those countries on investment, because there's still so much opportunity to improve lives, right? We talked about the issue of electricity and so on. At the same time, it's because of the political conditions often, which have to do with inequality, you have conditions there where, I know it very well from South Africa, for example, where people, due to like weak governance, like private companies, for example, take opportunities to pay bribes, to give you an example, and there's a lot of corruption in public tenders. And so I think this is a problem that certainly we must acknowledge. However, I think that if we create the right conditions, then these investments in fact, shouldn't be too risky, because the sheer prospect of these investments to improve economic conditions is so evident. I mean, due to geography, for example, a lot of the so-called developing countries have a lot of potential in renewable energies. And to give you another example, in South Africa, for example, we talk a lot about EV cars here, right, in Europe now. But in South Africa, you have like a lot of blackouts, energy blackouts, and you wouldn't even have the opportunities to run such a system right now. So you also need improvements, I think, in combustion engines, like to reduce emissions there, because currently it's not possible to run an EV-only system in a country like South Africa. So, but to address your question, how do we get there? To give you an example, I think the rating agencies that have been mentioned already here on the panel currently have a system where they follow certain trends, right? So when we had the Euro crisis, for example, the rating agencies sometimes downgraded a country which they perceived risky, and due to that downgrading, then the financing condition for those countries worsened, and it was like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So sometimes I think we should also remove some degree of like power from this cartel of rating agencies, because if you think about the situation now in Europe, let's take Greece. The debt to GDP ratio is not so much lower right now. In the last 2 years it declined a little bit than it has been when the crisis broke out. But the European Central Bank said at some stage, we're going to intervene into the bond markets, and we're gonna buy government bonds of Greece, and by making this commitment, some of the risk perception was taken away. Without even buying any bond, just because everybody knows the central bank cannot run out of euros. It's its own currency. So I think the role that public banks or central banks can play is very important also, and also in the international context. It's very technical. You could have discussions. There's something called the special drawing rights at the IMF, which allows some of the countries which have to import more goods, and a lot of the problem in developing countries has to do with they have to run debts in a foreign currency, which puts them at huge risk, because the dollar is maybe, if their currency value falls, they have a higher debt level. So we need to provide instruments for them to evade the situation and to be able to borrow the funds at better conditions, to invest. And when then there is a positive economic loop created by doing this, also the risks will decline. This is just, I know it's a little bit technical, but this is one ability how we can somehow reduce these risks. And I don't like currently, that's my last point on that in the discussion about the Green New Deal and green finance, in my view, we look too much only at private finance, and we give too much role to private finance to guide the environmental transition, because financial markets are not always helpful in doing that. They can play a role, but a private financial investor wants high returns, and high returns in the short run do not always correspond with investment in the long run. So sometimes to have a huge shareholder value, you rather don't do investment now, because you don't want to spend those funds. So also companies are being put under pressure not to do investments, which are, however, very important in the long run to achieve better economic results. And so I think we need the central banks also to play a role here, and the European Investment Bank, as you said. But currently in the European Union, there's a lot of debate about transforming the European Investment Bank into an armament bank, and I think that's the wrong way to go. We need to transform it into an environmental bank.
Thank you. I think, Isabel, you have a quick point to add.
Yes, thank you so much. I think I would like to add up on the point of of the countries you mentioned. I think it's so important that we see who is deciding and who is implementing solutions for whom. So this year at the G20 Youth Summit, we demanded a permanent seat for the African Union. And we succeeded with this demand. And now the African Union has a permanent seat. And I think this is a great success because it's, of course, very much about the technical details. But in the end, it's also about who is deciding and who is deciding for themselves. So I think we really need to put on our colonial perspectives, and we need to learn from our past to make sure we won't do the same mistakes that we already did.
Thank you. Do you want
Very quickly, the second question, and building on what Isabel said, I think you have touched upon the point that is being discussed globally at the moment on how development cooperation, on how development financing and how the relations, what we called before, the global north and the global south is working. And there's a huge, huge shift and change happening exactly by what you described, that countries are saying, you know, we want to discuss more on what we want for our own development rather than being the recipient of projects. We want to be part of this discussion. And I think that will be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of years. You mentioned the EU. The EU has created a platform that is called the Global Gateway that tries to change that. But from what we have seen at the moment, it's very, very slowly progressing and has not achieved the results yet. And it will be in these fora with the African Union as part of the G20 and in other fora that you will have what you have a partnership eye to eye and not a partnership of North and South. And I think that is due to what we have discussed today, that these challenges affect developing and developed countries alike.
Olaf?
Yes. I think this is a final purpose of each measure to help the local communities. So there shouldn't be any measure that doesn't help local communities. But I'm optimistic. Germany, for example, has built the most modern solar power plant in Morocco. And that helps to also to bring the energy, the electricity in the local energy grids. And I think they are good models. If it doesn't work in one concrete case, I think it's a bad project and we have to improve the project, but I can't imagine of any project that doesn't are in the interest and at the end it's a benefit for the local people. Thank you.
Thank you all for your questions and inputs. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, but we had a great panel with really interesting topics. We touched upon taxation, we touched upon climate change, human security, we were talking about debt and tech securities, and we also had with an interesting European Union perspective here, the European Union and United Nations cooperation. And we hope you in the audience and in front of the screens had an interesting time. Once again, a heartfelt round of applause for our panelists. Many, many thanks to you, Melanie, Fabio, Isabel, and Olaf. Thank you so much. I was gonna. Okay, yeah.
Ja? Ah, perfekt. Hallo, freut mich, dass ihr hier seid. Mein Name ist Thilo Kunstemann. Ich bin einer der Pressereferenten des Europäischen Parlaments in Berlin. Ah, oh, it's English. I'm sorry, guys. I totally forgot. We said it would be English. So those of you who are interested in this little workshop, talk, exchange about the European elections, what the Parliament specifically does for the elections in Germany and Europe-wide, and especially why young people should care, maybe more than elderly. I mean, everyone, in my idealistic opinion, should go to vote, but this one is really for the younger ones among you. Maybe just a quick round of introductions so you know who you're talking to. We've got here Alexandra. She's a colleague of mine, and she'll talk to you about Together.eu, our campaign, youth volunteer campaign. And we've got Paula here, who is a volunteer. I'm sorry. Hi, Paula. And she'll give us a few examples. And then there is Liz. Liz is working together with schools, European ambassador schools, but she wants to talk to you today about why especially young people should go to vote and look a bit at the election participation. And I'll kick off quickly with a very short introduction to what the Parliament has planned and why we think the context is really important this time. So let's get going. It's a small audience, despite being on the big stage. So I really like you to just raise your hand if you have a question. Just interrupt. I think it could become a really nice exchange in a smaller group, which is also cool. Exactly. Thanks. And my colleague Bobo also has a microphone so that you can be heard by the others. I hope you have seen this slogan already. I mean, it's pretty obvious in this place. It's our main claim for this year. You'll see a lot of people doing European elections campaigns for their party, for companies, whatever. And everyone has different ideas about what Europe should look like. And that's perfectly fine. That's basically a democratic idea. But what we do as the Parliament is we try to have a campaign about one specific topic that we think everyone should be able to agree upon, and that is democracy. That we need these basic values upheld to be able to live together in a free world where everyone can make their voice heard. So this is our basic slogan, use your vote. But I wanted to give you a bit the background why we think this basic democratic message is so important, because we see that democracy is on the decline. I don't want to sound too much like a dooming boomer, but if we look around, you guys are not blind. This is a picture from the Capitol Hill in 2021, when we had hardcore right-wing people trying to storm the election that they thought was stolen from them. I could show you pictures like this from Bundestag as well. I don't know if all of you know that, but we had people trying to storm the Bundestag not long ago. So it's not just an American thing, it's something we Europeans have to face as well. And it's already 2 years old. That was a study by the Bertelsmann Institute, and they looked at developing countries and emerging countries, and they found that a majority by now is not on a democratic basis anymore. So there is a negative trend, and I think we Europeans really have to make an effort to keep our democracy alive in the nation states. The Germans will have to vote next year, this year already in regional elections, but in Europe it's our turn on the 9th of June. And the Parliament does two things. We try to inform and engage. Inform, basically, that's just a sample of all the stuff we have done in the last 5 years. Really, a lot has been achieved. It was quite a breakthrough. One thing, maybe women on board for the future female leaders among you. There will be a law saying a certain amount of people have to be female on the board of the biggest companies in Europe. That was blocked for 10 years nearly, and now we've got it done. Another one is artificial intelligence. We see now with deepfakes, for example, totally new ways of manipulating our elections. And Europe is the first place where we actually have a law that makes it mandatory to make people aware of what they see is a deepfake, for example. You can't just put it out there without labeling it. You have to make it transparent. But this phase actually comes to an end next week. Next week, me and a lot of colleagues will go to Strasbourg for the last plenary session. A lot of important files will still be voted, the right to repair, for example, stricter rules for violence against women. But then the informing and the laws, that stops, and we really concentrate on the one thing that matters, is getting people to vote, getting the vote out. And this is a bit my message to you today, for yourself, for maybe your youth organizations, for the people you talk to. Make them aware that we have a campaign that has 3 or 4 really important key dates. And on these dates, it would be great if you could help us spread the message even further. So on the 29th of April, that is a Monday in nearly a week, it's not far, we launch our campaign, and the main part of our campaign is a video. I gave you a little screenshot of the video we had in 2019. You can probably not read it, but this video has been seen by 30 million people, more or less, in Europe. And we want to achieve something similar. I would have loved to show you the video today. It's really good. It's about people that experienced dictatorships in Europe, speaking with people that are very dear, young people to them, and telling them, giving them a very emotional message why they think they should go to vote. We can't show it yet, but I can tell you on the 29th of April, take a look around, check out our social media, our websites, and you will find it there, and it would be great if you could share. The next big thing is for Germans only, I'm sorry, but on the 7th of May, there'll be the Wahlomat, which is basically an online website where you get asked 38 questions, and then you can give your answers, and it gives you a recommendation which political party would fit. So if you're new to the whole political game and you're not so sure yet, or you've got friends who tell you, yes, I'm interested, but I don't know whom to vote for, take a look at this website on the 7th of May. Then a big thing for us is the 9th of May. It's Europe Day, our big day celebration for Europe. It's a bit of a funny day for me as a Eurocrat because it's my free day on which I have to work. I don't know who invented that. It's a funny little detail. But there we really have 1 month to go to the European elections in Germany. And then the last big thing, maybe that's for those of you who are really a bit into the EU bubble already, a bit nerdy. On the 23rd of May, you can watch the Spitzenkandidaten, the lead candidates for all of Europe, discuss in Brussels. We're trying to convince ARD and ZDF to at least show a little bit of it in Germany, but you can, if you're hardcore enough, you can live stream 2 hours on our webpage. You're more than invited. I'm just looking at the time now, because I usually talk too long. All right, good. I wanted to quickly just show us our main social media platforms where you can follow us. So there is EU Parliament, which is on Instagram, the German one. Then we've got this in every language, basically. We are in every European language on Twitter. This is on Instagram. This is the Italian account. And the big one is the English account. So on these dates, 29th of April, 7th of May, 23rd of May, take a look at these accounts and maybe share the message you find there if you think it's worthwhile. It took us a long time. It was a difficult decision. I named this to TikTok or not to be, because actually for me it's forbidden to have TikTok on my work phone. For security reasons, TikTok is a Chinese company. You all probably know this story. But many of you and many of your peers are on TikTok, so we finally basically convinced the people that were too afraid of TikTok, and the Parliament is now there. So you can find us in English there and maybe share our stuff there as well. It's not yet at Taylor Swift size, but help us get there. Those are the hashtags. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you can use them in all the social media accounts, so you've seen them. And what my job at the moment is basically talking to as many people as possible. I talk to media, obviously, to a lot of creators, to young people today, companies, associations. So we're really trying to spread this message. And the most important website for you guys is probably this one, elections.europa.eu. In German, it would be Europawahl.eu. You find all the information, all the assets you will find on this page. explanations how the elections work, like really detailed, how can a German vote in Italy? And you'll find a download center where you'll see the visuals, you can get the video that I just talked about. And there's also a really nice download center on together.eu, Gemeinsam für EU, our volunteer campaign that Alexandra will explain in a second. You can get a little reminder there. You just type in your email, you get a little newsletter reminder. And here are just a few examples of other stuff you can get. This one is in German only, but it's really big posters that you can print yourself and annoy your fellow pupils in school or students or people in your football club with this huge poster that tells them to go to vote. We have a special toolkit. You can just Google educational toolkit, European elections. You can download it. It's mainly for young people. And we have this nice little website called What EU Does For Me. And it's basically a huge map of Europe where you can scroll down to your city or your region and find out what the EU has exactly done in your village or your town. Okay, I'll hand over the mic to Liz. I told you a bit about what kind of assets we have, what we do in the parliament, and now Liz. Yeah, Liz has a good point. Guys, do you have any questions on what I just showed you for the campaign, for these dates that I told you about? All right, brilliant. Then I hand over.
Okay, thank you. Well, we can also do questions in between now, but Thilo presented the campaign, what we've got planned for the next week, or the next weeks, the next 50 days to the European elections. All of that's great, but what we need most of all is for everybody to go and vote. So that's our main impetus behind everything that we do, is that you go and vote and that you take part and strengthen democracy, because democracy really relies on as many people as possible taking part. So I wanted to have a look at voter turnout for the European elections. Where are we at the moment? Where were we in the past? So if we look at the past few decades, it's fair to say there was a downward trend in voter turnout. It wasn't so high across Europe. But 2019, it went up to almost 51% across the EU. In Germany, it was higher, but this is the average across the EU. Now, 50% might not look so much. I think it's great that we've got more than half the electorate voting. But to put it in context, if we look at 2016, at the US election, between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, it felt like we heard about that for months and months. The voter turnout at that election was 54.8%. So it's in a context of voter turnout. That, of course, is a figure that we want to increase hugely at the next election. But what we're really concerned about and really interested in is the youth percentage of that. So 2019, the youth vote was 42%. And that's the good news, because the bad news is the year before, 2014, it was at 28%. So it went up 50%, so 42% is the good news. We want to get that up even higher than that, because it's important. Your views need to be represented in the European Parliament. I mean, if you're not voting, then your views aren't going to be taken into account. So let's have a look at why youth turnout is often so low. One aspect is feeling that your vote doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, the European elections are huge. It's the second largest election in the world, and it can feel as though your vote doesn't make a difference. But your vote makes a huge difference. But I understand it. There can be apathy at the moment. It feels as though there's a lot of crises happening. There's so much information coming. You don't know who to vote for. You don't know how to vote. There's a lot of things that go into that. And that's one aspect. The other aspect is a demographic change. So boomers are people who are over 60. They're all lovely, I'm sure, but as a group, their vote counts for more at the moment than your vote, because there's more people in that age group and they go to vote more often than you do. And with demographic change, that's just going to increase. I think there's a figure by 2050, the share of over 65-year-olds in Europe is going to be at 30%, where at the moment it's at 20%. So that percentage is just going to keep increasing. And if boomers are going to vote more than you, then their views are going to be represented more in the European Parliament, because also people who want to be elected will be looking to that part of the electorate more. And I would say it's very important that your views are represented, because it's important that there's people in the European Parliament who are speaking up for your views and are representing them within the European Parliament, because at the end of the day, you're going to be the future that's coming through, and the politicians need to know that they are being elected to speak up on your behalf. And an example of what happens when young people don't go to vote is in my home country. You might have guessed my accent. I'm from Scotland. So in 2016, the UK voted to leave the EU. But it wasn't young people who voted to leave the EU. In the Brexit referendum, 75% of 18 to 24-year-olds said that they wanted to stay in the EU. 75%. How many 18 to 24-year-olds went to vote in the referendum? Any guesses? 36%. How many over 65-year-olds went to vote in the Brexit referendum? 83%. So the people who are affected, the people who can't now go for Erasmus trips, they can't do Erasmus, and they can't visit universities across Europe, they can't take part in Erasmus+, they don't have all the benefits of being in the EU, they were not taking part in the referendum to decide their future about being within the EU. It was people who don't have those benefits of being in the EU, who've maybe had all of those experiences. They voted to leave the EU. And only 36% of 18 to 24-year-olds took part in the referendum. And that's something that we need to change, because the Brexit referendum was a very close margin referendum. It was 52% voted to leave, 48% to stay. Imagine if some of those 18 to 24-year-olds who really wanted to stay in the EU, who really wanted to keep having those benefits of being within the EU, imagine if they'd all have gone to vote. Perhaps that margin could have been smaller, because that's a tiny margin for a referendum. And perhaps in the UK, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are now. There is also the aspect that demographics came to the Brexit referendum. The latest studies also showed that despite voter turnout, the fact that so many older people were able to vote, and that just because of the demographic change, that there are simply more older voters, that had an impact, and perhaps more than we initially thought. But once again, those two things, they come together. Not going to vote, and then the fact that older people, their vote is weighted for more. So I'm saying this is really important that you take part and you go out to vote. There's a lot of possibilities to take part, to become involved. Alexandra is going to explain that now. But in Germany, this year, we have the opportunity for all 16 and 17-year-olds, they're able to vote for the first time. It means that in Germany, 7 age groups are going to vote for the very first time. So in the spirit of hearing the youth voice, we thought, why don't we actually speak to some 16-year-olds who are going to be voting for the first time in the European elections. They're both junior ambassadors at ambassador schools for the European Parliament that we work together with very closely. And it's Agnes from the Gymnasium in Lehrte, and Sophia, who has brought her own fan club, and Sophia from the Mannesmann Gymnasium in Duisburg, who's also here. And both of you are going to be voting for the first time on the 9th of June. And I was interested to hear, what's your motivation to go and vote for the first time? Who wants to start?
So I will vote simply because I care. I care for my own future. I care for the future of my family. I care for the future of the coming generations and the last generations. And I care for the future of the European Union. It's something that brings us all together and keeps us all together. I was at a Model United Nations conference just this weekend, and there was this one guest speaker, and he had a great idea of democracy. He said democracy was a puzzle that everyone has to contribute to. And I feel this is very fitting, because every person has their own piece from the puzzle that they need to add for a democracy to properly work. And right now, this is kind of fading because people lose their interest in adding to the puzzle. People lose their interest in adding to the bigger picture. Instead, they care more about themselves, about being cool, about seeing what is on social media. And this is something that can be changed and that is being changed. People can actually contribute. They can give their vote and thus contribute to the bigger picture, give their own piece of the puzzle. And this is something that I really remembered from this Model United Nations. And I'm going to vote because I know that it doesn't matter if it's my one voice of 10 voices or my one voice of millions of voices, because it's always going to be that single one that can actually change the outcome. It doesn't matter what percentage it is. It matters that it's that one voice that can in the end make the difference.
I'm going to go to vote because I worry. Because the older generations, they have different problems than we did. But in the future, our problems are the ones we're going to have to deal with. And for me, I have the feeling the older generations don't always see that. So for us younger generations to actually be able to bring forth our problems and for there actually to gonna be a possibility for them to be removed or solved even, in the best case, we have to make these problems have a reality. We have to make sure that even the older generations see this is the problem we want to deal with in the future. And for that, I'm going to go to vote because, as Sophia said, everyone has a voice and everyone has to contribute to the puzzle. So that democracy, even if it is only in a small village where I'm from, or if it's in a big city, everyone is there to show we want Europe, we want the EU, and we want there to be democracy and freedom of speech.
Sophia and Agnes proving that young people should always be given a voice, because you expressed that better than I ever could. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass on to Alexandra now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Alexandra, and I am managing the Together.eu campaign for Germany. And we have a video for you to watch. And it is quite fitting because it is on the topic of democracy. I'm not sure if we can play it like this. Can you? Maybe we need to do it like this. Escape, and then like that. I hope the sound works.
There's something I want to tell you.
Does it work? No. Okay, I'll keep it like that. Funktioniert das, wenn ich drauf?
Doesn't seem to work in the presenter mode.
Okay. I'll just play it like this.
There's something I want to tell you. It's important. It's about something invisible that truly touches all our lives. It's all around.
Okay, we'll play it at the end and they'll figure it out in the meantime. Or do you want to try? Okay.
Sound, yeah. Plays, but it doesn't have
Ja, aber ohne Ton. Where is the video? It's here. Okay.
Videos are the bane of our life when we're presenting.
Okay. Well, basically, it's a video about democracy and why it matters and what we are at the stake of losing if we do not participate in elections. Together.eu, the initiative that I am part of, has been established last time around at the elections in 2019. Back in the day, it was called This Time I'm Voting. Now it's called Together.eu. And basically what it is a website that you sign up to. And once you are part of Together EU, you get newsletters with information on workshops and where you can learn new skills. Yeah? Okay. So yeah, basically it's a newsletter that you receive with information on workshops that you can join, journeys that you can win, ways to meet other volunteers. Here we have some photos of the volunteers that have been active. Just to give you some ideas, you can come with your project to us and we can make it happen. For example, on the top left, you see 3 guys. They have been making skateboard events in European capitals. And they show small children how to skate. And in the meantime, people from us talk to their parents about the European election. So you can be really creative. And then at the bottom, you can see 2 men in suits. They usually don't wear suits. Those are 2 German YouTubers that asked me if they could come to the European Parliament and play hide and seek. And I went with that idea to the European Parliament speaker, and he said at first, no way. But we said it's really important because we have to reach you guys, the young demographic. And finally he said, yes, okay, let's do it. And two weeks ago I was with them in Strasbourg and we played hide and seek. And next week it will be online for their audience to view, which is close to 1 million people. And that's super important because, yeah, you guys are not that easy to reach. But there's many different initiatives that we have. And when you sign up, you can basically just pick your country. There's one for every EU member state, and you can see where the events are in your country, where you can participate and meet other volunteers. But I don't want to talk too much about it because today we have a volunteer from Together EU here on the stage, Paula. She's super active and I would call her a super volunteer. And I will let her speak about her experiences.
Well, hello, everyone. I don't like being called a super volunteer because that makes it sound like you have to be some kind of special person to become a member of Together.eu, which is not true. Anyone can sign up and anyone can be active. I actually studied Together.eu. Well, I signed up during COVID because there was like online quizzes and I was really bored at that time. I'm sure a lot of people of you can relate. And I just signed up and I started kind of joining some of the events, enjoying some of the things that happened there. And then just like slowly started getting into it and like doing more events. I made friends on there and then it was just having friends there and doing things together. I made a lot of friends that are also really passionate about voting and about going out there and telling other young people that we should all care and we should all use our vote. So that's kind of how I got into it. But honestly, it's not that hard. Just sign up and always speak to your local European Parliament, like the ones at the office. If you have the European Parliament, you go on their website. There's always, they're called liaison offices, but just Google your country, Google the European Parliament, and then you'll find their contact address. And just drop them an email. Just be like, yes, I signed up on Together.eu. I see that there is nothing happening in my city. I want to do something. You can be really creative. You can also do something that someone's done before. No one cares. Just try to do something. And then you'll meet other people. Like I started doing an online discussion round with other volunteers from Austria, which is really fun because if you're German and you do things with Austrians, it gets really funny because they speak the most amazing German. Sometimes I'm in the rounds, I'm like, I don't get a word you're saying. But yeah, so we started doing this. We did the online discussions rounds. We invited MEPs to come and join us, which is actually much easier than I thought. Usually MEPs are really happy if there's young people that want to do something. And now for Europe Day, we spoke about it for the campaign that Europe Day is coming up on 9th of May. I thought for this Europe Day, because last Europe Day I sent out European flags so that you can put them on your balconies and you can take nice pictures for social media, which is nice. But for this Europe Day, I thought to do something where you can reach people that are maybe not as interested and maybe not a member of together.eu already. So if you are in Berlin, if you're not, then also please come to Berlin. On 5th of May, I'm doing a basketball street ball tournament. It's going to be right around the corner in Friedrich-Ludwig-Jahn Sportpark. So if you know it, there's a really nice basketball court. It's also with blue tartans, so it's very fitting for the event. If you're here, come around. There's also going to be MEPs. I spoke to some of them yesterday, which is really fun. I spoke to one MEP and I asked him, so you know how to ball? Because he wanted to come. And he was like, no, I actually don't, but I'm really tall, so I'm going to come anyways. I was like, yep, cool, thanks. So yes, come around if you are in Berlin. And otherwise, just sign up on together.eu. Try to find events. And if you see that there's nothing happening, speak to your local parliament. Try to make something happen, because it's really not that hard. Just try to do something. Find people that you can do it with, because it's more fun. Maybe don't try to find people that you can talk to, so maybe not Austrian Germans. But yes, just try to do something. If you care about it, do something. And if you don't want to be super active on together.eu, at least go to vote, and please tell all your friends about it. Make a big friend group and all go to the elections office together and all sign up and vote.
Yes, the state today is that only half of the young people want to vote as of now. So just get one friend that doesn't want to vote with you to the elections so that we have a good turnout. Don't forget to sign up for together.eu in your country. And now we're open for questions. If you have any, we have 2 colleagues here with microphones that can pass them around so that you can ask your questions.
Could I, while everyone's thinking of a question that they want to ask, could I go back to Agnes? And maybe Paula's just told us about everything that she's planning in the next few weeks, but I think in your school, in the Lehrte Gymnasium, you're already planning a lot of things around the European elections as well.
Yes, so they're coming in June, so we still have a bit of time, but we have like a general idea of what we want to do. First of all, we've already prepared posters. We're going to hang them up in the school so that everyone can see them and has like a picture, okay, something's going on. And then we have thought about which ages go into the different classes. So we have in the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 12th grade, we're going to go through the classes and give them like an elections crash course. So we're going to tell them, okay, there are votes. Who can you vote? What is the parliament and what does it do? So why is it important that you vote the parliament? And then we're going to give them a course on, okay, who can you vote in our country? Since we're from Germany, we're going to just basically name a few of the parties and tell them where they can find out more. We're going to talk about the Wahlomat, which was already mentioned. And in the end, there is a video that's also been mentioned, so we're going to show it. And just to give them the idea, okay, voting is important. We're also going to ask them what they think about democracy and what's important to them. So why do I live in a democracy and how can I feel it in my everyday life? So they have a personal connection to the elections because they, of course, I really hope they want to keep the democracy, and I'm pretty sure they do. So they just can show us why they want to keep the democracy, and we're going to take those ideas and display them for everyone else, just so they think they can see, okay, democracy is for everyone, and everyone else here thinks the same as I do, and we do. So I'm gonna go vote. So I want to keep this. That's what we're going to do in our school.
Amazing. I'm impressed. That's great.
Good. Do we have any questions from the audience?
You can also ask our junior ambassadors. You can ask our super volunteer the questions. They don't have to be a question to us. Sorry, volunteer. She does so much, it's like multiple volunteers.
We have a question over there.
So, hello, my name is Philip, and I'm a part of the youth parliament in our own city. And we will have an event in a few weeks, which is named Cooking with the MEPs. And how will it be possible to get support for events like this?
I think I might already have spoken to you or a colleague of yours about Cooking with MEPs, or there's different events about Cooking with MEPs. There's different ways of seeing it. I mean, Alexandra can tell you about together.eu, but there's also the Europe Direct centres. They can also help you, the Europe Direct centres that are near you locally. They have lots of information, or you connect with together.eu. They have groups all over Germany that can help you with that.
Yes, please feel free to put your event onto together.eu, the German version. It's in Germany, right? Yeah, so gemeinsamfür.eu, so that other people here can also enter that event and help you. Other than that, we can send you merch for the European elections. And if we have volunteers close to you, they can help you out with men and women power. Thank you.
Philip, maybe one comment from my side. As I do press work, if you feel comfortable with meeting media and speaking to journalists, not everyone does, but if you think your idea, which sounds interesting, could work well, then get in touch as well, and I can try to hook you up with regional media, because they are really desperately looking for people, not just from the big cities, but from different areas of Germany to report. So that would be a cool idea. I don't know, you have the contacts from Liz and Alexandra already, or you have our contacts in the office in Berlin, I guess? I'll give you my card afterwards.
Do we have other questions?
All right, it seems like I think we answered all questions. Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for your patience. Hopefully you'll have a nice weekend still in Berlin. And I'm not repeating go to vote anymore. It was a quote. And yeah, see you soon. Thanks.
Ja, das ist nie vollständig. Ja, genau. Ja.
Das, was auf der Website steht, wird schon reichen. Ich habe das Event schon auf gemeinsam für. Ja. Anmelden.
Hi everyone, just a short reminder, as you can also see on the screens right now, the youth plenary is delayed by about 10 minutes. We're still waiting for the MEP to show up, but just keep your seats, stay patient, and we'll start in around about 10 minutes. So don't run anywhere, we'll be starting very shortly. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, friends. You may start taking your seat for the youth plenary. The MEP is about to arrive, so we may take an extra 5 minutes before start. But stay calm, she's coming, and it's gonna be very exciting. So we're looking forward to start.
Is this, yeah, fantastic. Okay, so as promised, we're definitely going to start the youth plenary with MEP Hildegard Benteler in just a few minutes. Just give us a few more minutes to do some final preparations and briefings, but feel free to take a seat now, and we'll be starting shortly. Thank you very much for your patience, and we definitely hope that you enjoy the youth plenary. Thank you very much.
I will also have the slides here. It's not synchronous, but I will, just so she always knows. You want to start?
Hello. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your patience in waiting. Sadly, there was some delay with our MEP joining, but she's here now. Well, right now she's in the bathroom, but she'll be with us in a second. My name is Constance. I'm one of the moderators today. Thank you once again for being here with us. And as you know, yesterday we had our plenary with the MEPs. Today is intended as the puzzle piece that ties in with that, where it's all about you and your ideas. The people that normally don't get to have a say are now listened to by MEPs. We intend to switch the roles around. Before Yaja, my co-moderator, will introduce our speaker, I will quickly talk about our order of today. As you know, iBerlin stands under 4 umbrella themes, which are Sustainable Europe, Innovative Europe, United Europe, and the European elections. You've had plenty of workshops about those 4 umbrella themes in the last few days, and we've selected 4 of those to present their findings today on stage. Those 4 NGOs are Fiscal Future, Europinion, the EU Neighbors East NGO, and Jugend wählt, Youth Votes. Those will each present their ideas for the 4 respective pillars. After that, our MEP is going to respond to their ideas, and then we're opening the floor for you. We've gathered a bunch of points from you already via our Instagram channel. We will also have a Menti, which you can scan. We will have the QR codes on the slides as well, but it's also hung up here. And we will also take questions from the floor. I will now hand it over to Yaja to introduce himself as well. And I'm so excited that you're all here.
Thank you, Constance. And there we go. So as Constance said, this is kind of the focal point of this whole European Youth event when it comes to the content. And we are very happy to be here with you. So my name is Jascha, I'm from Slovenia, and together with Constance, who's from Germany and already introduced herself, and with a member of European Parliament, Hildegard Benteler, we will be moderating this essentially 4 panels happening now. Ms. Bentele will join us on the stage any minute now, and maybe with actually with a bit of an applause, we can already invite her up now. So I would actually leave the words of welcome to her as well, and then we go to the first debate. So,
yeah, thank you very much for being here until now. I think it's one of the last panels. Sorry for being late. But we kicked off the campaign yesterday, so we already start campaigning. We are in the campaigning mood. I'm all over Berlin, so thanks for being here, and I'm looking forward to your questions, to the work you have done in the workshops, enjoying with you now.
Thank you so much. Ms. Bentele is actually the perfect MEP to join us for this today, since she has expertise in the 4 pillars that will be covered as well. She's member of the EPP group. For the first panel, the sustainability panel, I'm now asking the representative from Fiscal Future, Carolina, to join us on stage.
Hi also from my side. Just as I have been introduced, I'm Carolina from Fiscal Future. And Fiscal Future is an NGO of young people that promote economic and fiscal policy that prioritizes the interests of future generations. Fiscal Future is, I would say, the young voice when it comes to fiscal policy, not only in the German, but also in the European arena. We are experiencing that fiscal policy is a policy field that seems really far away from everyday life, and it's really hard to grasp for young people, and also it's really hard to engage with. And Fiscal Future therefore provides access to young people to this policy field, because in fact financial questions, they are the basis to meet all of our future challenges when it comes to climate change, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to education, and of course also to finance the green and just transition. So Fiscal Future is based in Berlin, but since our launch in April 2021, more than 200 volunteers from all over Germany and also beyond, they have joined Fiscal Future, and you can also do so. So I'm inviting you, of course, to join us. In addition to our young engagement, we also represent the voice of young generations in the political sphere and to make our interests really clear. So I'm really happy to present the Sustainable Europe pillar here. Fiscal and money questions are, of course, the basis of all other projects that have been discussed here, and in this way it connects questions of climate protection, education, democracy, and so on. However, Europe is in a really bad situation at the moment when it comes to money questions. Europe is the continent which is warming the fastest since 1980s. It's warming around twice as fast as the global average. And as a result, extreme weather events are worsening in their frequency, but also in their intensity. And this is really, really bad in itself, but the worst about this is that we're not prepared for this at all. Young people are really worried about their future. They're worried about that they will not do better than their parents. Our generation faces overlapping emergencies on multiple scales when it comes to climate change, but also mental health, asylum politics, the upswing and right-wing populism which we are facing at the moment. And at the same time, every second person in Germany under the age of 30 is not planning to vote at the European elections in June, while it's the first time that also 16-year-olds can vote. At the same time, this is also, of course, a call to ourselves to approach all young people and our friends groups, but also outside of our bubble, so to say. So coming to fiscal policy. At the moment, we are experiencing a really serious backlash to fiscal austerity, and Germany is blocking crucial ambitions for climate protection and social investments here and in the European Union. The European fiscal capacity is really, really limited. Next Generation EU is expiring in 2026, and with the new EU fiscal rules that are being voted on Tuesday in the European Parliament, only 3 member states will have sufficient budget to meet the necessary green and social investments, which are Denmark, Sweden, and Ireland. That's also bad. At the same time, we know from a recent study from the Potsdamer Institut für Klimafolgenforschung that says that the costs of climate change and damage are 6 times higher than the costs of climate change mitigation and stopping global warming at 2 degrees. This shows the madness of the current fiscal framework that we're dealing with and that we want to change. Therefore, we have published an open letter with our European partners on the EU fiscal rules. They will be voted, as I said, on Tuesday. And in the evening, we'll have an online event with Rasmus Andresen from the Greens Party and Yannick Bouri from the Conservative Party. You can still register if you want and you're interested in the discussion. And so, since I said the new European fiscal rules are too strict, this also at the same time makes it really clear that we need alternative ways to finance the green and just transition. And this is the moment where I'm coming to our workshop from yesterday together with Anna Peters from the Fiscal Feminist Hub. She's also a candidate for the European Parliament in the upcoming elections. So we have discussed which priorities young people have for European projects to invest, which is mobility and public transport as one aspect, housing also democracy, because we know that right-wing populism threatens our political and economic stability, which will also make it more complicated in the future to take on debts. So this is also a fiscal question in the end. And when it comes to the fiscal measures, we have discussed that we need clear rules for multinational corporations. At the moment, they have been growing faster than their rules, for instance, when we talk about digitalization. We also have discussed the question of taxation in Europe, tax the rich, and Next Generation EU, which is the fund, the recovery fund after the COVID crisis that is supposed to expire, as I said, in 2026. So a future fund would be needed to fill up this fiscal capacity that we all need. And at the end of the workshop, the question was raised of why all of this takes so much time. And in fact, Germany, and especially the Liberal Party, plays a central role here because they are not only blocking progress on the domestic, but also on the European level. So we need to shift the German position on fiscal policy and the debt brake. And this is therefore the main focus of our work as Fiscal Future. Thank you very much for being here and for having the chance to introduce our work to you.
Thank you. Thank you for this great presentation of your organization and of the work that you've been doing in the last two days. And with that, I would ask our moderator to give some words of thoughts. We can just do it sitting down, so we have a nice discussion. You can share your thoughts on the organization and the work that was presented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your insights. I'm a member of the European Parliament. This is why I would like to discuss with you on European decisions and not on national German positions and also not on positions of the Liberal Party. So I think there's a lot interest in money. We have to talk about money, and I'm ready to talk about money. But I would advocate for something different. I would advocate for a strong EU budget. I don't want to advocate for additional funds. I don't want to advocate for new indebtment. I want to advocate for a stronger and bigger EU budget, because this is the place where the European Parliament has a say and a control and can with contact to the citizens and the young people, make decisions which tasks and which challenges we should meet at the European level. There are challenges we should meet at the European level, and I think there are tasks and problems we should better solve on a national level. For example, you mentioned housing. I do not see that the European Union is doing housing policy. So just one of the examples. As well as public infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot to discuss to make better connections, but the investments in public infrastructure, in railways, roads, whatsoever, bicycle lanes, should be done by the national level. So I would advocate to distinguish well which should we do on the European level together, because it's a border-crossing challenge, and what we should do at a national level. And I'm also very much in favor of having better own resources at the European level. So I don't want to talk about tax the rich and so on. I want to have an EU tax, because this should be introduced for financing European problems and tasks and challenges. And I think we would have a better, also contact and exchange with citizens if you had to pay, I don't know, 2 euros per month, 3 euros per month, 5 euros per month, 20 euros per year, I don't know. Whatever you consider necessary for the things we should tackle together at the European level. But for this, we need a stronger budget. Currently, we are fully reliant on what the member states are giving to us, and we rely on the economic strength of member states, because it's a part of GDP. It's 1% of the GDP, 1%. So I'm super happy to discuss about a bigger and stronger EU budget. And that's very, strikes me all the time, it never comes up in the discussions.
Thank you so much for your input. I see that I think Fiscal Future and you have maybe different ideas on what exactly should be done on the national and what should be done on the European level. I'm now checking right now the Mentimeter to see the input from the audience. And the first question that I would like to forward to both of you is why you think that common debt taking and common European investments can strengthen European democracies and protect them from far-right populism, and if there are not maybe more effective ways of doing so than fiscal policy.
Thank you very much for the question, also for replying to my input. And maybe just to clarify one thing before I answer the question, this housing thing, for instance, this was something that came up at the workshop yesterday, that young people are concerned, and that we've experienced that the budget from Next Generation EU, for instance, is spent to specific countries, to specific projects, but there's not this fiscal infrastructure of providing EU budget for instance, a trans-European mobility network, for instance. We've discussed these things in the workshop yesterday. So now I would answer the question of why we consider taking on new debts would be something that is important for us young generations. But to make it really clear, it does not exclude what our guest has just said about increasing the European budget and also taxation, where of course always the question is who to tax and how to increase the budget. And this very same question of differentiation is also a question that I would raise to the debt. It's not about debt being bad per se or good per se. It's always the question of what do we fund with the debt, how do we invest it, and which money do we spend from taking on debts, for instance, which we collectively as Europe can do better for specific purposes than the single member states themselves. Next Generation EU is the first example. So this would be one thing that I would like to strike. And when it comes to social and green investment, there's nothing more expensive than not investing into the future now. And if it's debts that we need to take on to do this, that's all right.
Well, I don't think it's sustainable to take on debts. And it's very much also getting on the backs of your future, because we are financing our social systems with taxes. I would look also at sustainability with regard to our social systems, and they need a lot of financing, because if you look at demography, it turns out very bad for you. And I would be concerned about, the pensions you will have one day. So, I mean, getting into debts is never sustainable. I think we have to look at priorities. We have to look at priorities, and we have to become aware that we have a new situation in Europe. And for the first time after 30, 40 years, living 70 years in peace, we have to invest more in our defense. And I think we have to make a choice. We cannot do everything. This is one point. And the other point is, as you said, we have created Next Generation EU. And this is only how many years old? 2, 3 years? Have we looked at for what it has been spent? It was 750 billion euros. And I think we start paying it back from 2029 on for the next 30 years. You start to talk about taking on next new debts. I would be careful. I would be first look at, and you said it, it's a lot of money has been spent, and 30% of the money should have been spent on climate and green investments. It was not just the consequences of the pandemic, which was also important to tackle the deficits in the health sectors, but it was in general a huge investment program. And what I'm bothered about, nobody knows where the money went to. It went to member states, and there is no label nowhere that this is Next Generation EU money, for which the whole union has indebted itself. So before I do not know where this money was spent, and if it was well spent, I would be pretty cautious to take on new money.
Okay. So I see right now that in the audience we have different opinions on this. Some people agreeing with the need for a stronger budget and others being more skeptical. That's why I'm wondering if there's someone here who's maybe willing to put their question forward on the mic instead of only via the Menti. Otherwise, I'm happy to read it out as well, but perhaps there's someone. I see 2 people.
Thank you. My name is Alex, and I'm a student of law and economics, so all the economic thing of Europe is for my interest. And I think I agree with the MIP here present, because we need to take careful the quantity of debt that we want for the next few years. And like you said, we also have a lot of debt these last years. So I think we are also, like she said, we need to improve and increasing the money for the important things for the youth in the future, but not without seeing the real data, the real statistics, and the real things that we can do with the money. So the debt and increasing the debt, I think, is not the solution, but we need money, and we need to increase the things for the youth and the future, for the future generations.
Thank you. Do you have any remarks to this? Yeah.
Well, there was no question. I think it was a comment.
Why I wanted to. You can also.
But maybe give some more, input again. I mean, I think we should think, and there is an idea, and also to increase, the money we have at the European level. And what I would also advocate for is what we also did in this period, in this mandate. This is the CO2 price. So if we start really the system of pricing CO2, this should create, income. This should create money. Of course, we also have to think then to give money back to those who are the most vulnerable, who cannot afford investments into changing their heating system and so on. But I think in general, if we, and this is also where some funds rely on this income of CO2 pricing. So we should consider this, because this has a guidance function also for where money is going to and what kind of transformation we want to have. So there are intelligent and smart ideas how you can channel investments, how you can channel also taxation And I would be rather in favor of, having this kind of taxation than a general indebtment of all states and of all member states and the European Union.
Okay. Well, I must say personally, I find anything around fiscal policy always very impressive when people have knowledge about this, as I'm more of a social policy girl myself. But I would now return the floor to you, Carolina, if you want to wrap up our panel, and then we are starting with our second panel with your opinion. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm actually really grateful that we're having this discussion, because I think that is one of the most essential questions about money questions related to the European Union, and it is clear that we're not all on the same page. So I think it's great that you're providing us with the opportunity to have these discussions and to discuss back and forth what the advantages, the disadvantages about taking on debts or prioritizing other fiscal measures, which do not necessarily need to exclude each other's. I think this is a really essential point. And then when it comes to prioritization, I really feel that I need to make the road back to the beginning of your presentation, actually, which is the matter of democracy and the European elections. We know that not investing into social and green spheres and 1% of austerity measures increases the vote for extreme parties by 3 percentage points. There's a new study coming up that came up in 2023. So also there, fiscal policy plays a really essential role when it comes to democracy, and where the public sphere needs to take on more responsibility than they did in the past. So thank you very much for going all voting and also taking your friends and colleagues with you, because this is the most important task for us in the next weeks.
Yeah. Thank you so much also to bringing us back to the message of elections, which we will also touch upon in our last debate today. And with that, I will thank you for your contribution to the entire European Youth event and for this panel. And let's give another round of applause for the whole Fiscal Futures organization. Thank you. And now we're going to go to the next, so the second out of the 4 panel debates. I would ask one of the organizers to just add a chair, and then I will ask the members of the European to join us on the stage. So in this case, we will have 4 of them joining us. 2 first for the presentation, and the other 2 can already also join us on stage. So let's give a warm welcome to European.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Will Kingston Cox. I'm the founder and managing director of Europinion. Firstly, I'd like to thank the amazing organisers of EYE Berlin for the wonderful opportunity to tell the young people of Europe the important work that Europinion is doing to better our journalism to create a better European future. Europinion is an independent media platform founded in June 2023, whose primary focus it is to facilitate and encourage open, honest political discussions, to move away from a journalism governed by misinformation, falsification, and extreme partisanship. We are honoured and privileged to have been able to attend EYE Berlin to engage with the future movers and shakers of our political society and spread our vital message to the young people of Europe. At Europinion, we believe a healthy society thrives on open, honest dialogue. It is important to listen to a variety of viewpoints to help formulate our own informed ideas with the hope to create a better life for all. Our mission is to encourage as many young people as possible to challenge themselves to read a wide variety of perspectives and to train up the next generation of good journalists reporting with integrity. When we listen to one another, we can create a better future, but together we can create a better Europe. I'd like to now hand over to our Editor-in-Chief, Cyrus Larkin-Moore, who will talk more specifically on the work we conducted at EYE Berlin. Thank you.
Yesterday, we had the pleasure of completing a workshop with over 50 of the young people who have attended EYE Berlin. By engaging with and listening to one another, we work to understand what we can all do as readers, writers, listeners, viewers, journalists, as citizens, to address the issues we see in so much of modern journalism. In the workshop, we hosted a debate in groups, and one moment in particular struck me. I saw young people from across Europe discussing the importance that they placed on trusted sources of traditional media in their countries, who were worried about the validity of social media news. But those participants then listened to others saying that for them, digital independent media was and is vital when they feel they can't trust traditional media sources. This kind of contextualized insight happens only when we really listen to one another, and is why Europinion exists. We want to break down the walls that divide us, to encourage healthy dialogue, and to share people's stories with one another. After the debate, we guided the participants through the craft of writing headlines and lead lines. How do we avoid clickbait whilst writing engaging, inviting articles? The answer is truth. Many organizations will tell you to sell the story that gets you clicks, but everything we do must serve the story itself and serve truth. The headline, the lead line, every part of an article. Young people don't want misinformation. We want to learn, to engage, and to genuinely understand the world around us. And that is ultimately the mission of Europinion. So the Q&A will be fielded by our writer and podcast leader, Adelia Oban, and our advisory director, Sam Crooks. Thank you.
Yeah, we can go then straight to the remarks on that. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, that's a very good and healthy approach, I would say, to talk about the truth. But I think, the problem nowadays is to agree on facts. And this is for me very disturbing. If you cannot agree what is a fact and what is just an opinion, this is terrible. And I have to tell you, I'm really worried. I'm a Christian Democrat. We are conservatives. We are always lagging behind a little bit. But when I joined in 2019 the European Parliament, I knew, I have to communicate much more, because German public media does not, report a lot about what the European Parliament is doing, and even less what a single MP is doing. So they only talk about the EU, but nobody knows what the Parliament, Parliament's role in this is. So I decided to have my own channels, and I was, the last 5 years now, really committed to the truth and to information. First of all, information, because this is, I think, what we owe. We need, objective information, and then everybody should, build up its opinion. This is what I believe in. And I only recently supported, a mission by Deutsche Welle, a fact-checking mission. There are people who do fact checks, because there's so many fake news out there, and it's terrible for democracy. If we cannot agree what is a fact. But it's difficult, because what I have seen, I have informed on a neutral basis. But it's not that interesting, It's not that interesting if you report, what were the most important decisions in this plenary session and what was important to you and so on. I mean, and in addition, if you are too long, if you are, let's say, 2-3 minutes long, then nobody's watching that, because the concentration span is like, I'm told, 90 seconds, 60 seconds. No, in the first 3 seconds, people decide if they would, watch this video until the very end. And I'm having now a very serious discussion with my party, with my team, with my young Christian Democrats. If we go on TikTok, no, we are not there because it was not considered to be a channel, where you have a political, informed discussion. But if I talk to, students, and I asked them, if I go to school classes, I asked them, where do you inform yourselves? Everybody's on TikTok. So there's the dilemma. So I think I turn you fully into this, endeavor to get better, information, to get, better information environment. But it's so hard, and I think everybody has to play his or her role in that. And politics is a complex thing. It's really complex. I think I also make the effort to do it in short headlines. But if it's about clickbaits, if you only go for sensational things, and then you invent things, these are lies. So I'm so happy to hear what is your idea about making the truth more sexy, or I don't know how you can call it. But I find it very hard to find, the golden middle, how we say, or but I'm listening to you. What would be your advice, since we are ahead of a new term, how we can improve our communication, but still sticking to the truth and to the informational part, but at the same time being entertaining also, because that's important.
I think we can already direct a little bit into what also the audience was saying, and there's a lot of questions and points about the honest and good journalism in this sense when it comes to the clickbait, to the sensationality, the drive of journalism to get the numbers, to get the readers, to get the viewers. So essentially this almost capitalist approach of, we should make the news that is read, not the news that is important, that informs. And I think one of the main questions is, how can we and how can the politicians and NGOs like yourselves, how can that be promoted? And not just in a sense of, how can we can sit here and say it should be like this, but how can that system change, that it is not driven by how many times an article has been opened, but actually news that changes perception towards more truth in the minds. So maybe you can start with that, and then also we go to the MEP, yes.
Yes, well, I think it's an excellent question and one that is a difficult one to answer, but I think we will try to answer it, we won't disappoint. But definitely I think with the rise of social media, the rise of 24-hour news cycles, information is more readily available from anywhere, from any time previously in history, but also misinformation is more easily available than any time in history. And I think that increases the responsibility of us as European citizens, but also in the journalistic field to prioritize the facts, even simple things like presenting the facts and trying to make people aware of what is going on. And it is definitely something that carries a lot of responsibility, and I think it is about that taking of responsibility and the courage to tell the truth, and yes, to present that in a way that will get people to read, your article or your version of the truth, but it is really a presentation of facts that is more important than that responsibility.
Yeah, and just to kind of pick up on that, the topic of our workshop yesterday was the effect of social media on the information, and especially amongst young people. And one of the people from my group brought up, the saturation of media and the risk of radicalization and all of these things. And in politics, I think that it's even more important. And what we all agreed on was that it's, stimulating curiosity amongst young people. And you were mentioning, like, in Germany, there was not a lot of news reporting about MEPs and stuff like that. So it's important to stimulate curiosity amongst young people to be like, okay, this is what a typical day looks like, this is what we do, this is what matters, and this is what you should be paying attention to. And it also comes both from young people to kind of like strive all of these skills of, knowing what are the facts and building the critical thinking skills that are so important in informing yourself today.
Yeah, maybe I will come up with money again, because good journalists should earn money. And let's be honest, we are very used to have free information all over the place. So who's ready to pay for a subscription? Who is ready? I am also, but I think we should really think about it, because we cannot, ask for good journalism and not pay for it. So and also for young people to go into journalism and invest there, if everybody wants to have everything for free. So we should think about that and evaluate good journalism. Good journalism has a price. And I'm ready to, learn what are young journalists, rising journalists who maybe have a new platform which should be supported. I would be ready to also support it with money, because it's also about that, I think.
Yeah, so I think the term good journalism is coming up quite a bit, which I feel is quite difficult to pinpoint. And what I'm reading here is as well that some people raise whether it's actually possible to draw this distinction between freedom of speech and hate speech / fake news. So someone in this audience also made a, I think, fairly pragmatic suggestion. Shouldn't there be harsher sanctions on fake news and poor journalism rather than relying on good journalism to triumph over profitable journalism? How do you feel about that?
Me personally, I think that it kind of comes back to what I was thinking, is that the forming of critical thinking, critical thought amongst young people is very important. I think sanctioning, if the news itself is harmful, fair enough. I think that censorship is a very delicate topic to kind of touch upon and to kind of evaluate what is good, what is bad, what is harmful. So I think, if you have the availability, as I was mentioning with saturation of media, you have to, as a young person, to kind of try to initiate filtering out this negative information, this misinformation, what is harmful. And of course, it's easier said than done. So I think that there's also a lot of work to be done regarding how to make this decision process. But I think that, if you find good journalism, it's out there and it's just about finding it.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. And I think you yourself raise a very interesting point about what price are we willing to pay for good journalism and for subscriptions and so on to support the work that people do to bring the truth out there. But I think a way that I would perhaps answer the question posed is, what price are we willing to pay for bad, dishonest journalism? What price are we willing to pay in our societies and our democracy for that? Because ultimately the information that people have at their disposal in the news, in the media, will influence how they vote in a few months' time in the European elections, for example. And it will influence how they view policy issues and how well informed they are and how well informed they would like to be, unless people end up in echo chamber environments as well. There's also a risk that is out there. And I think really trying to resolve this issue, I think, yes, you can do what you can to shut down disinformation when it appears, but it is about encouraging people to invest in truthful societies inspired by journalism, I think.
Just one last remark. I think we should not rely only on digital information. I mean, what we do today here, it's face-to-face. And I mean, that's the check, I would say, because you can do everything in the digital world, and it's really hard to, bring back information which is out there. It's impossible. And if you censor something, they go on new channels, and so I think it's pretty hard to go after. But I would also always say, in politics, it's about relationship, it's about confidence, it's about personal relationships, I mean, this is why you have MPs. Politics is human beings. And it's about society. It's about, social texture. So I would encourage you also to, check in person with this person who is spreading this fake news and confront him, with that. Because, on the web, you can do everything. And you don't know who's behind. This can come from Russia. This can come from China, whatsoever. But I would really encourage you to take politics as a social thing, and this cannot only go digital. I mean, I know we had Corona, and we all lived a lot more in the digital world, but Corona is over. So I always encourage you to face people and that's the best check, I would say.
Yeah, I think this notion of politics is everything around us. Every interaction that we have does have some merit in politics, because politics is about all of our opinions coming together, and every discussion we have is essentially, in a small way, also politics. So I think that is very important. For kind of the last part of this discussion, I would like to first ask the audience with a raise of hands, not for questions yet, but first, who considers or considered becoming a journalist in their professional life? To just raise your hands also.
We're hiring, by the way, so if you're interested.
Yes. And maybe one of the people that raised their hands, does anyone have anything, because this is an important aspect also of your organization and also of what you presented, of, you know, and also we talked about it now, about young people going into journalism, becoming journalism. Does anyone have any questions related to that? Okay, then I will just open the floor for general questions, and you were so keen that I will definitely give you the microphone. If we have microphones ready, I can just...
Hi, I'm Ava Metzdorf, and you talked a lot about information and providing the through informations, and I was wondering what kind of measures you personally as a MEP are taking to be more transparent. I'm thinking about additional income, lobbyism, or taking presence, and I think this is another really important part about providing information. It's not just what you're doing as your job as MEP, but also what you're doing after the session and who are you meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good aspect. And what I introduced and what was copied by many of my colleagues, every Monday I bring up on Instagram, I'm telling that's my week. So these are my appointments. I'm meeting this and this person. So I make available. You check on Monday, I'm meeting this and this. I even meet, lobbyists. I make this very, very open. And I also post when I met this person with a picture, and then you are, free to ask me what I've discussed. But actually, this doesn't come up very often. So I'm transparent in this regard, and of course I fully comply with all the rules with regard to transparency of the European Parliament. And as you might know, I'm sitting in the Industry Committee and the Environment Committee, which are of course brown too. I meet lobbyists, I'm very clear about it, because I need these contacts for my work. But I meet a wide range of lobbyists, because NGOs are also lobbyists, citizens are lobbyists. So I mean, this is wide. So this is what I introduced from I think, very beginning, to be transparent whom I'm meeting, and also, with the result, what I've discussed. And when I come back to Berlin from Brussels, people tell me, you met this person, so they follow what I'm doing. So this is how I try to also that they know what an MP is doing the whole week. I mean, more or less, they know how my work looks like if I go for a panel or so, and I try together, to collect videos, photos, and then to combine everything, repost also what others have posted. But I have to tell you one thing: my day has 24 hours, and I felt being in the European Parliament, it's so much about communication, but I also have to work. To do communication takes a lot of time, and to do it properly, and to do it sincerely, and to do it also informative. And I'm really, afraid going on TikTok, because it means a lot of more investment in terms of energy of my assistants. I do not get an additional budget to serve 4 or 5 channels. And I do not have more time my whole day. So I really have to think where I invest my energy. And but of course, I consider, where are my voters? Where are the citizens? And if the young people are all on TikTok, even if it's a Chinese platform with high security risks, I consider to go there, but I have to find a way how to communicate being honest and not to lose my standards, because I have standards in my communication. And I have to be very open. In Germany, you know, the idea was that you have to dance if you go on TikTok. That was the common perception, and I was not ready to dance. So, but I got convinced that this is, you know, also about political information. But it takes you a lot of time, you know, and I, you know, I'm a politician. I'm not an entertainer. I'm not a journalist. I'm not, you know, I do this, you know, with assistants who also, you know, I have a limited budget and limited time. So it's, yeah, you have to, but I do what I can do. And until now, the reactions were pretty positive. And for example, this My Week was taken up by many colleagues. You know, they copied to also get more transparent. And I think that's already a step forward.
For those of you that do want to dance, we have a Euro concert happening later tonight. But in the vein of transparency, I would like to ask the final question, which has been brought up actually 3 times already now on the Menti, and give it especially to both of you and ask you to answer this question, also give us your final remarks for today. But someone said journalists should be non-partisan, and someone else said, how can journalists be good if it is all partisan? I think partisanship is a big question. Neutrality, and of course, intuitively, I ask myself whether such a thing is even possible or even something that we should aspire towards. Or is that something to be transparent about one's own biases? How do you feel about that and your opinion?
Excellent question again. I think, yeah, a good way of, I think, looking at this is changing the word neutrality with objectivity. I think, you know, journalists are human beings, believe it or not. You know, they are human beings that wake up, they do their day, they go to sleep, and everyone is a product of their own experiences, and that would then inform the work of a journalist and how they approach issues, their area of expertise. And really, I think you can definitely be objective, regardless of your position. If you are honest, you act with integrity in the media, and you take the facts seriously, you will have your own personal story that you indirectly tell through your journalism. But I think fundamentally, you can be objective, you can be neutral indeed, and you can make it good, you can make it interesting and compelling. But I think it has to be honest, it has to be done with integrity, and it has to be done with the facts.
I would have not used better words to say what has just been said by Sam, but I think overall, as he said, you know, own internal biases are inevitable. You are going to maybe at one point say, okay, yeah, I am appreciative of this politician, especially when talking about politics, and it's something that we at Your Opinion we don't really have, because simply our writers are such a diverse bunch of people from all different backgrounds, with different nationalities, different political beliefs. And I think that whatever we decide to write on or to speak about in our podcast, we always try to remain as neutral as possible. And whenever we do decide to take a political stance, we do make sure that it is the voice of our writers and not the voice of Your Opinion as a whole. And I think that it's important to always keep that as a writer. I think Sam said journalists are human beings after all, so of course they are going to have their own beliefs. And if any journalist is comfortable enough to share that, I think that it's also an opinion worth hearing.
Yes, thank you for a very interesting discussion. I think it's very valuable to think about these things, and it is your work throughout this event and in general is really something that we can call innovative Europe. And in this sense, we're so happy that you were able to present us with such a great example of that. And with that, we would actually like to have a little activity, and you two can stay for that on the stage as well. It is not dancing, but it is a little bit of an energizer, just to keep everyone a little bit energized. So everyone can just stand up. If someone feels more comfortable sitting down, you can stay seated down, but to really get, you know, our joints moving, we can stand up. And I will do this without the microphone, because I think you can hear me if I yell a little bit. So we're gonna do, I don't even know how this is called. It's 10, yeah, or 8. Is it 8? Yeah. So we're just gonna shake it up. Yeah, but we're gonna go slow. Or one by one. So we're going to start with our right hand. We're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Next time, you also say. Otherwise, I feel stupid. And now we're just going to be counting them. Okay? So we're going to 4. Then 2, then 1, and we're done. Put that down, then 2. Okay? But we're going to start with 8 again because 2 words fly. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
You can invite, I'll just change the slide and you can. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for this lovely energizer, Yasha. I hope you all feel energized now. We are now starting with our third panel, which is the one that I think probably Hildegard Bentele is most excited about, since it's most in line with her expertise. So we would like to ask the 2 representatives from EU Neighbours East to join us on stage.
You can. It's coming.
Oh, now it is. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Claudia. I'm from Poland and France.
My name is Damla, and I'm from Germany.
So we are 2 EU Neighbours East Young European Ambassadors, and we are pleased to be sharing the outtakes of our workshops with this amazing crowd and with our esteemed guest and member of European Parliament, Mrs. Hildegard Bentele. I hope I'm pronouncing it well, but I don't think so. So the Young European Ambassadors, the YEAs, is a non-political initiative that is voluntary, that is a voluntary, vibrant network connecting and building bridges of friendship among young people from the EU, the UK, and the Eastern Partnership countries. So the Eastern Partnership was established in 2009, and it is a joint initiative between the EU and 6 countries, yes, in the Eastern neighborhood, with Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. The aim of the YEA network is to raise awareness about the EU's cooperation with these 6 countries, to showcase the tangible results of the of this cooperation to contribute to the policy dialogue on various topics and to help increase civic activism by empowering youth participation. And we have over 900 YEs representing over 30 nationalities.
Thank you, Claudia, for the introduction to our network and our initiative. So we are highly honored to be here at the Berlin and want to thank the organizers for this amazing event, the amazing weekend, and the opportunity to run a workshop, panel, and info stand here at Berlin. So our first workshop was called A Larger EU, EU Enlargement for Beginners. And for those who couldn't join, our workshop dealt with the European neighborhood policy and enlargement negotiations. The workshop aimed at making known, first, the Eastern Partnership and its 6 countries, and second, the Young European Ambassadors Initiative, and third, the steps for the accession of a country into the European Union, with a focus on the candidate countries Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. Anyone who's from these countries? Oh, we have a few. Nice to have you here. Have you been at our workshop? Amazing, thank you. So, perfect. And the first 2 points were discussed in a short presentation, where the third one was introduced with an interactive game, a puzzle. And that challenged participants to work in groups to put the accession steps into the correct order. There are a lot of correct steps you need to take into account. And we then reviewed the steps together, and we got to hear from 4 young European ambassadors from Georgia and Ukraine, 2 of them who are like candidate countries currently, about their personal stories and what this means to them. It was very emotional to listen to the stories. And we also had a great Q&A session and a great discussion, which we built on even more in the afternoon, our popular panel discussion called EU and the World, Foreign Affairs and Enlargement in Our Union. And we were highly honored to be joined by the member of the European Parliament, Mr. David McAllister, who was the chair of the European Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee, and 2 of our young European ambassadors, Dacia Ciksavili from Georgia and Violeta Kukuruza from Ukraine. We had a fascinating conversation about all the things EU enlargement, the accession process, and the mutual benefits of this for the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries.
So we noticed 4 main themes that came out of our activities. The first one would be solidarity. Young people see themselves as part of a global community, and they want to stand in solidarity with each other. And they actually want to learn how to concretely support each other. And this is particularly relevant in the context of EU enlargement and accession, as it takes all of us working together to expand our union. A second outtake would be information. The importance of combating disinformation in the EU and in its neighbors, disinformation, a problem that seeks to undermine unity. Additionally, we highlight the importance of making sure that information is accurate and more accessible, particularly for difficult topics like accession and enlargement that may be deemed as a lot of political jargon. And then the third important point that came out of our workshops is shared values. So the EU is much more than just geography. It's also about values and ideas. And as one of our young European ambassadors yesterday, Natalia from Ukraine, said, what's the meaning of values if you aren't going to fight for them? And she literally does, because she's a soldier in the front line, and she's an alumni, by the way, so she's not that as young as us, I guess. So yes, and this opened a wonderful discussion about candidate countries like Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, who have paid a high price, and often in human lives, in order to defend and join the European community. And it is important to highlight the effect of Russian aggression and how deeply they are being felt across the European continent. The war in Ukraine started in 2014 after Russia illegally annexed Crimea, and still continues today. And however, Russian aggression did not begin there. Many forget that Russia also invaded Georgia in 2008. And solidarity and support is necessary to build our collective future. Our Georgian European ambassador, Daci, yesterday said too that the way to support Georgia the way to support Georgia is also to support Ukraine. And many countries in our region have felt and continue to feel the destabilizing impacts of Russia's aggressions. And we must continue to call everyone to action to keep standing with Ukraine so we can bring about Ukrainian victory as quick as possible. And I'll leave the floor to...
And we already touched upon the importance of personal stories. So in both the workshops and the panel, we saw the importance of young people sharing their personal stories to give things like the EU enlargement a human dimension so people can really understand the impact of these topics in people's real lives. We need more opportunities for amplifying youth voices, especially from countries that are not always heard. For example, one of our colleagues shared her story that it's actually meaning a lot when you wake up in Ukraine and you're alive. I mean, it was a very emotional moment for us just to listen to us, because Ukraine is a topic we see a lot in the news, but having a Ukrainian person in front of you and saying that, waking up and being alive is such a privilege, is just like a different dimension of the war. And so the people spoke with so much emotion and enthusiasm, and the hard work and dedication of Eastern Partnership countries in working towards EU accession may offer current member countries an opportunity to consider what they may be taking for granted. Or like one of our panelists said, the EU is first and foremost a project of peace. The accession to the EU is deemed as a dream, while the EU is seen as a promise of peace for a safer and brighter future. Those are ideas that were brought out during the exchange between our YEAs, like Young European Ambassadors, and the audience. In hindsight, to be reminded of what the EU means for countries that are not yet part of the EU is crucial to encourage the citizens of the member states to head to the polls between the 6th and 9th of June 2024, the EU elections. And in preparing for this panel, we were also asked about whether we have any open or unresolved discussion points from our workshops. Well, the topic of EU accession is never a closed issue. Our panelist, Mr. McAllister, the member of the European Parliament, said enlargement is the EU's greatest success story. When it comes to enlargement, there are always more voices and perspectives that can be added to the conversation. There's always more to say about this topic. EU membership can be a long journey, and we are always working towards our goals, and we should do this together. One topic we continue to discuss is about the ongoing and future reforms that are needed both within the EU and the candidate countries, like the Eastern Partnership, Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, who have the current candidate status. And in order for enlargement to take place, and how this gives us a unique opportunity for us both to reflect, improve, and grow together. And finally, we also spoke a lot about what young people in countries that are not yet candidate countries, but want to become one day, can do to bring the EU closer to them. Here we highlight the role of the civil society, like all of us, the next generation, particularly the youth, in spreading information and communicating about young people's dreams for their futures. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and I would ask Ms.
Yeah, thank you very much for this presentation. I have the honor to be member of the EU Montenegro delegation. And as you know, Montenegro is supposed to be the 28th member state of the European Union. They are considered to be very advanced in their accession role, but they also had to solve, they got stuck. They got stuck for a year already, almost, because they had to solve internal institutional problems. And I think, young people play a crucial role because they push forward. They want to have a future. They want to have perspective. They want to have a thriving economy. They want to travel. They want to work all over the European Union. And, an accession is about your future. And I think you should never stop to press your MPs or your governments to think about your future. So I very much count on you, because the pressure can come from you. And another issue also I would like to highlight, and this is what happened to myself, I think Europe is all about encountering other Europeans. And this is why it's so important to have these exchange programs and to get to know other Europeans. And what I think, we in the old Europe, we need your insights. And we have seen this, you mentioned very often Ukraine. We have seen that we should have listened to the Baltic states much longer, to Eastern Europe, about Russia, because we were blind. Germany was blind. And it was raised, who is ready to fight for freedom? Ask Berliners, ask around, are you ready to take up an arm and fight for your freedom? You know, nobody would. We are discussing some service for young people. Nobody wants to. So, but I think it's very crucial questions. What are we ready to do to defend our democracies, our values, our European way of life, how we call it? And I think your experiences can give a lot to, you know, us, old Europeans, to revive also, you know, old Europe. And I'm saying this because my husband is Croatian, and Croatia was the last, you know, member state to join. And you can see from this example, they have now Euro, they have Schengen, so they get very deep into integration. But on the other hand, we have also other member states like Hungary. You know, I would say they're not part of our European values anymore. So it never stops, you know, this engagement and this being aware that democracy is fragile. It never stops, even if you are inside the European Union. And you talked about disinformation. This is a huge threat all over the place. So, I mean, we have to work for this democracy and this, you know, democratic European Union every day. It doesn't stop once you join the European Union. Yeah, and we count on you as young Europeans to hold up on this, because this is the impetus we need, I think.
Yeah, big applause. So first and foremost, thank you for touching upon so many important topics. I just want to give like 2 personal insights from our colleagues. So our Georgian colleague Daci just pointed out the importance of Erasmus Plus for himself, because Erasmus Plus is for Western Europeans like an opportunity that you can take and you have no difficulties. You can travel from Germany to Italy, to Spain, to Greece. You can do it like, if you have the opportunity, if you're accepted, you can just do it. But for the AP countries, it's not like that. They need visa, they need to apply. They are not always granted the opportunity. And he just mentioned to us that it was for him like one of the best experiences to travel to Europe and have these encounters that you mentioned. So it is definitely about encounters and like getting united through these encounters. So thank you very much for touching upon these topics and also for the fight for the values. So one of our Ukrainian colleagues just said, why do we have values if we cannot fight for them? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's stay with this topic of Ukraine for a bit longer, because we are getting a lot of questions about that. One person asked whether Russia at some point in the future should be in the EU. That I think is a very interesting thing to think about. While another person raised similarly how we can actually make citizens aware that Ukraine is defending all of Europe and our values and not just national values. How do you feel about maybe both short-term and long-term the integration of Ukraine as well as Russia?
So the EU neighbors, just like the European Union, are keen on sharing on promoting what we like to call the shared values, not European values, more shared values. It's a condition to access into the European Union. It is based on the respect of human rights, the rule of law, and of democracy. Then I guess that if there is a world, a time frame in which any countries that is geographically also lying in the European continent would respect them, then obviously the accession to the EU would be something that would be indeed possible. That's for the Russian part. But I will be pleased to give the hand to someone else for the rest.
Well, I don't see Russia joining the EU at all, because they do not share our values. So full stop. So you can, if there's aggression, if there's war, there can be no membership, of course. But I would like to say something. I don't want to put everything on the young generation. We have also to do our job, you know, in the European Parliament and in the EU. And I was a member of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And we were discussing institutional reforms, because what we see with Ukraine is a big country. 40 million people. And we can see already now, if we talk about the grain exports, it's a big issue. So the EU, and I will never vote for this, wants to put customs now on Ukraine, grain imports. That's crazy. But you can see how many reforms we have to do in the agricultural sector, because this would completely, topple down what we are currently doing, because it's a huge agricultural sector. So that means a change for the European farmers in the current regime. So this is why I said before, we have to talk about the budget, we have to talk about how we spend money. But if we want new members to accede, means that we, the old union, has to change. And I was really, that was a bit frustrating experience, because we were having the conference for a year with a lot of involvement of young people, of citizens, and we have prepared a report which was really bold, and we were advocating for majority voting and so on. But the member states, the council just put it in the drawer and never looked at it. It just, that was really frustrating. And I think we need that's not how we can, keep on going. We have to prepare ourselves, and the union is in constant change. We have to adapt to new realities. And if we enlarge, we have to really adapt to this new reality. And that means, that some will lose and some will gain.
Thank you. I think we actually got one very interesting question at the end that also kind of pins back into what was said at the beginning of this, of the questions of the internal problems in these countries and the sharing of values. So all the Eastern Partnership countries, and in this sense we can also talk wider, although that's not what you work with, but also Western Balkans or Turkey. And the question of, on one side, how can we support these countries to overcome the problems that they have, but then also staying united after that within the EU? How can we, when we lose this carrot, as the EU likes to use, this carrot stick kind of approach, how can we keep those internal problems from coming back, from these values that are different from the EU values, as you mentioned, in Hungary, and what was present in, for instance, Poland for some time. How can we keep in these countries that are joining later on, how can we keep them, how can we keep the entire European Union and wider even Europe within the same values?
So for this question, I would once again like to refer to our program, EU Neighbours East, and our role as Young European Ambassadors. So what we are is actually a communication program. And so one of the main things I consider as highly important is to create communication and building bridges in order to foster mutual understanding. So in the frame of this initiative, we have the opportunity to travel to different countries of the EAP, of the Eastern Partnership, and also having these people coming here. And if not, we have a lot of online actions. And what I experience is that just seeing what is happening in these countries, like what do these people think, especially youth, what do they think, how do they see their future, is highly important for us as Europeans, as EU citizens, to understand, okay, what are their current needs, and also for them, what is our current situation. So I think mutual understanding and building bridges is one of the most important things to, or even maybe the most important thing to stay united and also to create solidarity, because without solidarity, one of our main takeaways of our workshops, we will never achieve this point. And for this reason, we have a lot of activities. We go to schools, we have exchanges, we do online actions just to foster mutual understanding, because if you can understand each other, you can work with each other. So yeah, so we highly encourage you to also take part of other of our activities. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a very important point. It's solidarity, and I would be very strict on democratic rules and rules of law. I mean, if you do not, because you accede to a union which has rules, and if you do not, apply to the rules, you need to be sanctioned. Because that's what we see, in Hungary, just taking the money and profiting from the EU and profiting from the advantages, but not being showing solidarity. And I'm talking very, sincerely about migration, because, some countries are more concerned, some are less concerned because of geography. So, and you cannot just say, you know, we stick to some of the issues in the EU, but not to the others. So that's not part of the game. So this is why I was a bit careful about the indebtment, because, you know, is it very attractive to go, you know, you have to indebt yourself and so on, you know. You have to be realistic. Maybe if there are too many obligations and if integration goes too far, for example, in social issues or some societal issues, for example, you know, we had a discussion about abortion being discussed at the European level. And it's a very sensitive issue, which is, you know, very in a social context. So I think you should be very careful, you know, and you have to be very much aware what kind of European Union you are acceding to. And sometimes, you know, this is, I mean, we have several also unions, as I said, Schengen, Euro, and so on. And maybe this is also a model we should consider also for the accession countries, you know, to come up in a certain circle at the beginning and then decide on your own how far you want to integrate, you know, because this is a model, and you have seen some countries who integrated further because they were reluctant at the beginning, but then integrated further. And I think you should be also allowed to get a step back, you know. I mean, if you do not want to be in some of the regulations, but at the end we should also think, where's the core? Because if we have too many speeds and too many unions, it's also a problem. But I think we should show some flexibility, you know, but one should be aware this is a union. This is not just, you know, for your advantage. You also have to show solidarity, and you have to stick to the rules. And rules should be sanctioned. And I also, you know, we have Article 7. If somebody does not apply at all anymore, should be thrown out.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you also for touching on the rule of law violation mechanism. We still have a lot of questions, but sadly not that much time anymore. So I would like to ask you to give us your closing remarks before we turn to our very final panel of the day.
So first of all, I want to thank all of the people who joined our workshops and the panel discussion. We're really delighted to see so many people. And one thing we would like to transmit to you is just like to keep the aspect of solidarity and keep the interest for the AP countries and other cultures like as high as possible, because we as a younger generation have the opportunity to shape the Europe of tomorrow. And for this, we need to stay together. We need to listen to each other and try to understand the interests of each other in order to work together. So just try to stay as much as interested as possible and inform each other as much as possible.
I'd like also to add as well, maybe to conclude, to keep in mind the motto of the EU, United in Diversity. We believe that the EU enlargement would be full of mutual benefits because it is a process, a very long and complex one, that not only does transform the countries we're talking about, but it also transformed the EU in itself. And in my opinion, it is something that is good, that with time, we keep thinking about our own structures. We are able to agree to change and to be open to even more diversity, even though it means change, and that change might generate fears. So that would be my last remarks.
Thank you. Thank you again for a great discussion, and for keeping the Europe as a whole united through your work. It really shows the amazing unity that we already have across Europe, not just the EU, everywhere, and it can still get better, and it will get better. So thank you. And with that, we will be moving on to the fourth panel. So let's give a quick applause. Yeah. Thank you. And with that, as said, we're going to the fourth panel about the pillar European elections. And for that, we have joining us a representative from the Jugendwelt. So let's give a warm welcome to Shayan Mirmoayedi.
Hello, everyone. by show of hands, who of you will vote in the European elections? Amazing. And that's what we want every room to look like, where young people and first-time voters are. And that is exactly what our workshop was about. My name is Cheyenne. I'm 20 years old, a law student from Berlin, and I work in journalism. And I volunteer at Jugendwelt. Jugendwelt is a youth-based NGO in Germany that champions for lowering the voting age to 16. And since we achieved that goal with the European elections in Germany, now the next step is to mobilize young voters and get across the importance of the upcoming European elections. The initiative Jugendwelt started in 2020. So we've been doing this for quite some time now, and we advise policymakers and in the Bundestag and other state parliaments. And if you would like to join our work generally, you're all invited. You can write us an email at info@jugendwelt.de, and we'll be glad that you join us. So before we get to the point of how we can mobilize young voters in the upcoming election, let's talk about why it is important that young people vote in general, and also 16 and 17-year-olds that can now vote in 5 European countries have that right, why that is important. You know, young people can inform themselves about politics, they can make voting decisions, and they are part of our society whose perspective must be heard. That's what young people say themselves, and that's what political science is telling us. And yeah, the European elections are an opportunity for democracy, because if young people vote in the first election, there's a high chance that they will continue on voting in further elections in the future. So this is an opportunity for all of us to you know, create more participation in the future. Right, so, and to give a quick recap of our workshop, we divided the workshop in 2 halves, right? One was about social media and one was about real-life measures that can be taken to mobilize young voters. And I think the main takeaway is that when we are mobilizing young voters, we have to talk about specific topics that young people are interested in. It's not just about telling people that democracy as itself is important and that we have to fight and that elections themselves are important. You know, people that are already interested in politics know that, and probably everyone knows that, but the key takeaway is that we all need to talk about specific topics. And the way we can do it and how we can do it is by reaching people in schools, youth clubs, local, national, and international events, through social media and through other online formats, such as newsletters, or I think all of you have seen those pigeons around here everywhere. The app is called Palumba. Guys are sitting right there. They're basically doing a Tinder for European politics, I'd say. And yeah, so the app will probably start in May, 9th of May. So that is a good possibility to you know, inform young voters. And yeah, be happy to talk to you talk with you about what we can do to mobilize voters in the upcoming elections. And if you want to join our campaign, which is mainly in Germany, but there are also international campaigns going on, hit us up on Instagram or via email. And thank you very much.
Thank you for a great presentation. Before we continue, I would ask, there's a lot of people coming from the workshops. Join us. We're just starting with the last discussion, so you can very easily sit down, check out the Mented, where you can also post some more questions. Because soon after this, we're also going to the closing ceremony. So whoever is free and interested in European elections, which I think everyone is. There are still some seats left, so yes, just join us. And with that, yeah, we can go to your first remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. For Germany, it's a new situation that you can vote with 16 at the European elections, and I think we all try to adapt to that. You mentioned it's not so much important to point out the general importance of going to vote. I think it's still important because, as I said, these are first-time voters. And for example, in Berlin, you can vote at the local level with 16, but the turnout is super low. So I think we still have to advocate for going to vote with 16. But what I would be curious is about, because you said specific issues. So young voters are interested in specific issues. So I'd be super keen, what are these specific issues? Because what I'm shocked and what I cannot reconcile is that, you know, according to the polls, young voters tend to vote right-wing. So, and I can just explain this because they get a lot of information about, you know, right-wing politics, but I wonder why they are attracted on right-wing messages, because I don't feel that they provide any solutions. And since I'm not watching, you know, what are these specific issues, I relate right-wing policies to migration and so on, but I don't know what, but I never would think that they provide perspectives for the future. So I'd be super keen to know what you found out, what are these specific issues. We know it from the past, it's climate issues, and this is actually the reason why I joined the Environment Committee, because when I started in 2018, we had huge Fridays for Future demonstrations. And I took this up as a task because I heard the voice of young female voters mainly, that they asked us to take climate protection serious, to come up with answers. And this was very much a call on my party too, and I took it very serious. And I said, okay, if there's anything I can contribute in the next 5 years, this is on questions and taking serious climate change. And this is what I worked upon in the last 5 years. But I do not see currently this kind of movements. They are gone. So, and if you look at the polls, you know, it's not so much climate change, which is on the top of the agenda. It's still on place 3 or so, but it's mainly economy. So people are concerned about, you know, jobs and so on. But I'm a bit lost with regard to the young generation.
Well, first of all, thanks for the...
And what can be done at the European level? I mean, there are many issues, as you said, housing and so on. But as I said, we cannot, you know, doing a housing policy, we cannot solve the problem that young people do not find a cheap apartment in Berlin. This has to be done at the Berlin level. Sure. And I'm very open about it, you know. We can only solve the problem at European level, which we can solve.
Well, first of all, thanks for the chance to differentiate that. Of course, it's important to point out that it is very important for our democracy to vote. What I think is important to me is that, you know, as someone that volunteers in youth participation myself, I think that most volunteers, when they're trying to convince someone, just say it's very important to vote for democracy. But if somebody has, you know, real personal issues with politics, then that's not what's going to mobilize them. It's at least not the only thing that you should do, but you should definitely, you know, emphasize that also. I completely agree. And regarding right-wing votes, so first of all, in other elections, for example, in the German state of Brandenburg, we've seen that young voters actually don't support right-wing parties as much as older generations do. But you're absolutely right that there is a danger of far-right politicians, especially because they use TikTok way better than any other party. And by better, I mean they have figured it out better. So what the European level, but then let's make this point also very clear. It's not just young people that are affected by right-wing politics. It's not a young people's problem that the far right is on the rise. This is something that we can see either on TikTok, where young people are, or on Facebook, where the baby boomer generation is. So that is not a specific problem of young people. However, it is a problem that must be tackled in all age groups and also with young people. And maybe talking about TikTok, you know, many EU politicians are, you know, very slowly adapting to TikTok and don't want to join TikTok. And I think the perspective that must be taken is that no one is going to download the TikTok app just because the EU Commission or some EU MEP is now on TikTok. So that's not the case. So everyone's saying that we cannot support this TikTok because of all the issues it clearly has. It's not really how it works, right? The issue is that it is already there. And it is used by far-right politicians, and young people are using it, if you like it or not. And that is something that, I mean, you can try to change, and I don't know how to change that, but you can maybe tell me. But we cannot change. So it's important that these rooms are taken by all political actors, and not only by politicians, but also by the media. Yeah, so that's very important. And the other parts are, you know, going in schools, going to youth clubs, mobilizing people. And regarding the topics, last point that you mentioned, it depends on the EU country. Speaking with people from different EU countries, where, for example, in some countries where unemployment is high, you know, the economy and employment might be the bigger issue. Also the climate, the economy, and wars. When you also look at statistics, those are topics that come up the most. But when I talking about specific topics, it's not only the ones that are on top of the news, but really, you know, getting to talk to people and getting to understand what they're interested in individually and trying to convince them or inform them that the EU has an effect on those topics that interest them. That's, I think, the important part.
Thank you. Okay, I think a good question to kickstart this is a very simple yes-no question, but Mrs. Bentley, do you yourself actually support the lowering of the voting age to 16, either at the European or at the national level?
You know, in my former life as MP, I was a spokesperson for education in Berlin. So I was dealing a lot with students. And I would like to say something, you know, more rights come with more education. And what I've seen in schools in Berlin around, I have seen students asking for more political, you know, information, because they do not feel that they understand what this European Parliament is all about, these European institutions, how it all functions. And this applies also to the national level. So I felt, to be very honest, that some 16, 17-year-old, it was, you know, a bit too demanding, actually, because they didn't have the proper information. So I would work on you know, having a good education system where, you know, political science or, you know, democracy is being taught. Because you have to distinguish the different levels, what you can do in the local, national, European. That's very important, because if not, you are frustrated, you are disappointed. And I feel that there is a lack of this education. And this is what I tried to tackle when I was still a politician at the Berlin level. So I'm a bit reluctant because I felt that even young people said, oof, I do not really understand, you know, what this is all about. So it's an effort. It's an effort. It's our, you know, it's our duty as you know, as a state and as a democracy to provide for this information, education. But you know, I mean, there are many issues in politics which are really also related to your life experience. And if you talk about, you know, war and peace and so on, it also requires some life experience, I would say. So I go even more far. I think even a politician, you know, very young politicians, they have often have a hard time to make informed decisions and balanced decisions. I know this, I can be criticized about that, but I think some life experience, if you worked before, if you have a profession, if you have a family and so on, if you have paid taxes, if you have once searched your apartment yourself, if you have lived on your own, that's a very important, aspect to make, informed and I would say mature decisions. But of course, you can also be a old person and make stupid decisions. So, but I think we should provide proper information, and I think there's a lack of information in schools about democracy. I mean, less just objective information, and I feel that very often young people are overwhelmed by this responsibility they have, and they shy away.
Well, obviously, I don't agree, but the thing is, studies say that 16 and 17-year-olds can vote, they can make informed decisions, and they also, from a psychological perspective, have enough cognitive development to make those decisions. And what we think is the big opportunity for democracy when you're lowering the voting age is that most people, not all of them, but most people are still in school. And when you're in school, you're in an environment where teachers and also, teachers talk about the European elections when you're having a politics class. And there you get your information. Actually, in the statistics, the age group of 18 to 24 always has some problems when it comes to participation. The participation in elections is usually lower in that age category than in the older ones. And by lowering the voting age, and if that works, that more 16 and 17-year-olds go to vote, we can actually, have more participation in the future.
May I react to this? Because what I know is that, the 16-year-old, they very much vote like the parents do, because this is what is being discussed at the kitchen table. So, and I think it's more interesting once you get independent, you find your new circles and so on, then you make up your own independent decision. This is what I know from statistics and surveys, that it's very much, and this is also a bit dangerous, because if you grow up in a family, where voting and discussing about politics is common, then you are better informed, you're wider informed. But if there is no such thing, then it's, you're very much stuck to this family, environment, and also school. I mean, if you're in a good school, if you're open, then, once you step out of this, circles which are used to, which you're born into, the better, the more independent, I would say, your decision is. And maybe you have to overcome this phase. Once you move out, you have other worries than going to vote. But if you go closer to 30, they will come back.
Well,
and with different decisions.
If before we return to you, apparently my simple yes/no question was not that simple. But of course, this is a question that sparked a lot of curiosity from the audience as well. So I would like to ask you if you would like to join this discussion about lowering the voting age. I see yes. Could we have someone carrying the mic? Amazing. I think the person with glasses in the back was the first one I saw.
Right. So I understand the points from both sides, though at least I'm speaking from personal experience here. I have to agree that lowering the age to 16, I think, might be a little premature. What I do agree with, however, wholeheartedly, is that there is distinctly a lack in social spaces and education in schools. So I think there definitely needs to be a greater emphasis on educating the youth, per se. But even like speaking personally and hearing stories from peers and their younger siblings as well, that is true. The voting right inevitably has a tendency to be biased towards the parents. Then again, I would also like to go more in your direction as well by saying there is definitely a need of having these organizations that educate and like spread awareness. That's just all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay. Well, the participant with the white jacket looked so disappointed just now when I didn't select him. So if you would like to add your thoughts as well before we return to you, Cheyenne.
So, hello, everybody. Thank you. My question is, where do you see the Europe in the next 5 years in relation to security and cooperation in the European Union? Thank you.
Okay, this is a very great question. I would suggest you to address it to Ms. Bentle maybe after the panel, since it's not quite on topic right now. So now, Cheyenne, on to you. Sorry to keep the mic from you for so long.
Have you guys seen adults? Like, it's not as if all adult people, in my personal opinion, make informed choices. And that will be also in your personal opinions, because all of us have different opinions and think that the other ones are wrong. So, what the studies show us is that they can make informed decisions, and if they are part of the voter cluster that votes like the parents did, and their social group in general does, then probably that's not going to change even if they turn 18. When they're in that, according to political science, when you were in that voting cluster. The important part is, I think, that we don't ask this question with any other age group. Voting is so essential to democracy. It's, very similar to basic rights, that the argument that, everyone has to have voting rights, except if there are good reasons against this. And the argumentation should be this way around and not the other way around. And what we saw is that better reasons spoke for lowering the voting age, and that's what political scientists say. And also what a new study from October 2023 says is that when you have different voting ages for the same people in different elections, then that can be quite frustrating. And the positive effect that lowering the voting age has can be diminished by this. The positive effect on participation and motivation to get involved in politics. So it's important that we, when we lower the voting age, we do it in all sectors. However, that's not to say that we have to raise the voting age again, because that would be the most frustrating, it would even be more frustrating. And that's also what the study says, by the way. That's not what I'm saying. So yeah, what I think is that there's not a young people problem to make informed decisions when we talk about populism and talk about insufficient information. I think there's a big opportunity, and I think we're on the same page here that we have to do better, political education in schools. Even though when you're looking at the plans across Germany in all states, the expectations are very high. What is written in there is amazing, but we have to get better at implementing it. I agree with that, but it is already there, and it is probably better than a 50-year-old can remember from what he learned in school.
Yeah, I fully agree on the coherence issue. We should be coherent, and this is why. Yeah, but I also want to counter one thing. I mean, I do not get into that I'm 47, turning 48. And I would never say, I would never list or represent young interests. This is identity politics, that just young people would represent, young interests. I have kids, we have a youth organization in my party, so I listen very carefully, what young people are saying, and I also try to represent what they want. So I do a little bit counter, the idea that just young people have. This is why I was asking, what are their specific interests? And if this is why I do not understand if you want to have good social systems, but you go into debts, and one day you cannot pay your social system anymore. This is a bit, one has to be coherent. But this is not. This is why I don't think identity politics should not play a role, because I would, for every MP, they should have a crossover view about their voters. So not just look into women, or just if you're handicapped, you represent handicapped, politics. This is what I, that's not my vision of politics.
Perfect. I would say, because we really need to slowly finish, maybe I would, you would get, the final remarks also in general about the, the concept of European elections. And maybe one thing to also, so we don't go constantly now on the 16, 18, just a little bit also on this, because there was also a lot of questions, how to actually make people, be it the youth or the adults, on one side interested and on the other side engaged and, into the elections. And I would, you have this as a kind of a direction for the closing remarks, so we can also, finish up.
The campaign of the European Parliament, the neutral campaign of the European Parliament to mobilize voters is too small. I think we need a bigger campaign by the European Parliament. They have to, cooperate with important, people in the youth sphere, and they need to provide more resources. That's, I think, a big issue. No, it is, but what we are always forgetting, I mean, when I first asked this question, right there, who's gonna vote, everyone raised their hands. And that's not the case in every room, and that's the people we're missing. And that's the people we do not reach. So that's one very important thing. And the key takeaway is to do that. You have to listen to people first and understand what the topics are they're interested in. Get into places where young people are. This is an event where people are going, they're already interested in politics. Go to places where young people are that are not interested in politics. These can be schools, this can be youth clubs, sports clubs, and social media, and also other internet websites and so on. And try to reach those people that are there, and also across, people with a lot of money, people with different money, people from different genders, from different countries, from different cities. We have to think more diverse. So should I?
No, I think.
Now, the message is, go out there, get people to vote, and the thing is that young people have their own perspective. I think it's not only about experience, it's about perspective also, and that's not identity politics, that's a reality, that young people have their own perspective, and that's why it is important to vote, so that our perspective is also heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheyenne. And with that, I think we're slowly moving towards the end of the day, certainly the end of our youth plenary. Once more, rounds of applause for Cheyenne. Mrs. Bentley, would you like to give us some final remarks?
Yeah, I want to be provocative again. I mean, to be in contact with young people and to meet them in person, we need more maps. I mean, I'm in charge of whole Berlin. So this is my constituency. So this is 3.7 people. And it's really hard to meet a lot of people because at the same time I have to work in Brussels, I have to work in Strasbourg. And I know that's not a popular request, but I would advocate for more members of European people, for members of the parliament. Because, I mean, if I look at the polls now, this might be that Christian Democrats might lose a lot in the east of Germany. That means I would also have to take care of Brandenburg, which is the next federal state. So how can you be in touch what you asked for if you have huge constituencies? It's almost impossible. So, but I would like to know if anybody advocates. Nobody would advocate for a bigger European Parliament or more maps. This is a very unpopular demand, and I would not do it openly. But to be realistic, we are 96 maps in German maps, yeah, and so it's really hard to to what you ask for. But as you see, I mean, we take this serious. We come to these events, but at the same time, we have to work in Brussels and in Strasbourg. So I think if we had more shoulders, if we had more colleagues, that might be an easier task.
Okay. Well, thank you for being so provocative and honest. I will say that in light of this crowd, I think it takes some balls to admit that you're actually critical of lowering the voting age. So we really appreciate you being authentic and joining us here today. We talked about fiscal policy, we talked about enlargement, we talked about a lot of European politics. I hope that you as the audience don't feel too overwhelmed. And I believe that this plenary was a lovely roundup of our eye that covered all of the workshops that we had here. So I would like to thank you as well as our participating NGOs for taking the time to wrap up our eye. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for joining. With that, this is the end of the content part of iBerlin. So we will now very quickly vacate the stage so they can prepare it for the next event, which is starting very soon, and it's the closing ceremony, which will be very interesting. And even more fun thing comes after that, which is the Euro concert, where we have a lot of interesting artists coming here, as well as some of our participants performing. And I think right now we are gonna go down. If you still have some time, we can talk a little bit. I think we'll meet around down here, so we leave the organizers space to prepare everything for the next. So thank you again, everyone, and
thank you.
Dear participants of iBerlin, we're about to begin with the closing ceremony of the event. So please take a seat. There's still a few seats available at this area, and if not, you can also take a seat at the stairs. Just make sure you start coming, and we will start in the next few minutes. All right?
Hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Francesca, and I would like to welcome you all finally to the closing ceremony of iBerlin. Woo! Woo! As I mentioned before, I'm Francesca. I'm one of the volunteers of iBerlin, and you've probably seen me around at the accreditation, or have you seen my name on your certificate of attendance? And tonight with me, I have here Tillman. He's also a volunteer, and he'll introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tillman. I'm the press relations officer here at the event. You probably have seen me running around with the press, or if you've agreed to forward your contacts to the press, I probably have forwarded them. So, yeah, that's the context.
Sounds good, yep. It's so nice to finally see you all. We've seen you around, running around, but having you all in the same spot all together, it's so nice. Actually, how many of you have been here also yesterday? Could you please raise your hands? Okay, wow.
That's almost everyone.
Yeah, wow.
Amazing. That's so good. So good to see. So we will start with some team building. You might have recognized that in EYP and at the European Youth Event as well, we do a lot of team building. And so we will start with one classic game. A few of you might know it from their time in high school or even the time before, probably from the English lessons that the Germans had on their school time. It's, could you please stand up for this little game? I will explain it then after you stood up. Thank you. Okay, it's a really classic. I hope you're going to see some laughter. Okay, sadly we have no melody, so I encourage you to sing with us through. It's a classic. I will start and do it first for myself and for you. So it's head and shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Okay, now let's do it all together now. Okay, let's go! Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Another time. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Okay, we're gonna do one more game. We did it with the organization. Sorry, I need that here, please. Sorry, I need my Coca-Cola. Sorry.
It's his support Coca-Cola, it's fine.
Yeah. So for the next game, we need you all to be really, really quiet. And everyone else around, please be quiet because we are having a weird and special moment all together now. Okay, I still hear some people talking, but overall it's quiet. Okay, so the game goes like this. Just make noises, and everything else has to be quiet. You just have to do like a weird, special, familiar noise that you know from your day-to-day life. As an example, you can use also words, but don't speak to each other. Like, we're all gonna be quiet, and some noises gonna eventually come up by some people from there in the back, from some people there in the back, but maybe also from here in the front. And we'll be quiet as well, or also making some weird noises, and we're gonna do it for 30 seconds or 1 minute, and then we will continue with our program.
That's the first noise, okay.
Yeah. Please mind the gap between platform and train. Please mind the gap between platform and train. Let it out. Let it all out. Please mind the gap between platform and train.
Good. I would say we are energized now. I want to hear you. Woo! Woo! Amazing.
Perfect. That was so good. Lovely. Okay, that's a good number. If you have looked around and attended some workshops, you may have been told about the importance of voting. Not only one time, probably like 10 times or 20 times or 50 times. But what do you think? Why is it so important to go to vote? I mean, we heard it from so many people here on the stage, but this event is really about you. So we want to hear it like one last time from someone in the audience who would be willing to share. Do we have someone here?
Microphones, please.
We can have more than one.
Yeah, please.
Okay, this is a really short statement, but a lot of people say that young people are the future, but we are the present, and this is why we should participate in democracy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Please.
I see some more hands, yeah.
Every day we hear so many people who have an opinion, but don't do anything about it. And if you want to change something, if you want to make the world to your liking and to all of our liking, it's important to get engaged and stop talking and start doing, and voting is the best first step.
Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw a hand there.
Yeah, we saw someone else.
Yeah, that was you. That was you.
Yeah,
yes, that was him, right? Yeah.
Please stand up.
I forgot. Sorry, I have some problems with memory. I forgot what's the question.
Why is it important to vote?
Okay.
For you
yes,
specifically.
For me specifically because it's about my quality of life. Every choice matters. Every vote matters. So if someone doesn't vote, it means that they do not care about their quality of life. Yep.
That's true. That's true. Thank you. I think we can collect one last statement. Anyone who's the most excited about voting that wants to share? Please.
I want to vote because I think European Union is probably the only one that really supports inclusion of people with disabilities. So it's important that countries understand that all countries are Europe, and so we have to follow with this.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, yes. And actually,
that was awesome.
Yeah, to build up on your statement, we can move on to our next question. Voting was not the only topic that has been discussed in the past few days. So now we would like to know from you, by using this Mentimeter that is going to appear anytime soon, what were the other topics that you have discussed in the past few days and that really, really caught your attention and you think are the most important ones that the Europe has to discuss and we all have to discuss in our daily lives, at school, at work, wherever you feel like it's a place to discuss a very important topic. Is the Mentimeter showing up?
Oh, okay, then we just keep talking.
Then we just keep talking. Okay, so anyone wants to share a very important topic in their daily life? Yes, please.
Thank you, hello. So obviously pigeons and animal rights are important, but sure. By the way, I think at this point everyone knows, but if you're still wondering, this is the mascot of the Tinder of European politics, Palumba. You can search for it. So a reason why, at palumba.eu, social media. So the reason why I think it's very important that we all vote is because there's a problem with the structure of incentives, and young voices are not those that matter to politicians because as Europe gets older and older, older generations are also a majority of the vote, and the incentives for politicians are to care about and speak about the topics that will give them more votes, so the topics that matter the most for older generations. And I believe that by having all of our friends and acquaintances vote and younger voices be more heard, we are really helping to compensate this loss of focus, because we know also that we care more about topics that matter in the short, middle and long term as well, because we'll live the consequences in 20, 50 and hopefully 70 years time from now. So that would be a bit my argument.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You not again. So we heard about voting, we heard about inclusion. Is there any other topic that you think it's very much relevant in these days? Raise your hands and a microphone will come your way.
There's a hand.
There's a hand over there. Yes.
Yeah, I think another very important topic is security, especially when we look to the Middle East and to the Ukraine, especially with the Russian aggressor. To many young people, the security of the EU is very important.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we still need some time. I feel like we're in a general assembly right now. Like everyone who has been to the European Youth Parliament might recognize that, but I see. Sorry, we'll come back to you, and when no one else is raising their hand anymore. But here we have another hand here. Please stay away. It's important to go to vote.
Yeah, a topic we talked about was how we will finance the social ecological transformation, and so we thought about creating, implementing Euro bonds. And I mean, we have all this crisis. We have climate crisis. We have security. But in order to like implement and like solve these issues, we need money, and therefore we need to reform the way we are financing now. So I'm really making the statement here for Eurobonds and collective European debt.
Thank you.
Maybe someone attended the workshop from UNIDO about investment in Africa, for instance, and wants to talk about that? Anyone that is brave enough? No? Then maybe I'm good. Oh, yes. Someone there? Yeah, please.
Please.
So right now, because of the risks and not defined, like if we can actually get returns from Africa, it is only 1% of Germany that is getting, only in Germany 1% of FDI is going to Africa. And actually to make sure that the developing countries are getting the investments they need, we need the collective awareness of the people in Europe as well to make sure that we are not contributing to the polarization that is going on in this world between the richer getting richer and people getting poorer, and we have a society that we want to live in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our back office just told us that we need another 3 more minutes to have the Menti on air. So I only had time to visit one workshop. It was the Fiscal Future workshop. I think we don't have anyone from Fiscal Future here anymore. But who else attended the workshop from Fiscal Future? Do we have some people here that attended that? Okay, so much more. Okay, yes, we have someone there. What was the most interesting thing that you learned there? Or can you say anything about it? Yeah, right there.
We heard a lot about the need to finance the transition to a green future now. And we have to do it now, because if we wait, we won't be able to pay the damages that climate change will cause. That's why we need action now, even better yesterday.
Thank you. So, as you've seen, most of the workshops are actually interconnected between each other. So if you move, we can easily move from one topic to the other. So now, please submit your answers.
It works. Finally.
It works.
Oh
Woo!
my God. Woo! Okay.
Yeah.
Super good.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Seems so.
It's really difficult to see from here,
Yeah,
but yeah, it works. It works.
So as you've seen, topics actually are interconnected. So from investments, we can maybe move to some other topic. Anyone else can think of any that has been discussed in the workshops that actually can connect? Okay. There's a hand there. Where are my microphones? Where are my microphones? Yeah. There. The girl with the blazer. The green blazer at the end, at the very end of the... Yes, green blazer, yes.
While we're listening, we are happy to already see some answers.
Okay.
That's great. EU enlargement, important topic, security, engagement, Arctic futures, diplomacy. So many great and important topics. Finally, we can see also the other topics that are mentioned by all the other people that have been quiet now. Really interesting. There's so many different topics.
Should I say something?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
No, I just want to mention that it's really important to mention the more gender perspectives, especially the workshop on the feminist perspective on development aid, for example. And also the underrepresentation of women in leadership positions. And therefore also I encourage every woman in this room to also vote for young women in the European elections. Yeah.
Big applause to that
Yes.
statement. Thank you. All right. Okay. We already have a lot of answers.
The EU enlargement seems to be very, very central in this image. Anyone that would like to work a little bit and give us some more details about this topic?
Especially on EU enlargement.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
You have a voice there and a hand.
Yes.
A hand and a voice. That's great.
Yes.
You might even get a hat.
Thank you. So we can, I believe that we can see now, especially following the illegal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, seeing hundreds of thousands of people fight and die and suffer for the values that we enjoy and that we take for granted, has really reawakened the discussion about the reality that we are incredibly privileged and lucky to live in the EU, to enjoy all its benefits, all its guarantees, the way that it ensures our human rights, it ensures media freedom, it ensures combating gender inequality, combating overall inequality, spreading education, spreading solidarity, all these wonderful benefits, and yet it is still exclusive and not admissible for countless people, for the millions of people in the Western Balkans, and now also for our Eastern Partnership countries. So therefore, it is definitely necessary to honor these people, to acknowledge their sacrifices by allowing them into our European family, which only, as we have seen throughout 7 enlargements, only ever makes us stronger and better prepared for the future.
Thank you very much.
Can we hear some more voices on the topics that are listed here or not listed anymore?
But there's one there. Okay.
Could we hear some concrete steps that the EU should take in order to... Yeah, thanks.
Joris is pointing. Joris is pointing.
Yeah.
Yes.
In order to reach those
Yeah,
goals.
I also wanted to say something to the European enlargement, because it's also very important to note that we don't have to rush, because when we think about enlargement, we think about bringing new countries to the EU, but we have to be careful which countries, and yeah, we don't have to rush, because then we bring maybe some problems to the EU, which is better to solve them first and then enter the EU. Yeah, so that's about that.
That's why we have the Copenhagen criteria, right?
Yeah, for example.
Thank you so much. Okay, does anyone still wants to elaborate on a certain topic and could say some concrete steps or measurements that the EU should take in the near future to reach those goals? If we don't have, okay, we see someone here. Maybe this
last one.
Last one. Okay, last one.
So big burden.
Okay, gonna do it very quickly. As a EU enlargement again, because he now talked about the problems that other countries bring in, and while I agree that we need to be careful not to bring people on too fast to other countries, what I think we need to focus on this as the next steps is to fix the problem we have in the EU, because we are not really ready for enlargement, because we still have the veto principle, we have way too much power with the national countries and the national governments, and we need to really have a European federation where the power lies with the parliament and therefore with the people we vote as Europeans in European elections, and only then we are as ready to bring more countries on, because then we can really have a democratic process and not have more potential Orbans that just block everything because they want to have a corrupt and authoritarian regime in the country. So yeah, fix our own problems and then we can invite more people and yeah, have a strong European Union that also defends our democracy and our values.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think these were great last words to end the open debate here we had now. Sorry. But now we're switching to the next point. So thank you all for all of your contributions. And I think we have seen so many interesting topics that have been discussed here in the last 2 days. All of them are really important, and all of your opinions are also important on these topics. Thank you for your contributions. We will move on, and we will hand it over to the media team that run around here. In the last 2 days, they collected so many impressions from all of you, and they collected so many great moments with the cameras, and they prepared a video for us, and that's what will happen now, and we're going to watch it together. That was amazing. Thank you.
That was amazing, very much. We really enjoyed working here at iBerlin. We think it was a great experience from our perspective, but we would like to know what you guys feel, how you guys felt. What was like a highlight? How would you describe iBerlin in one word?
Wonderful. Community, inspiring, amazing. Pigeons, European. So many.
Necessary, wow, that's like a very important word, I would say.
Who are beer?
Well, yeah. I mean, Berlin, right? European, yes.
The beer stays in the middle.
Eye-opening, wow, okay. We're very happy to hear that.
Eye-opening is really good.
Eye-opening.
Inspiring.
Sexy? I'm very curious, but
some people...
we're not going to discuss.
Oh,
wow. I mean, just the fact that it's 195 responses, 203. Wow, okay.
So cool.
It's very nice to hear.
Amazing.
Very much. I mean, I'll let it go on because it's for us, it's very, very nice to hear that you guys had a great time. As I said before, we really worked hard. We are just like the faces at the moment of a whole big team that worked very hard in the past months to make this event happening. But behind us, there are loads of sponsors, loads of NGOs that worked very, very hard, especially the European Youth Parliament, and in particular, the Schwarzkopf Foundation. And it's for this reason that I would like to invite to the stage the Executive Director of the Schwarzkopf Foundation, Thomas Zacher. Thank you.
No, okay. Thank you very much. So now the boring part is coming, right? So the serious one. No, not really. I was asked by my wonderful colleagues to have a short speech at the closing ceremony. And I think it's really appropriate to be here as the executive director, because one reason is especially important, and that's to say thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful work. What a job. You've created an amazing place. In months of work that has been invested, you've gathered so much energy, so many partners, so many people here. And I mean, I can only say how much I appreciate it, namely to all the volunteers. There were 40 in the core team, but there were some other who took also part at this job. There was the team of 3 chairs, Lira, Alonso, Johan. It was a wonderful job. I'm really, really proud of you all. I'm really so proud that Schwarzkopf Foundation can be the umbrella organization of such an amazing project as the European Youth Parliament. I want to thank also to all the people from the Schwarzkopf Foundation / European Youth Parliament. I can't name them all because there are many, Anja, Michel, and all those other wonderful guys who are here with us. You are amazing. It was really, really great and honor to work with you on this. And all the facilitators of the workshops, all the people who took part at those events, at those, am I right, 60 workshops? That's crazy. There has been also this Interrail project in 10 German cities prior to the I event here in Berlin. So EYP Germany did also a wonderful job. And our partners, European Parliament, the big parliament, not the EYP, Bertelsmann Foundation, Allianz Foundation, all the partners you can see here. Thank you very much. You did a wonderful job. So applause for all of them, please. Yes, and the second part. Yesterday I talked to my colleagues and one of them told me, Thomas, so just make it a bit personal somehow. I mean, tell something about you, your way here to Berlin. Okay, so why not? I'll try. Because Europe has been actually a topic which I've been following maybe through my whole adult life. But before I start, just a very, very quick question. How many of you would describe yourself as self-confident person? Just raise your hands. Okay, some self-confident people here. Great, thank you for it. And I have to say that I wouldn't raise my hand 20 years ago, not at all. I was a person who was born in Czechoslovakia, in the country which has been everything else but free. It has been occupied by the Soviet Union, and not really in somehow this meaning like the Eastern Bloc. There have been 85,000 soldiers stationed in the country, taking care that no one would think about democracy too loud. And you can imagine when I had a part of the family which was also persecuted by the regime, I was really feeling kind of powerless. Regardless, I was pretty much overweight and we had a lot of troubles with money. So maybe just one example. When we went to a school trip where we should learn to ski, I was the only one who had to stay there because we didn't have this money to invest it. So can you imagine how privileged and wonderful I felt after the situation changed and after the Czechoslovakia went to the past and the Czech Republic has become a free and democratic party, and even the status of my family has changed. And I was someone who was really so curious about life, and I was able to study, what was not the case of my parents, for example. And because when I was 12 years old, at the summer camp, I've got a diploma. Everyone got a diploma for some specific characteristics of the person. So my diploma was for endless amount of questions. Like the people were a bit annoyed, apparently. But I thought then, yeah, okay, let's use it so I can become maybe a journalist. So I've become a journalist, and this time was really the time when Europe was the topic. I was 20 when the biggest EU enlargement in the EU history happened, 2004. I mean, are there some people from those 10 countries which entered EU 2004? Wonderful, there are some. And I still do remember this feeling of country which is aspiring to enter the EU. Are there still people from those countries aspiring to enter the EU? Yes, they are. Wonderful. So I felt that this is really something you have to learn about, you have to work on. So I've decided to really focus on the topic of Europe and to travel through the Europe. Sometimes it was really hard, and I've learned that Europe, this free Europe, is not really perfect, that there are topics and things that really carry this kind of imperfection, at least, but sometimes it was really hard to recognize the situation in countries like in the Balkans, where the bruises of the war were still really strong to feel, where the rise of populism has been present in several countries, where I've also dealt with really hard topics. I went to Norwegian to cover the case when a murderer killed many young people just because they have had an ambition to enter the politics. I've covered the Russian elections and the Ukrainian election, which led later to Maidan. And I was so much impressed by this energy of young people who were waving with the EU flag just as a symbol for their future of freedom, of a place where they want to live. And yeah, sometimes I had also a feeling that words can't also explain everything. Then later I entered the culture sphere, and I really do think that European culture is something we have to all focus on and deal with, because when we're able to deal with our emotions, culture is. And that's also the case of many conflicts we are now having, a possibility to bring us back together. But just to comment on those things, what I've taken with me on this way, what I have ended now in the Schwarzkopf Foundation 20 years ago. I'm so happy to be here really with you, and I'm so proud of you. You're great, really. It's for you. And it is exactly this feeling of Europe with many imperfections and with many inequalities, with many crises, with financial crisis, climate crisis, the security crisis caused by the Russian war against Europe. EU, European Council, all those bodies and institutions are really heavily, burdened with bureaucracy. They are not perfect. But there are always possibilities to change them, because this system enables change. This system enables improvement, and this system enables participation. And this is exactly the question. How? How to change it? How to improve it? How to participate? This is a question for you. And I don't have the answer. Every one of you has to find the answer for yourself. But when I was thinking what to maybe try to give you, at least for this journey you're having in front of you, I was thinking about few words. The first would be for me really chance itself. Seek for chances. Really look where you could do something, where you could maybe try something. I once had a wonderful meeting with a startup team from Netherlands. Is there someone from Netherlands? Yeah. And those great guys and girls were really so smart, developing technologies, and they were speaking about how they went there. And they say, hey, 3 things what helped us so much on this journey. The first, I've learned a lot from those. I have them really, I carry them with me. So inspiration by young people, not by older ones. First, embrace the failure. Very important. Embrace the failure. Second one, be ready to work with unpleasant people. Okay. I've realized it's really a good advice. The third one, I don't mean the Schwarzkopf Foundation. And the third one, don't wait, just try it, just go and do it. Those 3 things enable them to take the chance and to reach something extraordinary. And the system that allows them to do it, to have this try, is Europe. And Europe, which works with its rules and values, without discrimination and with equal opportunities for all of us. So those rules is something what defines us. And I mean, I have just few noted. Respecting human rights, protecting our environment, freedom of speech, all those topics you've been discussing during those 2 wonderful days at the workshops. Freedom of choosing your way of life and defining yourself as individuals. Individuals with their own beliefs, with their own identity. Freedom of choosing whom we love as well. All this regardless religion, gender, skin color, or socioeconomic status. And of course, respecting the truth. This is one of the core values of Europe. So I would conclude slowly, or rather soon, but really there's 3 words that are for me really important. The first one, doing all this, is hope. And hope shouldn't be misunderstood as idealism. Hope should be seen as something that one intellectual who later happened to become a president of the country where I come from described as follows. Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something has meaning, regardless of how it turns out. Sometimes it is really hard to see hope, especially today, when so many crises are influencing our life. But we have to fight for this system, which allows us to protect those values and to solve those crises. And that's why the other word, which is so important for me, after this change, hope, and everything, is the self-confidence I've started with. So don't misunderstand it. Self-confidence is really not something like being egocentric, having privileges, feeling better than others, or anything else. What I thought it would be. It is something what has to do with having rules, having values, having hope, knowing them, knowing you, and knowing where you stand. So, at the opening, there has been mentioned that you as young people many times have to ask for getting place or doing something or even begging someone to switch it, and I want to really ask you for doing something, and that's to feel this self-confidence, to feel that you have a chance to keep this wonderful system in Europe going, to improve it. If you can, go vote. If not, then just maybe make people who can go vote and be self-confident. So if I would now ask, and one more hand would raise that you would try really to feel this, what self-confident means, also a responsibility for our future, I would be really more than happy. Enjoy this evening, enjoy the wonderful event you have all created. I'm so proud that you did it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Tomasz. That was a really good speech. I enjoyed it so much. Thank you so much. Unfortunately,
it happens.
Berlin
is coming to an end.
As some of you already know.
But Berlin is not the only local that is going to happen this year. As you may know, actually probably some of you are going to the next eyes. There are some others around Europe happening in May. For instance, there's Vilnius, Forli, and one more?
Brigitte?
Yes, exactly. That's true. Any of you going to one of the next local eyes? Raise your hands, please.
We see some hands here. Some more hands there.
Some more hands there. Okay, that's.
Some more hands over there.
Okay.
Really cool.
Nice.
And there's a flag.
And there's one as well. Okay, that's very nice. But I think someone told us back.
Oh, wait a second. I hear two.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like we actually have a connection with Vilnius Is it the case? Maybe?
Do we have the connection?
Yeah, looks like. Oh. Yes. Woo!
Okay, back in Berlin. Thanks to the project managers of iVilnius and good luck from one team to the other. We are here back in Berlin and we would like to leave the last closing words to the project managers of iBerlin.
Alonso, Johan, Lyra, please welcome on stage.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Well, we're back on the stage, Alonso, Lyra, and Johan, and we are very happy to talk to you. We talked to you at the start, and just like this, we're back on the stage to say goodbye. But no worries, because we'll have your concert after, so don't miss it. So what just felt like 2 days of a lot of events was 6 months or even more of work from our side. But I just want to do a little recap of what happened here at Colosseum in Berlin. We had around 60 workshops, a lot of members of the European Parliament, diplomats, candidates for European elections, young politicians, representatives of youth in international organizations came here. But most importantly, you, Young Europe, came here. You spoke, you shared your ideas, you stood up for yourself, you engaged, you interact, you network, and you even, and I heard you just danced. So I'm sure a lot of things happened, and we just here are facilitating the space. You know, us as the iBerlin team, we're here to provide you the space, we're here to provide you the microphones, all the resources, but in reality, all of this couldn't happen if we didn't have every single program shaper, those around 60 workshops, every single NGO, speaker, guest, every European Parliament service and other EU services made this possible. Us, the iBerlin team, we're just here as a platform for you to exchange, learn, and keep being involved in this young Europe. So thanks to you, but especially thanks to all of our program shapers.
Yes, exactly. So as Alonso was mentioning, this has been a project that we've been working on for the last 6 months. So we've had a lot of meetings, a lot of cooperation, and of course we also had to work together with a huge team that was assembled specifically for this event. You will hear more about that team in just a few seconds from Lyra. But first I wanted to give you a small insight into what it takes to organize an event here in Berlin, because of course we as the European Youth Parliament, we usually actually do simulations. So we have member organizations in about 40 countries across Europe. So when we actually got the word that yes, the European Youth Parliament is organizing the iBerlin, we had to think, okay, how do we do this? We usually do parliamentary simulations on a much smaller scale. We don't have so much experience in organizing events of this scale. So we really needed to build filled a lot of capacities, and we also relied on a lot of support, advice and input from the people who do this every second year in Strasbourg in the Central European Youth event held at the European Parliament. And I've already scouted out where a couple of these people are sitting, who we've been in quite a few meetings in the past couple of months. And yeah, I will definitely be taking this opportunity to shout out to you. And I really also want to ask the entire audience for applause when I say so. So I think, when I say so, I think I will start with the liaison office of the European Parliament in Berlin or in Germany. Currently only see one person. So Liz, if you would kindly stand up and give a small wave. So huge round of applause, please. Many, many meetings, many phone calls, many discussions we had with Liz. So really from, I think, the entire team and especially from the 3 project managers, thank you for being so supportive. Thank you for always bringing your lovely Scottish charm and sense of humor into this event, especially when things got a bit stressful. We cannot thank you enough. And then the second team that the 3 of us have been meeting very regularly over the past couple of months, and we really also need to shout out, which is the Youth Outreach Unit of the European Parliament. Again, these are the people who organize the Central Eye in Strasbourg every 2 years, meaning there will most probably be a Central Eye next year. Yes, okay, confirmation there. So definitely make sure to check that out when the time comes. But again, I would ask you all to stand up for a few minutes, if it's okay. We have Guillaume up here, and then we have mainly Sophie, Ines, Rodrigo up there. So a huge round of applause, and thank you so much for all the collaboration, all the inspiration. Could not have done it without you. Thank you so much. So we have, of course, been working with you for quite a long time. I suppose we've tortured you a bit. You've tortured us in return. And this is the result of that collaboration. So again, just thank you so much.
And moving to the very last part of our speech, we firstly want to, of course, say a huge thank you to the people who have been hosting us here, to Colosseum venue, for being so patient with all our requests, all our visits, for being so amazing and giving us this amazing platform for having and shaping this event, and of course bringing people from all over Europe to together create and recreate this content and discuss it for 2 days. So let's say one big thank you to all of them. And with that being said, I just wanted to share with you that the whole entire team of EYP, the international office of EYP, the Schwarzkopf Foundation, that supported us during the entire process with all the expertise, advice, all the brainstorming sessions, every tip and piece of advice that we had with the entire team. Together with the volunteers, we all hope that you will join us at all the EYP events. Please remember that we are present as the EYP network in around 40 European countries, and we really hope that you will go home tomorrow and the first thing that you wake up in the morning doing will be checking out if there is EYP session nearby, and you will make sure they contact the organizers, the national committees, and you make sure to join them. And then, of course, you can contact us and tell us that Johan, Alonso, Lira, we really made that happen, that's amazing, and we are really enjoying. Or if you don't, just message us and we'll make sure that you enjoy it. And with that being said, our last words of appreciation go truly to our wonderful volunteers who are in the room, running around, supporting, and we hope that they really made this journey, this event, wonderful for you. And we hope that 3 of us manage to somehow to contribute to their learning, and of course they contributed to our personal development, because if not, these 40 amazing people who have been supporting us, the media, the event safe persons, and of course our organizers, this event would truly not be happening today, and we want to say thank you, and we really, really appreciate you. We love you and all your work. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lira. Thank you, Alonso. Thank you, Johan. It was great working with you for the past 6 months, because yeah, that's the amount of time we've been working with you as well. It was great. And we are really happy that you guys enjoyed once again. As Lira mentioned, we are all parts, most of us are actually parts of the European Youth Parliament. And there's one tradition we always do after a session in the European Youth Parliament. And so I kindly ask you, if you would like to stand up to join us for one last activity. It is a very special meaning to all EYPers, but we believe that it has a special meaning that everyone can understand. And we think that you know the lyrics, but just in case, there's a video and there's a sound. Are we ready?
Enjoy.
Please, 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 don't pop balloons. Thank you. I was asked to. Okay. Thank you very much, you all guys, for coming. It was great having you around. Woo!
Yeah.
So we have to officially declare Berlin
is
officially closed.
Closed.
Okay. Please keep some enthusiasm for tonight's Aero concert, because at 7:30, some amazing people are going to play on this exact stage.
In half an hour.
So stay with us. Actually, before that, just to get ready to get in the mood, there are some violinists playing, specifically Elsie, Christina, and Isis playing on the staircase over there, correct? Yes. So please stay around and join us at 7:30. If you cannot, well, it was great having you around, guys, and have a safe trip back to your home countries.
Thank you so much.